The girl suggests breaking up. Evening, public transport stop. A guy in a light hoodie and a girl in a brown jacket are sitting on a bench. The guy with dark hair exhales and looks at the girl next to him. He touches her hand, which lies on the bench. He starts a conversation about how they had a hard time, but now it's all over. The guy holds her hand in his and looks at her. A girl named Chai-ha interrupts him. She says that the main character has already suffered enough because of her, and it will be better for both of them. Chai-ha smiles slightly and removes her hand from the guy's. She offers to continue their lives separately. The guy clenches his teeth angrily. He desperately asks if Chai-ha is okay and how she can leave him. He pulls his hand away, smiling nervously. He wonders if Chai-ha knows why he did all this. He looks the silent Chai-ha in the eyes. The blue bus pulls up to the stop. The girl says that she knows that the guy needs a little time. He turns away from the girl sitting next to him. Chai-ha rises from the bench. She says she believes in him. Chai-ha enters the bus, turning to the guy. The guy calls Chai-ha, standing up after her, but does not have time. He shouts her name as the bus drives down the road. If only he knew that he wouldn't see Chai-ha for a long time. The guy presses his hand to his face to recover, clenching his fist. He looks ahead tensely. He thinks he wouldn't let her go so easily. The sun illuminates the untidy room. Crumpled clothes and water bottles lie on the floor. The guy is thinking about what day it is today. He picks up the phone and looks at the screen. There were dark circles under the guy's eyes. He clutches the white blanket in his hand. Exhaling, he says that he is tired and wants to occupy himself with something new. The main character throws off the blanket, sitting up in bed. A working laptop stands on a stack of books. The guy is sitting behind him. Next to him are a package of noodles and a can of drink. He clicks the mouse lying near the books. He thinks about Chai-ha's words that it will be better for both of them while he scrolls through a website with discounted games. He remembers her saying that it was better for them to continue their lives separately, that it was better for them to separate, and that she believed in him before she got on the bus. In a fit of emotion, he throws several books and a photo frame onto the floor. A frame with a photo of Chai-ha and the guy hugging and smiling, filled with books. The glass in it breaks when it hits the floor. The guy curses. He graduated from university 2 years ago. The same photo is on the screensaver of the phone, which is lying on a red table, with a full stack next to it. After graduation, he came up with all sorts of excuses for his deep insecurities. A guy sits with classmates on the street in the evening, holding a glass of alcohol in his hand. He boasted loudly that all he had to do was join the government service. He squints as he drinks the contents of the shot glass. Service was never his dream. He reflects that he had no desire to achieve his goals and felt helpless every time he sat down to read his books. He remembers that Chai-ha never stopped believing in him. The girl hugs him from behind as a sign of support, despite the piled-up books. The guy is sure that Chai-ha was ashamed of him. He looks down in front of him, lost, without returning the hug. The guy looks at the laptop screen in surprise. The icon depicts a girl in a green dress with blonde hair. The guy is surprised at the discounted price of 2001. He looks at the screen in shock. He notes that the girl is quite beautiful. The girl is depicted among the trees. She has long blonde hair, a green dress, and a basket of pastries in her hands. She is smiling. He dismisses these thoughts, assuming that it is a deception. It represents a luxurious prince holding a girl in a white dress in his arms near the palace. The guy thinks that this is a typical story in which a girl marries a prince and becomes a lady. Among the roses are books, a feather, a golden cup, and a violin. The guy is unhappy that they are simply making money from children's imagination. He talks about learning. He raises his head and grabs his hair. The guy thinks that he felt relief during the game, and that the main character must have been very sad. He lowers his hands and looks at the ceiling. He understands that it is difficult to constantly smile through force. He asks if she is really that happy. A blonde girl smiles, standing among flowers in a green dress. The guy says that he liked the game, although it may be stupid. He returns to the laptop, clicking the mouse again. The guy confirms the 2001 payment and shouts for them to take his money. On the laptop screen there are tree crowns and the sky. The guy looks at this with an interested smile. He notes that the graphics are better than he expected. He opens his eyes in surprise. The screen glows brighter. Shiny particles fly around. The guy looks at the screen in amazement. The wind blows his hair. The light becomes brighter and fills the entire room. The crowns of the trees are illuminated by the sun. A notification appears indicating that the download is complete. The guy finds himself under a tree. He wears medieval clothes and puts his hand to his forehead to see where he is through the blinding sun. The blonde girl looks up and smiles. She calls Leo and tells him that they can make some good money. She stands behind the guy and looks in the other direction. She calls Leo again. She approaches the shocked guy, about to touch his back. The girl wonders if he hears her. He turns around, looking at the girl in fear and confusion. He doesn't understand if she called him Leo. He turns to her as she walks closer with her hands behind her back. The girl asks what's wrong with him. The guy doesn't understand who she is. The girl asks if he is joking again. She smiles slightly and looks at him with large, bright eyes. The guy doesn't understand why she seems so familiar to him. An inscription appears on the notification sign stating that the girl's upbringing begins. The guy looks at this sign and repeats the girl's name. Lena stands opposite and looks at him questioningly. The guy rereads the inscription about raising a girl. He is shocked at the thought of being in the game. He smiles nervously and wryly, continuing to look at the sign. Lena asks what happened. She bows her head, looking up at him, and calls him Leo again. A new sign appears, on which pixel images of a guy and a girl are drawn and an achievement about the first meeting is written. Below it is stated that Lena is attached to Leo. The guy is shocked that he has to raise her. There is a crossbow and a quiver of arrows on the table. The main character repeats the name Leo in confusion. He looks at the mirror in disbelief, holding his hand to it. The guy doesn't believe that he really got into the game. He imagines himself from ordinary life in his room on the other side of the mirror. He turns around towards the noise. The front door of the house opens. Lena calls the guy to pick mountain berries again. She stands on the threshold and smiles. The guy asks her again. Lena pushes Leo in the back, forcing him to walk. Lena and Leo are childhood friends. The guy turns a cautious glance at the girl, not understanding how to behave. The sun is shining outside, illuminating the treetops and low grass. Clouds are running across the light blue sky. Leo notices that the body he finds himself in remembers the time Leo and Lena spent together. Lena repeats that Leslie said to pick berry by berry. A girl sits near a bush with bright red berries, collecting them, and smiles. The guy turns to the girl who is picking berries and smiling. He realizes that thanks to her, he was able to learn a lot over the past couple of days. The sun illuminates the street with small houses and a well. Near one house there are seated beds. This is the very center, the border territory of the kingdom. A world in which a priest can heal wounds. A blonde girl in white clothes stretches out her hands to two kneeling worshippers. She is illuminated by the light from the stained glass behind her. Lena wants to become like this. The guy looks at the girl doubtfully. She looks up at him questioningly, continuing to sit near the bush and pick berries. She asks why he is looking like that. Hastily turning away, he replies that it's nothing. He remembers that he is here to raise a princess from the girl. The point of the game is to turn the main character into a princess. Lena is standing in a luxurious dress and jewelry. Behind it is a golden frame and pomegranate branches. The guy understands that this is his main goal. Exhaling, he thinks about how to make a princess out of his girlfriend. The guy understands that there are not even princes around. He nervously and quickly picks berries. Lena sits next to him and looks at him blankly. Leo understands that first he needs to find the prince. He reaches for one of the berries on the bush. Lena, thoughtful, watches his actions. She doesn't take her green eyes off Leo. Among the trees stands a stone house with a light tiled roof, a wooden door and window sashes. Lena thinks that it is going to rain and that it is better not to go outside today. She stands at the window and exhales sadly. The girl's father asks if she is going to eat. Lena turns to him and replies that she has already eaten and will soon go to work. Her parents are sitting on benches opposite each other at a table near the window where Lena is standing. Father holding a wooden spoon. In front of them are 2 plates of food, 2 goblets, a jug and candles. There are barrels and boxes on the wooden floor. The girl's mother instructs her to be careful. Her father supports her because Lena has been working all week. The parents look at their daughter with concern. They wonder if she will go to the store again. Lena looks down. She purses her lips, not looking at her parents. Lena replies that everything is fine. She opens the door and turns to her parents with a joyful smile. Lena approaches the entrance to the bakery. A red-haired woman in simple clothes stands near the stove and table with pastries, with a scarf tied on her head. She wipes a wooden plate. Lena calls her auntie and tells her that she has come, and is surprised that Lena came today. The girl puts her hair in a ponytail and goes to the tables with pastries. She asks if the dough has been kneaded yet. Lena kneads the dough. She thinks Leo seems strange to her lately. She recalls that he is usually not very talkative. Lena looks at Leo, who is sitting next to him and looking into the distance, his hands folded in his lap. She is worried that lately there is not even a smile on his face. Lena rests her head on her hand and sighs. It seems to her that Leo is completely lost in his own thoughts. She continues to knead the dough in the bakery. She looks down thoughtfully. Lena turns her left hand palm up. She thinks about when she and Leo stopped holding hands. She remembers how they walked as children, holding hands and laughing. Leo holds his girlfriend's hand tightly. Lena assumes that this happened when Leo said that he wanted to become a priest, because they should not tie the knot. The girl looks down sadly. She feels like they were much closer when they were younger. Lena stands thoughtfully at the table with dishes and food, and thanks the girl for her help and invites her to come again. The girl promises that they will see each other again. She holds a covered basket of baked goods in her hands. She leaves the bakery and stops because someone calls her name. A freckled guy in simple brown clothes waves to her. He stands near the corner of the bakery and asks if Lena is done working. Lena says yes, and thinks about why he always appears when she goes out. The guy approaches the girl and offers to accompany her with a smile. Lena awkwardly thanks him. The two of them move towards her house. The guy talks to her, asking if something bothered her at the cathedral yesterday. Lena attends church to train and become a priest, and devotes the rest of her time to work. She thinks that the priestesses are wise and patient. Lena looks down thoughtfully and sadly. She wonders if she can become one of them. She imagines herself in the white robes of a priest. She stands near a golden stained glass window opposite a figure with long blonde hair and white robes with a hood. Lena overtakes the guy and goes forward alone. The guy calls her in confusion, but the girl declares that she will go alone. The guy purses his lips angrily and looks after her. Lena thinks about Leo as she heads home. She realizes that she misses him. The stone walls of the house are illuminated by the sun. The guy exhales tiredly. The main character lies on the bed with his hands behind his head and legs crossed, swinging one. He realizes that he has been in the game for a month already. At first, he hoped it was just a dream, but vague memories continue to haunt him. He remembers Chaiha getting on the bus. He wonders if he should go back. The guy remembers a bunch of books. He thinks what's the point of him coming back if he's only poring over books. He closes his eyes, looking ahead. The guy decides that he can try to get used to his new life. He hears a noise and suddenly sits up in bed, jumping in fear. He pushes the door and looks out of the room in confusion. On the threshold of the house stands a man in a cloak and a hood covering his face. With a gloved hand, he throws the package onto the floor. The man silently looks up at Leo. The guy stands fearfully at the exit of the room, looking at the man. He doesn't understand who it is. He sees the man's facial features and his beard. The man takes off his hood and looks at Leo. He is surprised that the guy is at home. The man heads back out onto the street while Leo stands behind him and stares blankly after him. The man asks to follow him. The guy realizes that this is his father. The man prays and says that he gives the heart and head of the victim to the god Barbados. He touches the ground with dirty gloved hands. The man asks to accept the sacrifice and protect his family. He raises his hands to the sky. Leo doesn't understand if his father is a hunter. He sits behind and repeats after his father, praying. The man rises from his knees. He asks his son to take care of the blood. Leo asks him again in fear. The man turns to his son, looking at him blankly. The guy understands that he shouldn't have reacted like that. Leo makes an excuse by saying that he hasn't gone out for a long time and has completely forgotten. He laughs nervously and scratches his head. The father comes closer and gazes down at his son. Leo looks back in fear. He is afraid that the man noticed everything. Leo's father moves away and walks past towards the house. The guy exhales with relief, resting his hands on the ground. The man crouches next to the sacrificial animal and ties its legs. Leo watches him. Father Leo says that first you need to wrap a rope around your feet. The guy tries to repeat his actions, wrapping the animal with a rope. He understands that even though he is doing this for the first time, his body remembers everything. He ties the animal while his father sits opposite and watches his son's actions. The man looks up. Lena finally finds Leo. The guy asks what's the matter. He rises to his feet and dusts off his hands. Lena stands near a tree and holds the strap of her bag, her dress fluttering in the wind. She asks if Leo wants to go for a little walk. Lena comes closer to her friend and smiles awkwardly. The guy asks if she wants to go for a walk now. Lena replies that she just wanted to pick mushrooms. Leo turns to his father, who is standing behind him and tying up the sacrificial animal. The guy agrees to go with his girlfriend. Lena looks at him. They are sitting under the canopy of a tall tree in a clearing. Leo looks at the girl worriedly. He thinks something is wrong. Lena asks if he remembers. The guy asks again, scared and confused. Lena talks about how 10 years ago a priest cured her wounded father. She remembers how, as a little girl, she stood near the bed with her sick father, who was being treated by a priest, and watched. There were tears in her eyes. From that day on, she decided that she would become a priest and help people. The girl lowered her sad gaze. She didn't turn to Leo. She said she was thinking about quitting. Leo looked at the girl. He asked her again in surprise. Lena looked at her friend with a smile. She said that she wants to live, like Leo. She wants to walk in the forest. The guy looked at the girl in confusion. His eyes widened. Lena crawled closer to her friend. She asked if he wanted to become a priest or did not want her to become a priest. Leo looked away embarrassed. He realized that he did not want Lena to leave him, but she should leave, as it would be better for her. The sun shines through the treetops. Leo says that when he returned from mountain hunting, he also hoped to meet his girlfriend. He understands that he liked the girl for a long time. Lena smiles widely. She moves even closer to Leo. He looks away in embarrassment. The girl asks if he wanted to see each other. Leo asks him to stop asking questions. Lena raises her hand and moves it closer to Leo's. She touches his hand with hers. Lena and Leo look into each other's eyes, touching their hands. It's dark outside. They return home holding hands. Leo stops, his eyes widening in confusion. He sees a cart with horses and people in white capes in the village. He doesn't understand what kind of strange feeling he feels. One of the people turns to them. This is an old priest. He raises his hands in greeting. An amulet hangs around his neck. The man joyfully greets the girl and says that he was waiting for her. Lena realizes that this is Priest Leslie. Lena shyly pulls her hand away from Leo. The guy looks away. A tall gray-haired man with a mustache and beard and a woman with red hair in priestly robes stand nearby. They praise the Lord and say that the girl will be taken to the cathedral. They celebrate the joy in their souls. Lena and Leo stand nearby and look at them in surprise. Leo realizes what is happening and asks again. He looks nervously at the priests. Lena asks in surprise if they want her to become a priest. She opens her eyes in surprise and opens her mouth, raising her hand to him. The priest confirms her words and reports that the monk spoke very highly of the girl. The woman says that they are on their way to the monastery and offers to go with them. She looks at the girl with a smile and extends her hand to her. She promises to recommend her as a novice. Lena blushes and looks at the woman in amazement with wide eyes, raising her hands to her mouth. She stutters and asks if she can really become a priest. Leo looks at the silhouette of his girlfriend. He did not know that the girl would ever have the opportunity to leave this village. Lena wonders if Leo heard that the Holy Father told her that she could become a nun. Leo purses his lips tightly and looks ahead, clenching his fists. He understands that this happened in the girl's life. Leo thinks that if we are talking about a monastery, then somewhere nearby there will be a royal palace. The palace stands on a hill under the moon and clouds. The king in a scarlet cloak stands in front of him. The prince will also be in the palace. The prince, with red hair and a ponytail, holds the girl by the waist and leans towards her. Lena looks at him embarrassedly and presses the book to her chest. Leo understands that Lena will be able to meet the prince there. He bites his lip and winces. He guesses that if his friend is a novice in a monastery, then she will most likely never be able to see the prince. Leo looks down with nervous regret. He had long ago lost hope of making his girlfriend a princess. He doesn't want to believe that if Lena leaves, this measured, quiet life will end. Leo closes his eyes and frowns. He doesn't want to return to his life in reality yet, because it's too difficult there. Lena calls out to him and asks if he heard what the Holy Father said. She smiles happily and turns to her friend. Leo looks at the girl sadly. He understands that she will only be happy if she stays here. Lena looks at Leo expectantly. She takes her friend's hand. The guy opens his eyes in surprise. Lena thanks the priest for his kindness and says that she wants to stay. She decisively places one hand on her chest and holds Leo's hand with the other. The guy looks at his girlfriend in surprise. The priest asks what came over the girl, because this is a great opportunity to be baptized. Leo looks at his friend in confusion. He remembers that Lena mentioned baptism. Divine power can only be obtained from someone who already has it within themselves. The priest blesses the novice, who kneels before him, touching his head with a shining hand. This is called baptism. The priest places his hand on the top of the novice's head. By performing baptism, the minister loses more than half of his divine power, so they are ready to perform this rite only on promising novices. Leo turns away from his friend, who looks determinedly at the priests in front of her. The priest says that now she has the opportunity to decide whether she will become a priest with divine powers or or a simple nun. He touches the amulet with his fingers and exhales with a smile. He says that the most important thing is that Lena dedicated her heart to the Lord. He slowly removes his hand from the pointed amulet. The priest invites the girl to think about it some more. Lena looks down thoughtfully. The priest says that they are leaving tomorrow at dawn. She looks at the girl with a smile. The priest asks to find her before dawn if Lena changes her mind. The priests say goodbye and go deep into the night village. Lena and Leo remain standing where they were and are still holding hands, looking after the priests. Leo thinks what to do. He looks down sadly. Lena calls him by name. Leo raises his eyebrows pitifully. The girl says she won't go. She says that she is happy with him and she doesn't need anything else in life. Lena turns her head and looks decisively at her friend. A blush covers her cheeks. Leo realizes that he did not let the girl fulfill her dream just for the sake of his own comfort. He calls her by name. The guy looks down at the girl with regret. He realizes that he has clipped her wings. Leo leans forward, closes his eyes, and hugs his girlfriend. He promises that he will make her happy. Leo doesn't pull away. He raises his eyebrows in sadness. He repeats what he promises. Lena does not resist the hug and looks sadly at Leo. The guy says that she will never regret staying. Tears flow from Leo's eyes. He does not move away. Lena supports him. She snuggles up to her friend and hugs him back with a happy smile on her face. Leo's lonely house among the trees. Starry bright night. He announces that he wants to marry the girl after the autumn harvest. He sits at the table with his father. The man has a mug of beer in his hand. Father Leo takes a sip of beer and looks ahead. Leo doesn't understand why he's silent. He looks intensely at his father, waiting for an answer. He knows that his father is a man of few words, but still his son is going to get married. The man puts the beer mug back on the table with a crash. Leo flinches in surprise. The father gets up from his seat and goes to the shelves with various dishes and products, turning away from Leo. The guy looks blankly at his father's back while sitting at the table. A pouch tied with rope lands on the tabletop in front of Leo. Leo wonders what it is. The man replies that he has saved some money from the sales of dried meat and tan leather, and that it is for their wedding. The father sits back down at the table in his place. Leo smiles in relief. He wonders when his father managed to do this. The man drinks his beer silently again. Leo thanks him sincerely. He looks at the wallet in front of him with a smile. In the morning, the ringing of a golden bell is heard throughout the area. There are a lot of people in the church. Leo is standing at the altar near the priest. Lena takes the first step onto the path. In her hands is a bouquet of white lilies and forget-me-nots. Two girls in white dresses with baskets full of flowers in their hands are running and laughing in front of her. They raise their arms and scatter petals. Lena looks ahead. She is surrounded by white flowers. There are blue flowers in her hair, and she is holding a bouquet in her hands. They tell her that she is simply beautiful today. A guy with freckles stands with his back against the wall of the church and spits displeasedly. People say that the bride is a real angel. The priest tells Leslie that he has a gift for the girl. Lena stands near Leo and turns to the priest. Leo also looks in his direction. Lena turns to the priest. She looks down and frowns. The priest looks at her with a smile. He offers her his gift. He hands the girl a book with golden patterns and a red ribbon as a bookmark. Lena guesses that this is a book on theology. The priest says that God be with her. He transfers his order into the hands of the girl. Lena leaves Leo for the priest and accepts the book. Guests sit on benches and watch them. Lena calls the priest by name in admiration. There are tears of joy in her eyes. She clutches the book in her hands. Leo looks at the bride with warmth and puts his hand on her shoulder. The priest smiles. He asks if Lena is crying. Leo looks down with a soft smile, lost in thought. Lena says that she is very grateful to the priest. She wipes away tears from the corners of her eyes with her fingers. Leo calls out to her. He turns to the girl and extends his hand to her, calling her to him. Lena puts her hand in his. The priest asks the Lord to sanctify the path of these loving hearts. He raises his hands in a prayer gesture. Lena and Leo stand in front of the altar and hold hands. The guests applaud happily, and there are tears in the eyes of the bride's parents. The priest declares this couple born in the eyes of God. Lena confesses her love to Leo. She smiles happily and approaches the groom, hugging his neck. Leo confesses in response. He smiles too. The image is covered with ripples of noise. Lena fades. Her image is also covered with noise. A sign appears with congratulations that Lena got married. Leo stands in shock among the static. Everything around him has turned gray. Time has stopped. He calls out to the girl in a choked voice in incomprehension. Lena dissolves in the static. The church is empty. Leo is left alone in it, still holding out his arms for a hug. He suddenly raises his hands up. Leo screams desperately into the void, tears streaming down his face. The static around Leo absorbs everything around him, and the space in the church becomes distorted. Leo loudly calls the girl's name. Against the background of static, another sign appears thanking you for the game. A portrait of a girl in wedding clothes, and with a bouquet, is placed in an elegant frame and illuminated from above. Leo stands alone beneath it in the golden rays. The guy looks up in disbelief. He is also consumed by interference. Against the background of golden rays, a new sign appears, which contains information about the passage. The girl's final profession is a hunter's wife. Leo's final profession is a hunter. The end of the storyline of marrying a childhood friend. Peace awaits them in the village of Demos. The book's spread contains photographs of the couple. Lena was born in the village of Demos. She had a happy childhood, despite poverty. Since childhood, she was protected by a friend named Leo. The text can then be expanded. It turns out that she refused to go to study at a monastery, and then gave birth to 2 children and lived happily ever after. Leo was also born in the village of Demos and had a happy childhood, despite losing his mother at a very early age. His father was an excellent hunter. Then you can also expand the text. As a result, Leo married his childhood friend, as promised, became a good hunter, and lived happily ever after with his wife, daughter, and son. The guy looks at the pages above him. He returns to his normal appearance before the game. He doesn't understand what it is. He looks up in panic, where the pages hang. He asks what's going on. He looks in horror at his own hand, covered in the remains of interference. He convinces himself that he is Leo, and this is not some kind of game. He does not understand who is playing with his life and why. He desperately calls the girl, saying that he needs her. The guy desperately pulls his hand forward. There is interference around him. He suddenly finds himself alone in a dark void. He silently looks ahead, trying to understand what happened. His eyes fill with tears that flow down his cheeks. He wonders why he needs Lena, and what about Chaiha? The guy looks down, still crying. He remembers Chaiha. She has her back to him. He realizes his thoughts about Chaiha. Lena turns to him. She smiles softly and looks at him. The guy covers his mouth with his hand and frowns, tears flowing from his eyes. He understands that he must get out of there. He stands among the black and white static and turns around sharply, looking for a way out in a panic. He doesn't understand how to escape. A new sign appears in the static. It says that he was unable to correctly complete the game about raising a girl. The inscript. Tie-in changes to the fact that he became a good hunter and lived happily ever after with the girl. This achievement reportedly opened up the possibility of passing on the hunter's ability through inheritance. The game will restart. Noise in the background returns color and intensifies. The guy looks at the sign in front of him in horror. He shouts that this cannot be. He raises his hands in anger and despair, his face distorted. The surface under his feet disappears into static. The guy falls down among them, frightenedly trying to grab onto something. He screams loudly, denying what is happening. The guy falls in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by bright light reflections. In the distance you can see snow-capped mountain tops, bare trees around and snow falling. The guy comes to his senses and opens his eyes. He looks ahead blankly. He is dressed like a warrior. In his hand is a sword. He stands in the middle of a snowy clearing. He hears snippets of sentences and a voice calling out to Leo, asking if he can hear. The guy smiles happily. His eyes light up. He assumes that he is back again. He calls the girl half-questioningly. The guy looks in front of him, trying to find her with his eyes. He is sure that this time he will definitely cope. Lena reports that she was the first to call him. Leo looks at the girl in front of him in confusion. Lena asks what he was staring at. She stands in front of him. Her hair is short, and a small braid is braided from her temple. She frowns, looking back at him with blue eyes. She asks threateningly if he wants to punch him in the face. Leo exhales noisily and strangledly. He winces and puts a gloved hand to his forehead. He doesn't understand what's wrong with him again. He looks at his own hand. It blurs into static. A snowball hits his head with force. Leo makes a strangled sound of pain. Lena calls out to him again. The guy shakes the snow from his hair and holds on to the affected area, looking up at the girl. His eyes widen in shock. Lena wonders why he has his head in the clouds. She looks at Leo with displeasure. She is dressed in warrior clothes. In her hand is a wooden training sword, which she threw over her shoulder. Leo realizes that Lena is in front of him. The image of the previous girl smiling happily at him is shattered. Leo realizes that this Lena is not at all the same one he knows. He wonders where he is. Leo turns around and takes a quick look around. They are standing in a snowy clearing near a winter village. Leo stares at his own hands in shock. He realizes that this is a completely different story. A new sign appears and says that in this game, where you need to help a girl become a princess, the player first chooses his father's profession. On 4 tattered pieces of paper, profession options with signatures are depicted. The first depicts a merchant with a white beard and scales in his hand. On the second piece of paper, there is a picture of a bard in a hat with a feather and a lute in his hands. The third picture shows a knight in armor holding a sword. The latter depicts a wandering jester in bright jester's clothing, bowing to the audience. The location of the action depends on who the player chooses. On the unfolded scroll, the image of a knight in armor is repeated. The action takes place in the kingdom of Aston. Leo sits near the bookcase with an open book in his hands. Aston is one of the 7 kingdoms of the continent. The map shows the coat of arms of this kingdom. The coat of arms, in black and yellow, depicts 2 black lions with a sword and an axe, holding a banner with flags behind. There are 2 rulers in this fortress. The first is the leader of the Varangians, and the second is a feudal lord. In this scenario, Lena Einar is present, with whom Leo will have to deal. The girl's father smiles widely and proudly looks ahead, throwing a double-sided battle axe over his shoulder. He wears a fur cape with an emblem attached to it. Lena smiles as she holds the wooden sword tightly and prepares to attack. Here she is the daughter of Degorman, a great warrior and leader of the Einar clan, and he himself is now Leo Dexter. The sword is located behind the father with a hidden face and Leo himself. He is the eldest son in a clan of great knights. He comes to terms with the fact that compared to the previous scenario, everything has changed dramatically. Leo reaches for another book on the shelf. He still finds consolation for himself. He opens a new book while standing by the bookcase. He is glad that this is the same world and the same continent. Leo runs his finger over a yellowed map that shows both the kingdom of Aston and the village of Demos. Leo finds her and mentally marks her. He thinks that at least this game is coherent and without logical discrepancies. Leo frowns and reads the book more carefully. He realizes that the capital of the Holy Empire, Jerome, is really far away. Lena finds him and calls out loudly. She throws the door open. Leo flinches in fear and slams the book shut. He says her name with a stutter. Leo puts the book back on the shelf, his back to the girl. She looks at Leo, standing at the entrance to the room. She angrily asks what he is doing here. She frowns, purses her lips, and glares at him. She notices that Leo has been acting strangely lately and wonders if he has really become sentimental, like a child, and suddenly loves reading books. She crosses her arms, looking accusingly at Leo, and he smiles nervously. He chuckles, saying that he is planning to go on a trip soon. Lena asks why he suddenly decided to travel. Leo replies that he was thinking about what he would become if he couldn't be a knight. Lena squeezes her hands tighter, silently listening to her friend. However, she objects that this cannot be. She looks at her friend and no longer frowns. Lena declares that they will definitely be knights together. The girl puts her hands on her hips and smiles proudly. She demands to stop this nonsense and calls Leo to train. She grabs his hand and drags the guy along, heading towards the exit. In this scenario, the girl has no other interest than becoming a knight. On the parade ground not far from the houses, the snow has been cleared a little. Lena and Leo are standing opposite each other with training swords at the ready. Next to them is another guy with a sword. Leo takes the first step forward with effort. Lena attacks him, crossing swords. Lena looks at the wooden sword in fear and frowns. She jumps to a safe distance from Leo, who is looking after her. A wooden sword hits the guy's ankle. Leo's father loudly calls him a fool. He shouts if Leo has forgotten how to stand up. The man frowns and glares at Leo, swearing loudly at him. He asks what kind of mannerisms this is. His father orders him to pull himself together and calls him a puppy. He swings a training sword at Leo in front of the girl's eyes. Leo covers himself with his hands. The guy hiccups and promises that he will try. His father calls him mediocrity and asks if he thinks that on the battlefield someone will wait for him to start trying, saying that they will immediately kill him and bury him. He says that's enough for today. A man throws a wooden sword to the ground. He leaves. Lena sits down next to Leo, who is sitting on the ground. She asks what's wrong with her friend. Leo thinks he got the first number. He silently looks at the girl. Lena reports that just yesterday he knew how to do what he needed to do and wonders what's wrong with him today, because this is his strong point. The girl waves her sword, and shows the desired movement. Leo clutches the hilt of the sword in his hands. He wonders if that's what he does. Leo also swings his sword in a pirouette. Lena notices that he is succeeding. She looks at her friend in confusion. Leo looks at the sword in his hands. Lena frowns and does not take her eyes off the guy. The leader asks Father Leo what happened. They sit at a long table set with food, candles, and cutlery, along with Leo. The girl's father wonders if Leo has problems with fencing. He holds a chicken leg in his hand and takes a bite of the meat. Leo's father agrees with him and adds that it is not true that the guy seemed to have completely forgotten how to hold a sword in his hands. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks down. The girl's father laughs loudly and says not to pay attention because, perhaps, Leo is just trying to develop some kind of his own style. With a smile, he pats Leo's father hard on the back with his palm, causing him to tense up and lean with one hand on the table. Leo's father objects to the man's words. He relaxes his hand on the table while the girl's father takes the drink. The leader asks Leo's father to stop because otherwise he will completely silence his future son-in-law, turning to Leo himself to confirm his words. Leo politely asks him what he said. The guy sits at the table and chews bread, holding it in his hand. An elderly woman makes a stern reprimand to Leo and asks him to go and call the girl. Leo hums an agreement to the request. He smiles nervously and wryly. The guy leaves the dining room, closing the door behind him, and nervously turns to her. He does not believe that the future son-in-law of the leader. He imagines him and the girl walking through the city arm in arm, with a fur cape on her shoulders. This time he must make her a princess, despite the fact that she was promised to him as his wife. He doesn't understand if it's even possible to beat this game. Leo grits his teeth in a fit of irritation. He thinks that in the end he will just marry the girl and see that terrible ending again. The guy decides he can't keep going through this over and over again. He looks ahead resolutely and frowns. He understands that he must return home, back to his Cheha. Lena calls out to him and asks what Leo is doing here. Leo looks at her. Lena unevenly ohms around the corner, being drunk. He asks where she is going. The guy looks at his girlfriend worriedly. He exhales and nervously smooths his hair. He realizes that there is still no other way. Lena drunkenly smiles at him. Leo mentally apologizes to her because he will have to be a scoundrel with her and break off the engagement. He understands that everything happens exactly when he decides. He supports the girl by the waist. Her arm is thrown over Leo's shoulders. The guy helps her up to the room. The woman asks Leo to take the girl to the room, and he asks again. Leo takes away the dirty dishes. The woman looks at him with a smile. Leo frowns and closes his eyes to calm himself. He can't believe this is happening right now. He asks the girl to pull herself together. She looks at her friend, leaning against him, while he holds her with one hand and holds onto the wall with the other. She tells Leo that he's been acting weird lately. Lena moves closer to Leo and places one hand on his chest, looking up at him. Leo looks back at her with widened eyes, embarrassed. Lena invites him to drink together and tell her everything. Leo blushes and frowns, not taking his eyes off his girlfriend. The girl calls him by name again. Leo opens the door to the room and drags the girl into it behind him, while Lena looks at him in surprise. Leo pushes his friend towards the bed, and she falls on her. Leo heads towards the exit of the room, looking back at the girl, looking at her with displeasure. He states that she has already had too much beer and should sleep better. He loudly slams the door behind him. Lena lies on the bed, blushing, clutching the blanket in her hand and looking ahead with wide eyes. Lena runs through the snow, leaving footprints. She smiles, her cheeks blushing from the cold. The townspeople greet the girl. They are busy with their own business, but are distracted to wave hello to her. She is kindly reproached for being late and does not even worry about it. Lena sits down on the bench next to them and smiles. She replies that there is nothing to do if she overslept. She thinks it's all because of Leo. The girl pulls out a large cleaver from its sheath. She wonders why Leo is acting like he has never behaved before. She frowns and blushes a little again, looking ahead thoughtfully. She still couldn't sleep. Normal Leo never refused her. She imagines Leo in knightly armor with the coat of arms of the kingdom. The guy is holding a sword in his hands. She thinks of him as her kind, boring, gallant knight. However, this has now changed. Lena holds the cleaver by the handle with both hands and lifts it, looking at the blade. She realizes that Leo's sword art has changed. She remembers how they crossed swords during training. Lena remembers that Leo used to fence the same way as Uncle Noel, delivering heavy, balanced blows without gaps. And now he is ready to expose himself, but at the same time chop off the other's head. Lena looks at her reflection in the surface of the knife. She understands that Leo did not start fighting like a knight at all. She is distracted by the noise and looks up. One of the townspeople calls out to Leo and wonders how he ended up here. A guy with long gray hair waves at Leo as he hides behind some boxes, turning towards the voice. Leo admits that he thought his father would kill him, and that's why he ran away. He approaches the girl, who is wiping her hands with a dirty piece of cloth. She wonders if Uncle Noel gave Leo another thrashing. She laughs and squints, looking up at the guy. She realizes that she likes the new Leo too. The guy looks down at her and blushes, exhaling. Lena announces that she and her fiancé will go first. She rises from the bench, heading after Leo. She wraps her arms around his forearm, hugging him. Leo's eyes widen in surprise as he looks at it. He understands that Lena was not even offended by his behavior yesterday. The guy exhales and does not resist the girl. Lena wonders what is and what is wrong. She promises to teach Leo everything and asks him to just repeat after her. She smiles, not taking her eyes off Leo. The guy looks at her in surprise. He accepts his situation and simply looks at the girl as she holds his arm and smiles. Leo doesn't understand how he can force her to marry someone else. It's snowing. Leo walks with a sword in its sheath. He looks to the side. The guy stops. Snowflakes fall at his feet. Leo reports that he thinks he went there. He remarks loudly that the target is over there. He points his finger in the right direction, attracting the attention of others. With him is a guy with long gray hair in a high ponytail and a scar on his face, and a short-cropped man with a beard. A dark silhouette is visible in the middle of the snowy forest. The boar looks at the crowd in front of him. The animal makes a move and runs forward. The hunters hold their spears at the ready. They rush at the wild boar. Spears pierce the animal. Blood splashes in different directions. The crowd looks at the killed prey. A boar, pierced by spears, lies in the snow, not far from the crowd. The leader and the others laugh loudly. The man notes that he chose a great groom, and that Noel is terrible at hunting, but his son is simply magnificent. Lena asks Leo if he has ever hunted and why he is so good at it. She frowns and shakes her finger at the groom, despite his blank look. Leo begins to answer hesitantly. He looks away nervously. It's been a year since they came of age. Leo remembers Lena holding his arm and smiling. They joined a hunting party led by de Gorman. Leo spreads his hands, despite the girl's suspicious look. Thanks to the basics he had learned, adjusting wasn't that hard. Lena agrees and invites them to work for their reputation. Leo smiles and watches as the girl clenches her fist and smiles widely. A man calls out to the two of them and asks them not to go far. He watches the couple's backs as they stop their steps. The snow continues to fall. The bare branches of the trees are covered with frost. Leo follows the girl and turns his head towards the snow-covered bush, looking at it with a smile. He calls out to the girl in a drawn-out voice. Lena turns questioningly to the guy. A snowball flies into her face, and the girl screams indignantly. Leo freezes in place. He looks at the girl with snow on her face. Lena exclaims indignantly at Leo. She looks at him furiously, grimacing nervously, drops of melting snow running down her face. Lena promises that he is finished. Leo smiles stupidly and continues to stand next to the girl. A snowball also flies into his face. Lena angrily reports that there is another one. She looks at Leo angrily, scooping up more snow, and swings for the next throw. She challenges the guy to dodge if he can. She throws snow with all her might and Leo covers it with his hand. He shouts and asks the girl to wait. Lena stands near the defeated Leo, who lies in the snow. She wonders if he's giving up. Lena smiles slyly and extends her hand to the lying Leo to help him get up. Leo agrees with the girl. The guy is covered in snow. He takes his girlfriend's hand and sits down. Lena looks at him with a slight smile. Leo looks back at her with the same look. Leo suddenly lets go of the girl's hand and falls back. Lena asks in confusion what it is. Leo gets up on his own. Lena notices large footprints and follows them to the cliff. She reports that there seems to be something there. She looks down and Leo approaches her. He asks to wait a minute. The guy also looks down. He understands that the tracks lead down, but they are barely visible. He suggests that the body of this animal is disproportionately small. The tracks in the snow look normal, but they are large. Leo thinks that perhaps this is a very dangerous animal. Lena suggests going and checking to prevent the beast from escaping. Lena looks ahead resolutely while Leo looks at the girl disapprovingly. He objects that it is dangerous and it is better to report. Leo frowns tensely and looks down. He says it's never too late to come back. Lena looks at the guy in disbelief. However, She agrees and admits that Leo is right and it wouldn't hurt to be careful. The white fox with blue eyes pressed his paw and bowed his head. The choice of the couple was correct. There was a loud animal cry. The fox opened his fanged mouth. The mythical fox was waiting for them. This is a real magical monster. With a cry, the leader raised his battle axe to strike. This creature is quite strong for its size, and they could die if they went after it. The leader hacks at the fox with an axe. The man turns around with a smile. Blood stains on his cheek. He calls everyone to attack. Everyone takes out battle axes and surrounds the wounded huge white fox. Everyone around is rejoicing from the victory over the animal. Leo stands among them and looks into the distance. He doesn't understand why he and the girl were the first to discover the fox, because such a monster cannot be killed by two people. He looks down thoughtfully. He assumes it was a special event. However, Leo does not understand what his point is. The sun illuminates the walls of the fortress and the foliage of the trees. The girl's parents, Lena herself, Leo, and his father are sitting at the table. The leader looks at the letter in his hands. Leo's father asks what's there. He looks questioningly at the leader. The man reports that the kingdom of Aston has declared war on the kingdom of Veleta. The yellowed map shows the kingdoms of Aston, Jerome, and Veleta. The leader squeezes a piece of paper in his hand. Father Leo remarks that the royal family has always dreamed of the rich, fertile lands of Veleta. Leo sits next to his father and listens carefully to what he says. The leader says that the Sacred Kingdom has stated that they will not participate in the war, and that they will have to call troops F.
Rom fort avril.
Noel exclaims tensely. He says that this is simply ridiculous, and do they really have to guard the southwestern border anyway? He says that they could live in peace if they didn't know. Leo sits silently next to him. He thinks about the war, and what about the girl? The leader looks down and frowns. He reports that Lena will take part in the war. Leo asks again in shock. He turns his head to the girl in fear and looks at her. Lena is tensely silent and looks down. Suddenly, she smiles widely. She happily agrees, because she is, after all, the daughter of a military man. The girl notes that this is great, and this experience will help her on the path to knighthood. The girl's mother looks at her daughter with tears in her eyes. The woman calls out to her excitedly. Lena reports that everything is fine and that this is the way of a warrior. The leader hugs the girl, who looks at her mother. The woman tries to object to the decision. Leo notes that he remembers their hunt. He looks at the scene unfolding in front of him. He remembers an event at a mythical river. The guy thinks what would have happened if Lena had suffered from a mythical beast. He remembers how the leader hit the animal with an axe. Leo understands that then Lena would not be able to take part in the war. However, if he knew about the war in advance, this does not change anything. He imagines a mythical fox pressing the girl's bloody body to the ground with his paw. Leo understands that this does not mean that he is ready to send the girl to certain death. The girl's sword breaks off in two. The leader stands next to his wife and daughter and hugs them by the shoulders. The woman cries, looking at her daughter, who looks at her reassuringly and touches her shoulder. Leo slams his fist on the table. He doesn't understand whether he really can't watch the event with the girl leaving for war in advance. He sits behind the hugging mother and daughter and looks away. Noel sits by the window in an armchair at a small table and reads a book. Leo calls out to him, getting his attention. The man looks up from his book and looks questioningly at his son. Leo expresses his desire to go to war too. He looks determinedly at his father. Noel looks back at his son. Leo announces that he will join the girl. A man slams a book loudly on the table. He says he is against it. Leo realizes that he is not that good with a sword. He remembers how he parried a girl's blow with training swords. The guy realizes that he has become even more clumsy than before. Noel indignantly says that his son is simply going to certain death. Leo notes that it is not a fact that he will die. He raises his eyebrows pitifully and tries to convince his father. Noel screams that he is a puppy. He gets up from his chair and looks at his son angrily. He asks what Leo even knows about the war. Leo tries to interrupt him and calls him. Leo's father says that if his son mentions this one more time, he will break his legs. Leo looks fearfully at his father opposite and presses his back against the door. Noel advises him to get away if everything is clear to him. He turns his back to his son and steps aside. Leo tries to be indignant and talk about the girl. The man kicks his son out. He stands tensely with his back to him. He sits back in his chair and covers his face with his hands as Leo leaves the room. Leo closes the door behind him and frowns as he stands behind it. He breathes out the girl's name. He understands that his father was not joking when he said that he would break his legs. Noel screams and calls his son a little brat. Leo flies into a bookcase and hits his back. Noel angrily asks if Leo really thought that he, the knight of Avril Castle, would not find out that he had secretly submitted a petition. A man approaches his son lying on the floor and hits him with a training sword. Leo screams in pain. The guy grits his teeth and looks down. He walks slowly through the snow. Leo looks down blankly. He couldn't find any other way out. He walks through the city. The sky is orange. Leo stands among the townspeople who gather, talk, and carry sacks. All he had to do was wait for departure. Leo looks into the distance at the sun. Events the day before departure. Lena is training on the parade ground with a sword. Leo calls the girl's name. He invites her to fight. He approaches the girl. Lena looks at him in surprise. Leo stands at the ready and prepares his practice sword for battle. He frowns and looks intently at the girl. Lena exhales with a smile and throws the iron sword to the ground. She takes the wooden sword from the rack. The girl asks Leo to be careful. She tells him that she is in perfect shape. Lena also stands ready and grabs the sword more comfortably. Lena and Leo stand opposite each other, preparing for a training sparring match. Leo takes a step to the side and dodges. Lena does the same. The guy frowns and looks thoughtfully at the girl. He wonders if this won't be enough to sweep her off her feet. He takes the first step forward. Leo rushes towards the girl with a scream and raises his sword to strike. Lena takes a defensive stance and shields herself with her sword. Leo throws the first blow, and Lena deflects it. She also swings her sword. The girl turns the sword and lowers it down. Leo falls. The guy looks up at the girl in fear. Lena raises her sword furiously and wide over Leo. She throws a punch at him, but Leo deflects it and looks up at the girl. He swings his sword arm, pushing the girl away and almost causing her to drop her sword. He points the wooden point at the girl's chest. Lena dodges, and Leo moves forward by inertia. The girl raises her sword again to strike. Leo looks at her nervously. Lena clutches the hilt of the sword with both hands. Lena and Leo cross their swords again and look at each other intensely. The girl smiles widely, although the sword in her hands trembles. She is surprised and says that it seems Leo has gained experience. The guy replies that he was not idle. He smiles too. The sword in his hands also trembles. They reflect each other's blows and move apart. They fight with training swords on equal terms. Lena looks decisively at the guy and approaches him with a sword. Leo looks back, scared, but deflects the blow. He trips over the girl's leg and begins to fall. Lena looks at him. She excitedly reports that the guy was caught. Leo drops his sword and falls. He hits the ground with his head. Lena puts the tip of a wooden sword to his throat. She reports that he will still have to work on his sword technique. Lena calls him by name. She towers over the lying guy without taking her sword away from him. Leo lifts himself up on his arms and looks down. He can't believe it's over so quickly. He grits his teeth in displeasure. Lena advises him that he needs to train hard and promises to fight again when she returns from the war. Leo suddenly hugs her waist and presses himself against the girl. Lena raises her sword with a frightened cry. The sound of a body falling is heard. Lena calls the guy with displeasure and is indignant. She lies on the ground and looks angrily at the guy. He hangs over her, resting his hand near her head. He suddenly screams angrily. He says that he already knows. Lena looks at the guy in confusion. Leo looks down regretfully. He looks sad. Lena smiles at him encouragingly. She calls the guy a fool. She raises her hand and touches the guy's jawline. She promises that she will return and asks him not to be stupid and to devote all his time to training. She hugs the guy by the neck and shoulders. She pulls him towards her and kisses him. Leo supports her back. He looks at the girl confused. Leo gives up and closes his eyes. A couple kisses against the backdrop of the setting sun. Clouds are floating across the blue sky. The sun shines through the carved shutters. Near the straightened bed, boots and clothes are lying on the carpet. Leo hums something sleepily. He lies on the bed under the blanket and sleepily rummages around the pillow next to him. He calls the girl by name. Leo looks ahead blearily. He shouts the girl's name. Leo hastily throws on his clothes and throws open the door, running out of the room. He tries to call the girl again, but is interrupted mid-sentence. In front of him is the leader and Lena at the table. Lena looks at Leo in shock, holding the bitten apple in her hand. They silently look at each other. The apple falls out of the girl's hand and rolls on the floor. The leader suddenly bursts into loud laughter. He calls them unmarried and wonders if they are having fun. The leader smiles while Lena and Leo blush in embarrassment. The guy looks away. The leader asks if they want to get a hat. Lena notes that she is going to war, and this is not fair. She looks down, still blushing. She calls Leo and invites him to sit down and have breakfast. She points the guy to the empty chair next to her and invites him to sit down. Leo hums in agreement at her suggestion. An army with flags gathers outside the castle walls. The girl's mother instructs her daughter to be careful. She sees off her daughter with her husband, Leo, and his father. The leader adds with a chuckle that she should kill all enemies. Lena instructs parents to monitor their health. The leader smiles warmly at his daughter next to him, and Leo raises his eyebrows in regret. The girl's father exhales tiredly. Noel places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Lena and Leo stand opposite each other near the fortress. Leo looks at the girl with sadness. Lena smiles sadly at the guy. She begins to tell the guy that she will return. She smiles warmly and closes her eyes. Leo leans forward and hugs the girl. Lena's eyes widen in surprise. The guy blushes embarrassedly and looks down. He asks the girl to be careful. Lena touches his back with her hands and hugs him back. She asks the guy not to war. Or why? She smiles and puts her fist to her chest. She promises to return as a real knight. The soldiers beat the drums. A man with long brown hair steps forward and blows his horn. Leo turns towards the army. Behind him are the girl's parents and his own father. The guy looks with regret after those leaving. Squads of knights leave through the gates of the fortress. It's raining. Leo is training with a sword on the parade ground. After the girl left for war, he began intensive training. He planned to show his skills to his father. Leo is breathing heavily and gritting his teeth. He is completely wet. He plans to go to war with the girl. Drops of rain hit the leaves. The rain suddenly stops and the sky brightens. A lush yellow flower blooms. It opens its large petals. Leo freezes and looks into the distance in amazement. Raindrops dripping from him. The sword falls from his hands onto the grass. He stands alone on the parade ground. Everything around him is covered with mechanical interference. A sign appears that says Lena is dead. The image of a fighting girl is placed in an ornate frame. Leo stands in the golden light again. Against the background of static, a new sign appears thanking you for the game. Leo clutches his shirt over his chest, clenches his teeth, and looks down. A new sign appears in the background of the image of the girl. It shows the girl's name, that her last title is warrior, and that she is single due to her marital status. The name Leo is also indicated there. His last title is knight. His marital status is also single. The status is indicated as an honorable death. The guy looks intensely at the sign. He desperately asks if it was all in vain. He looks up in shock. Above him is another spread of pages with pictures of him and the girl. It is stated that Lena Einar was born in Avril Castle, and her childhood was happy. Her father was an outstanding warrior. Lena continued his work and fought bravely in the war, but fell in battle against a lady named Katrina from the Second Order. Leo Dexter was born in the capital, and he also had a happy childhood. Despite the early loss of his mother, he grew up with his father, a knight of the First Order of the Kingdom of Aston. In the end, he died as a knight, defending the city and never marrying. The guy realizes that Lena died in battle. He stands below, looking up. He's pissed he wasn't even there. He grits his teeth and clutches his t-shirt over his chest. He thinks he is very pathetic. He falls to his knees and covers his head with his hand in despair. He thinks about what happened after the story ended. Leo in a cloak stands at the top of the fortress and looks into the distance. The guy assumes that Leo died, unable to survive the shame. The guy reaches his hand towards his face. He covers his mouth with his hand, looking ahead with eyes widened in horror. The new sign says that he failed to raise the girl. However, since he became a knight and defended Avril's fortress all his life, some of Leo's skills will be passed on to him. The guy remembers that last time there was a hunt. He is on his knees and looking intently at the sign. He realizes that he has achieved sword mastery this time and hopes that next time it will be even better. He decides that since it ended like this, next time he will become so strong that he will crush everything in his path. The city is flooded with rays of sun. A sign appears asking you to start over. The guy with blonde hair opens his golden eyes. A dirty puddle flowed near the wall of the house. The guy turns in her direction and looks. He understands that this is a different place again. He frowns and nervously peers into the distance. He hears his name called, addressed as if he were a brother. He realizes that this is Lena. The guy looks at her and covers his mouth with his hand in shock. The girl next to him sits, hugging her knees and lowering her head. Lena says she's hungry. She looks pitifully at the guy. Her hair is tangled and her clothes are dirty. The guy realizes that something is wrong with this new Leo. He looks at his own dirty hand in surprise. Lena sits next to him with her head bowed. He realizes that not everything is all right with the girl either. He turns his head towards her, and she only lowers it further. The guy doesn't understand how this Leo allowed the girl to live in such conditions. Lena calls Leo again and calls him brother. She raises her head, her eyes exhaustedly closed. She says she is thirsty. Leo realizes that this time they are brother and sister. He looks intensely at the girl. He notices that Lena is terribly exhausted. He understands that if he does nothing, she may die. The guy resolutely purses his lips and frowns. He holds the girl's head so that she doesn't fall and rises to his feet. People are scurrying along the city streets. There are awnings along the houses. This time Lena and Leo became two city beggars. Leo cautiously peers out of the alley and looks at the people ahead. His attention is drawn to a butcher's shop with a variety of goods. Bird carcasses, legs, and wings lie on iron trays. Leo is thinking about food. He looks at the goods with hunger, leaves the nook, and carefully heads towards the shop. He looks at the merchant, who also notices him. Butcher frowns at Leo, his dark hair pulled back into a low ponytail. He notices that the guy is a beggar and says that it's a shame. The man picks up a bat and heads towards Leo, who is approaching a bench on the street. The butcher calls out to the guy and blocks his path with a bat. Leo stops in fear. The man asks him to leave on good terms. He waves his hand, shooing Leo away. Leo stutters and apologizes, saying he wasn't trying to steal and that he's being honest. He folds his hands and bows subtly as he stands opposite the butcher. The man again tells him to get lost. Leo plaintively asks if he has anything to eat to give to the poor. He raises his eyebrows and looks pleadingly at the man. He promises that he will find a way to repay him. The butcher screams that he told him to get out in a good way. He swings the bat hard at Leo. He wonders if the guy wants punches. Leo flinches, frightened by the blow, and shrinks, pulling his head into his shoulders. If he doesn't bring food, he and his sister will die of hunger. The butcher doesn't understand what's wrong with Leo. He stops the bat near the guy's head without hitting him. Leo asks him to give them at least the unusable parts, heads or legs, those that he will throw away anyway. Leo is shaking, but looks at the butcher, the bat still near his face. The man says that's enough already. He smooths his hair with his free hand. The butcher reports that if he gives the guy what he asks, then the other shopkeepers will make a scandal that he is feeding poverty here. Leo apologizes again and says that he understands that he is making the butcher uncomfortable with his request, but they are really starving. He bows again in respect. Leo says that he has a younger sister and that they will never forget his kindness. He begs the man to help. The butcher groans, but agrees and asks Leo to wait where he is. He turns around and leaves while the guy happily looks after him. She and her sister are sitting on the ground on their knees and hastily eating meat scraps wrapped in white cloth. They somehow manage to fill their stomachs for a while. Leo exhales satedly and leans against the wall of the house behind him. He thinks it would be nice to find water somewhere else. The guy understands that this is a big city, and somewhere nearby there must be a river. He looks from a nook at the street along which the townspeople walk. He asks his sister if she knows where the river is. He turns to the girl. She looks back questioningly. Lena looks at him blankly and tilts her head to the side. Leo realizes that she doesn't seem to have a clue. Leo's attention is drawn to a puddle on the ground near them. Lena still does not take her eyes off him. The guy realizes that if they drink from the puddle, they will definitely get sick. He looks incredulously at his own reflection in the dirty water. He doesn't understand what's hanging around his neck. Leo picks up a carved medallion with 3 blue drops and runes in them. He notices that his sister also has such an amulet. He turns to the girl. She again looks questioningly at her brother. The guy realizes that this seems to be something important to them. He clutches the amulet in his hand and looks at it. Lena calls him again. She calls him with her because it is already getting dark. Leo looks at her with joy. Lena rises to her feet. The guy agrees to go home. He doesn't understand if they really don't have food and water, but they have a house. He smiles nervously and scratches his head. The guy says that he seems to have forgotten the way home and asks his sister to take him there. Lena giggles and says that it turns out that there is something that Leo can't do, and calls him again, saying that she will show the way. She smiles and extends her hand to Leo. Stars are shining in the dark night sky. Near one of the houses there is a dilapidated building made of rotten boards and yellow fabric. Leo doesn't understand why they live alone in such a place. He stands behind his sister as she yawns widely and moves the piece of cloth away. Leo understands that they could easily be kicked out of here, and that, apparently, the owner of this house does not know that they are here. He is surprised that perhaps they only recently went broke and became beggars. Lena climbs inside the building and looks out from behind the fabric, waiting for her brother. She calls him to come quickly. She reports that she is tired. The girl fumbles with her hands on the fabric mat inside the building near her brother. She says she will sleep first. She closes her eyes tiredly and is about to lie down, but Leo stops her with a gesture. He says that first the girl needs to wash her face. The guy understands that it hurts him to see her dirty and in rags. He helps her wipe her face with a clean cloth. Even without knowing anything, he sees her face. Leo's eyes widen in surprise. He sees the clean face of the girl, who looks back at him in astonishment. Lena wonders what's wrong with him. She doesn't take her eyes off Leo. The guy says it's okay and suggests we go to sleep. Lena willingly agrees with him. Leo smiles nervously. Lena smiles back at him. The girl calmly falls asleep on the mat. Leo thought he could handle any situation. He lies next to the girl and looks at her sadly. He understands that this storyline is difficult from the beginning. The guy remembers how Lena reached out to hug him at the wedding from the first story. Unlike previous plots, in this one he cannot become her husband, and in this sense it is easier. In addition, here she is a couple of years younger than in previous stories. He remembers how he walked with a girl on his arm in the previous story. Therefore, now he can raise her and put her on her feet himself. He thinks how beautiful Lena is. He hugs the sleeping girl. In this world, slavery is a common occurrence. The guy imagines his sister in a line of slaves in shackles. Beggars with good looks are always taken by slave traders. So Leo hides his sister in this remote place and smears her face with dirt to hide her beauty. Near the building on the street, there is a jug of water. In this case, the guy understands why Lena does not know where the source of water is, because, most likely, it was Leo who obtained the water. He understands that the medallion is an heirloom. He brings the amulet to his eyes to get a better look at it. Every gamer knows this. A pixelated gold ring with a blue stone is drawn on an old yellowed piece of paper. This is a ring with a mysterious inscription that is connected to the player's past. The second similar sheet shows a gold pendant with a red stone on a rope. This is a mysterious necklace filled with magical power, for some reason found on the neck. Leo realizes this is a cliché. The mystery of origin and noble appearance. This is a storyline where Lena defeats her enemies and regains her rights to the throne. Leo and Lena stand at the window with swords in their hands, and defeated enemies lie in front of them. In this storyline, everything is more straightforward and simple. Leo exhales tiredly through his teeth. He understands that the struggle for the throne will be the denouement of this story. Leo falls asleep next to his sister, hugging her. He wishes that if only he could protect her. One of the red curtains is disheveled. Leo walks through the large and rich room past the piano in her direction. He exclaims that he has found a sweet princess. The guy pulls back the curtain and finds his sister behind it, covering her mouth with her hands so as not to make a sound. Lena turns to him and laughs. Leo picks her up and spins her around the room. Leo calls his sister by name. Lena looks down sadly. The guy notices that she got up early today. Lena turns to him, hugging her own knees. She confirms her brother's words and says that she woke up first today. Leo crawls out of the building to his sister. He asks if she drank water. Lena answers in the affirmative. Near the building there is a mug full of water. Lena reports that the rest of the water in the mug is for Leo. The guy is surprised that she didn't even drink half of it. He brings the mug to his mouth and takes a sip. He offers his sister to drink the remaining water. She refuses, wondering why she would drink his water. Leo hands her the mug, but Lena shakes her head and turns away. The guy notices that all the water is hers. Lena claims that she already drank. She looks pitifully at the mug that Leo brings closer to her. Leo smiles when Lena finally takes the mug and finishes the water. The guy asks his sister if she is hungry and calls her to follow him. He smiles and takes her hand. Lena hums in agreement. Shouts from the market announced exotic fruits and how they were the best choice in all of Orville. Lena and Leo are sitting among the awnings on the ground by the road, with a small plate in front of them. Merchants around carry barrels. Another merchant shouts about exquisite jewelry and invites you to come and try it on. Over time, Leo realized that this was Orville, the capital of the kingdom of Velita. The guy looks around. He understands that this is the same country that will fight with the kingdom of Aston. Once upon a time, there were different races on the continent. An army of warriors fights with minotaurs and chops them down with swords. One empire exterminated the rest of the races and proclaimed the age of humanity. This empire was called Archaea. The map in the book shows a large area and the mountains on it. The empire later split into 7 kingdoms. Among them was the Kingdom of Veleta. On the map, the Kingdom of Veleta is in the center, surrounded by other kingdoms with coats of arms depicted on fragments. It was it that inherited most of the culture and heritage of the Arche Empire. This is a rich country. The cruelty and greed of its inhabitants is striking. Leo remembers the butcher yelling at him and swinging a bat at him. He thinks it would be very good if he could find someone to look after his sister. He touches the ground with his hands and bends over it. His eyes widen. He turns his head and looks questioningly at his sister. He calls her name in confusion. The girl sitting in front of him bowed her head powerlessly on her knees. Leo panics and asks what's wrong with her. He looks at his sister nervously and raises her head. Lena says she feels dizzy. She looks weakly at Leo holding her. The guy examines her tensely. He notices that she has a fever and red spots on her skin. He asks his sister to wait there. He leaves the girl with her back against the wall of the house and rises to her feet. He says that he will find out where the doctor is and will return. On the street, there is a wooden sign for a bakery with a loaf of bread depicted on it. Opposite, there is another sign with an ornate inscription. Leo runs down the street and looks around in search. No matter how much he searches, there is no doctor anywhere. He stops among the crowd of townspeople, looking around intently. He politely asks passers-by where to find a doctor. People pass him by with only a sideways glance. Leo says his sister is sick. He desperately asks for help. Leo nervously looks around the colorful crowd. Someone tells him that it's around the corner. Leo turns towards the voice. They ask him if he is looking for a doctor. Behind the guy stands an elderly woman in a headscarf and with a cane. She tells the guy to turn the corner, and there he will see a doctor's shop. The woman recommends that he hurry, since his little sister is sick. She looks at Leo worriedly and waves her hand at him, asking him to leave. Leo thinks he's about to give up the ghost. He breathes heavily through his open mouth, beads of sweat streaming down his face. He grits his teeth from tension and runs through the city, dragging his sister on his back. He is dissatisfied that this time he was given such a weak and frail body. Lena weakly says that she dreamed something. She lies helplessly on him, her face covered in red spots. Leo asks her to wait a little longer, because they are almost there. Leo looks up at the doctor's sign with a green cross. He is greeted when he enters. He opens the door. Lena is still in his arms. The doctor looks at the newcomers in confusion. He blocks Leo's path with his hand, resting it against the doorway. The guy looks at this in surprise. The doctor says that if they don't have money, they can fail. He motions for Leo to move away. The guy screams that he will pay later. He pushes the man out of the way and runs inside with his sister. The doctor roughly grabs the guy by the arm. He throws Leo and his sister back outside, and they fall to the ground. Leo desperately calls his sister's name. He raises her head and bends over her. The doctor stands on the threshold. Leo says that this is his sister, and that he and the doctor do not know each other. He crawls closer to the man. Leo touches his pant leg with his hands. He asks for help and says that he will definitely find the money. The doctor angrily asks what he is talking about and tells him to get out. He swings his leg to strike. The boot slams into the astonished Leo's face. A bruise appears on his face. He remembers about the amulet. Leo thinks he has the pendant. He asks to take this amulet, saying that he found it. The doctor looks down at the guy. Leo claims that it is some kind of jewel and asks him to take it. A bruise appears at the site of the impact. Leo sits on his knees and desperately holds the pendant in his hands. The doctor yells at him, asking if he is deaf or what, and then says that he is counting to 3 so that they get out of here. He throws the pendant to the side, taking it from the stunned guy. Lena lies unconscious behind him. The pendant flies off to the side. Leo looks down sadly. The doctor begins to count from 1. He calls the number 2. Lena lies on the ground unconscious. The doctor pronounces the number 3. They call out to him and say that if money is needed, they will pay it if he serves his brother and sister. An unfamiliar girl looks gloomily at the doctor. She stands among the crowd, crossing her arms over her chest. The doctor turns his gaze to the speaker. His eyes widen. He agrees to help. The girl looks back at him with green eyes and curls her lips. She asks Leo how he is. She comes closer to the guy and bends over him while the medicine man carries away his sister. Leo thanks the unfamiliar girl. He looks up at her with a seeing eye. Leo looks down. He starts thanking her again. Leo comes to his senses and slowly opens his eyes. He sits up abruptly, a bandage on his head. He was lying on a bench by the window, covered with a blanket. He doesn't understand where he is. The guy looks around. In a bright room there is a bench and several chairs. Shoes are scattered everywhere, Candles hang on the walls. Leo wonders where Lena is. He calls his sister loudly. He sits down on the bench and puts his feet on the floor. He repeats his call. They ask him if he is awake and call him closer. Leo turns towards the voice. There is a door on the other side. He approaches the stranger who saved them, looking at his sister. He repeats her name. Lena is lying on the bed. The spots on her skin have turned pale. She is sleeping. The stranger reports that she has already been treated. She sits at a small table near the bed. Leo extends his hand to his sister. He asks what the doctor said and whether she will recover. The girl reports that this doctor doesn't understand anything. She looks away with displeasure and twirls a strand of hair around her finger. She says he's just a charlatan who relies too much on the healing powers of priests. Leo asks what that means. He turns to the girl. One of his eyes is hidden by bandages. The stranger just waves her away. She says that Lena received the medicine, and it is already working, and the doctor said that it was a fever from the fact that she was poisoned by stale food. The girl indignantly says that she is also a doctor, and that's what she could have said. She tucks her hair behind her ear. Leo looks at her silently. The guy asks what he should do now. The girl says that he can only wait. She gets up from her seat and heads towards the exit. Leo asks if he needs to find a priest. The girl says that medications for treating such seemingly simple diseases are incredibly expensive. Lena frowns in her sleep. The stranger apologizes and says that she cannot afford this because she cannot sell her establishment for the sake of this. Leo agrees and says that she already helped them a lot. The girl turns to the guy as she approaches the door. She says that he did it at the call of his heart and allows him to stay with her because, anyway, she will no longer have visitors today. Leo stops her and apologizes, and then says that he can't help but ask. He raises one hand and looks at the stranger. He asks what her name is. The girl asks Leo again. She opens the door. The guy comes closer to her. He says he just doesn't know how to address her. The girl asks to call her Kasha. She looks at the guy. Kasha says that's her name. Leo touches his hand to his sister's forehead. He doesn't understand why she got so sick, because it's clearly not because of that chicken, because he ate it too. He takes his sister's hand in his own. He remembers asking his sister to eat. He hands her a piece of meat. Lena obediently agrees with him. Leo thinks that this is impossible because he chose the best pieces for her. He doesn't understand if it really has to be that at the beginning of the storyline Lena gets sick. He lowers the gaze of his remaining eye. Leo assumes it's a script. He thinks that this is illogical because in this state she is on the verge of death. He carefully holds his sister's hand. He suggests that maybe the script is that Lena received help from the girl. He remembers running through the streets with his sister on his back. He thinks that the circumstances are too difficult and desperate for this to be a planned plot twist. Kasha stands and looks at the herbalist, crossing her arms over her chest. Leo admits that this is the highest level of difficulty, and Lena is sick and dying from the very beginning. He thinks this script is impossible to clean up. He bites the tip of his thumb thoughtfully and nervously. He says that we need to analyze everything that happened. When the game started, Lena said that she was thirsty. Leo remembers Lena calling him, how exhausted she lies with her head on his shoulder, and how she says she's thirsty. Leo realizes that she drank very little, even though she was thirsty. His eyes widen with understanding of what happened. He can't believe it. He suggests that she may have drunk from a puddle while he was foraging for food. He imagines Lena bending over a muddy puddle. He realizes that he left her alone. His eye fills with tears. He looks at his sister in fear, still holding her hand. He asks God to save his sister so that she can live. He rests his elbows on the bed and covers his face with his hands. He understands that it's all his fault. He hears Lena calling him. Leo lifts his head, a tear running down his cheek. He asks how his sister is. The guy hands her a mug of water. Lena turns her head in his direction. Lena begins to say that she dreamed. Leo asks her to drink water first. He looks at his sister worriedly and helps her sit down, and then brings the mug to her. Lena asks why he is crying, because in her dream he laughed. The guy calls her a fool and asks her to stop talking nonsense, drink water, and go to bed, because she needs to rest. Tears stream down his face as he looks at his sister worriedly. Lena drinks obediently while Leo gives her something to drink. The guy thinks that if she sleeps well, then maybe tomorrow she will be better. Water flows from the girl's lips. Leo removes the mug from her. He asks his sister to drink more. Lena leans her head against Leo's shoulder. The guy's eyes widen in shock. A sign appears saying that Lena has died. Leo holds his sister with one hand and holds a mug in the other. He turns his head towards the sign. He looks at the inscription on it in disbelief. The inscription on the sign changes to gratitude for the game. The image of a girl in a coffin among white flowers is in an ornate frame. The guy again stands in the golden rays. A data plate appears above the image. It states that Lena is unemployed and without a partner, and Leo became a shoemaker and married a girl named Xenia. The ending is called The Death of the Beauty. A book spread with pictures of Leo and his sister appears above the guy. The girl, born in the royal town of Lutetia, had an unhappy childhood, as Lena and Leo were kidnapped and hidden on the endless plains. When Lena woke up, the plains were littered with corpses, and Lena went to get Leo. She died at an early age due to illness. Leo, born in the same town, also had an unhappy childhood. After his sister's death, he left to open his own shoe store. He met a woman whom he eventually married. They lived their whole lives together, but never had children. The guy rests his hands on the surface below him. He realizes that he is to blame for his sister's death. He calls himself an idiot. The guy screams desperately, frowning. He screams for him to die. Leo sits by his sister's bed and holds her. In his other hand, he holds a mug of water. With wide eyes, he looks at the sign thanking him for the game. He understands that this is not to his taste. The new inscription on the sign says that he failed to raise the girl. The next one appears, which indicates that since Leo was unable to protect his younger sister due to poverty, he receives initial capital as a consolation. The guy asks about capital. He looks at the sign with disgust. He says that it's the same as infecting people and then stuffing them with drugs. He glares at the sign, his mouth twisted in anger. A sign appears that allows you to start over. There is a blue sky with clouds above the treetops. A squirrel sits on a branch of one of the trees. Lena calls Leo to watch. She says that this is a sign that they will have good luck today. Leo stands with his eyes closed and his head bowed. Lena asks if he can hear her. Leo turns his head towards her and smiles joyfully. Lena comes closer, putting her hands behind her back. He joyfully shouts the girl's name. Lena bows her head and looks at him blankly. She asks why he is doing this all of a sudden. Leo realizes that he is back. He comes closer to the girl and smiles, looking down at her. Lena turns around and walks in the opposite direction from him. Leo thinks it's like just yesterday they were together. He looks after the girl. Leo is surprised that he has to start all over again. He takes a step after the girl. Leo thinks this might be for the best. He no longer makes it happen again and again. Lena looks into the distance. Her brown hair is gathered in a low ponytail and flutters in the wind. Leo thinks this is unfair to the girl. He knows it will all end when she becomes a princess. Lena turns around and looks at him in confusion. She asks what is it. Leo thinks that if Lena remembered the past, they could escape. Leo smiles nervously and waves his arms. He replies that it's nothing. Lena asks what's wrong with him. She turns away from Leo again, and the guy exhales. Leo realizes that he now has only two options. The sign says the option to follow the priest. A man and a woman are standing in white priestly robes, with amulets around their necks. Positive and negative answer options appear on the sign. Leo chooses a positive answer. Lena, dressed as a priest, folds her hands in a prayer gesture and looks up with a smile. Leo understands that if he lets her go, she will become a priest, not a princess. The guy chooses a negative answer. He and the girl stand at the altar. In front of them is a priest who blesses them, raising his hands to the sky. If he doesn't let the girl go, she will marry Leo. The guy understands that in any case he will not pass the game. He exhales and puts his hand to his head. He thinks it's crazy. He looks up in surprise and raises his eyebrows. He doesn't understand what it is. In his hands is a wallet filled with various coins, and remembers the image of a girl in a coffin among flowers. The sign says that he failed to protect his younger sister due to poverty, and as a consolation he wreck. I've seed money. Leo shakes his head and clutches the wallet in his hand. He understands that with this money, everything will be different. He smiles and looks at the bag of coins. Leo thinks that they can at least get to the capital of the Kingdom of Orin, or the Kingdom of Conrad. He remembers that the events in the church will take place in the fall. Lena stands with her back to Leo. The guy understands that before this he needs to leave the village. Before we started executing the plan, there were things to do. Leo sits with his father at night by the fire. A trap is placed behind them. Leo hurried to hunt with his father to get his permission. His father praises him, saying that Leo's hunting skills have become much better. Leo takes a bite of meat roasted over a fire and looks at his father in surprise. He chews and swallows food. He tells his father that he needs to say something. The man looks at Leo. The guy pulls out a wallet with coins. He says that he recently managed to catch a bear. He hands his father a bag of coins. Leo reports that they gave some money for the bear. The man looks at his son in disbelief. He clarifies that he caught the bear alone. Leo smiles and looks back at him. He says it wasn't that easy, and that he lured the wounded bear into a trap with his bait. The father notes that this is quite skillful. He closes his eyes. Leo looks at the man expectantly. He says that he wants to help his friend get into the capital's church, but she won't be able to do it herself. The fire in the fire crackles with wood. Leo says that with this money they can get to the city of Nevis, they will save some money there, and go to the city of Lutetia, and that he cannot send her alone. He asks if he can go with her. The man thoughtfully strokes his beard and looks at the flames of the fire. He gets up from his seat, turns around and leaves. Leo looks after him and remains sitting by the fire on which the meat is being cooked. Leo doesn't understand if his father will really consider this stupid request. He looks at the flames of the fire. The guy thinks that if he doesn't get permission, he will go anyway. Another pouch of coins lands near Leo's leg. Leo looks at the bag in disbelief. The father, with a bowl in his hand, stands next to his son and looks at him. The man silently throws out the contents of the bowl. Leo smiles happily, looking at his father. The full moon hangs in the night sky. Leo briefly thanks his father. There is a bag of collected mushrooms on the grass. Lena and Leo are sitting next to each other on a hill. Leo realizes that even picking mushrooms is exactly the same as it was then. Leo takes a bite of jerky. He understands that very soon Lena will tell him. Lena calls her friend by name. Leo interrupts her and tells her that he wants to tell her something. Lena looks down and hugs her own legs. She turns her head and looks questioningly at Leo. The guy asks if she wants to go to Nevis together. He smiles and approaches his friend, looking down at her. Lena asks in confusion why they need to go to Nevis. Leo tiredly puts his hand to his forehead. Lena looks at him in surprise. The guy says that this is the capital, and he always wanted to visit there. Lena reports that she heard that there is a lot of work there. She looks at her friend worriedly. She asks if Leo had any intention of becoming a hunter. Leo replies that it can wait. He scratches his head thoughtfully. Lena looks at him in surprise. She asks again, asking him to continue the sentence. Leo says that this way they will be closer to the sacred kingdom. Lena picks up a dress from the grass. She sits next to Leo. The guy says that he thinks that from there many people go to the city of Lutetia, and this is a church place. Lena asks how they will get to the city of Nevis. Leo digs around, pulling out a wallet. The girl says that on foot it will take at least 2 months, and this is also dangerous. Leo asks her to look at the fact that he has saved up some money. He pours coins into his palm, showing them to his friend. He says they can use it. Lena is shocked and asks where Leo got them from. She opens her eyes in shock, opens her mouth slightly, and brings her hands to cover it. She asks if her father gave them. Leo replies that he saved something, asked Dad for something. He looks at his friend with a soft smile. He says that it will be lonely alone and invites her to go with him. Lena begins to answer thoughtfully. She sits next to Leo. The guy looks at her expectantly. Lena looks ahead thoughtfully. She says she will go, for sure. She calls her friend by name. Lena turns to Leo, tears streaming down her face. She sincerely thanks her friend. Leo stares at the girl in surprise. Leo thinks everything is great and worked. He understands that his friend is still destined to leave, even if not with him. Lena hugs him and buries her face in Leo's shoulder. The guy hugs her back. The sun illuminates the houses in the village. Filled carts are being carried along the road. Lena calls out to Leo and says that he shouldn't do this. Leo is carrying one of the carts, with an assistant holding it from behind. The guy asks not to worry and says that it's nothing. A cart leaves from the village to the capital twice a month. Lena offers Leo a drink of water. She walks next to her friend, who is pulling a cart, and hands him a flask of water. The cart goes with goods to the market and returns with food, so they followed her. Leo accepts the flask as they are watched by a guy walking behind them. Leo briefly thanks his friend. The freckled guy frowns and looks at a couple of friends. The setting sun colors the broken camp. Carts stand among 4 orange tents. Leo says they're on their way. He and Lena wave. They move away from the rest of the workers. They wave goodbye back. They are asked to be careful. Lena says they can stay here. She turns to Leo and looks at him worriedly, but Leo refuses with a gesture. He asks what she is talking about, and the main thing is that everything is fine with her. Leo says that's why he saved. Lena tries to object to no avail. The guy waves it off and smiles. Lena looks at him excitedly. Leo asks her not to worry and calls her to go. Lena and Leo leave. The girl says something, and a freckled guy follows them. He curses to himself. He clenches his teeth and looks after his friends with displeasure. placing his hand on his side. A large, bright two-story house with large windows, a table and chair near the entrance. The man points to the room. He stands at the door. Lena and Leo go inside. There are 2 beds by the window, a table between them, and closets against the walls. The man asks to let him know what time they are leaving tomorrow. Leo agrees, and they say they will see each other. He closes the door behind the exiting man. Lena joyfully looks around the room. She admires the bed in it. Lena is happy that she will sleep on the bed for the first time and says that it is so cool. She runs around the bed. Leo goes deeper into the room and smiles contentedly. She asks shouldn't they sleep on the floor as they have no money. Leo looks at his worried girlfriend with a smile. He puts the bag on the bed. The guy says no, because he paid for the room, so it wasn't very expensive. Lena suddenly stops Leo. She shakes her fist at her friend and looks at him angrily. She says that if he acts weird while they are in the same room, she won't leave it that way. Leo replies that he understands. He smiles and looks at his friend. He finds it cute that it had the opposite effect. Lena and Leo are lying on their beds. Lena is awake and looking at the ceiling. She thinks it's strange because she's tired, but there's no sleep in either eye. She sits up in bed and looks at Leo. The guy is sleeping with his hand under his head. Lena remembers Leo, asking if she wanted to go to Nevis with him. She looks at her smiling friend. Leo reports that he has some savings. He smiles and raises his eyebrows, looking at his friend. He says that it will be lonely alone and offers to go with him. They hug under a tree. Lena mentally thanks Leo. She hugs her own knees and looks down sadly. She thinks she's almost given up. She hears sounds from her friend. Lena looks at him. There are tears in her eyes. She asks Leo if he's okay. The girl hangs her legs off the bed and looks at her sleeping friend. She approaches him and touches his forehead with her hand. Lena assumes that he is having a nightmare. She realizes that, frankly, she would have been ready to confess to him if they had not gone on the trip. Leo is sleeping, his arm under his head. Lena silently looks at her friend. Her cheeks turn red. She quietly makes a guess. The girl tucks a strand of hair behind her ear, rests her hand on the bed and leans over Leo. She thinks that maybe they could fall in love. She leans over and kisses the guy. Leo mumbles something inarticulately. Lena's eyes widen in fear. She jumps back in fear. Leo rolls over onto his back. The girl mentally apologizes to Leo. She asks him for forgiveness. Leo snores. Lena exhales with relief and puts her hand to her chest. Lena admits that she is sorry for this. She sits back on the bed and covers herself with the blanket. She thinks about when she will become a priest. Leo lies on his back and sleeps. Lena wants to give her friend a blessing. The sun's rays illuminate the room through the window. Leo asks his friend to wake up. He stands near her bed and shakes the girl by the shoulder to wake her up. Lena hums displeasedly and calls Leo. She rises on her elbows and turns to look at her friend. She asks if Leo got enough sleep. The guy says yes, and that he just washed his face. On the plank floor there is a tub of water, from which steam rises. Leo says that there is water and a towel here and invites her friend to wash herself. He reminds her to eat before leaving. Lena sits in bed under the covers and yawns, covering her mouth with her hand. She hums something in response. Leo walks along a city street, surrounded by townspeople and shops with goods. They call the guy and ask how he slept. Leo raises his eyebrows and looks at the guy behind the counter, who waves at him in greeting. Leo says hello back. He also waves and smiles. The guy is called by name again. The freckled guy notices that Leo stayed here. He makes his way across the market to Leo and waves to him. Leo calls him Gans and wonders if he has already sold everything. Gans comes closer to him. Leo turns around and looks at him. Gans confirms his words and reports that everything quickly scattered. Gans asks if the guy has eaten. He smiles, looking at Leo. The guy smiles nervously back at him. He says not yet, and that he will eat somewhere here. Gans evaluates his choice and says that he will keep him company. Leo asks if this is true. He looks at the guy with a slight smile. He thinks he won't refuse. Clouds float across the bright blue sky. Leo and Gans walk one after another along the pavement. Leo realizes that he has no reason to refuse. He glances nervously at the guy who follows and whistles a melody. Leo heard that he was not working and was hiding somewhere. The main character quickly types on his laptop. He nervously looks at the screen, biting a lit cigarette. The laptop sits on a stack of books, with a package of instant noodles next to it. Leo believes that rumors are quite possible, but who is he to judge? He looks ahead and purses his lips. Gans calls out to him again. He wonders if he can ask a question. Leo turns to him and looks questioningly at the guy. Gans asks if he slept with his girlfriend. He raises his eyebrows and smiles lewdly. Leo is surprised by this question. He stops silently, turning to the guy. He understands that this is why Gans followed him. He thinks what the real Leo would do. He silently looks ahead, pondering the decision. He's wondering whether to get angry or just ignore him. Leo gives a negative answer and says that he quickly passed out from fatigue. He smiles nervously, closes his eyes and waves it off. Gans looks at him in surprise. He asks again, and then wonders what's wrong with him. Leo pulls him back indignantly. Lena calls her friend by name. Lena approaches the guys and waves at them in greeting. Leo asks if she's ready yet. Lena agrees and wonders if Gans will go with them. Gans turns away from the girl who comes closer to them. Leo replies that yes, and that they will eat together, and then calls his friend to come with them. Gans glances sideways at the girl and waves at her while Leo turns to his friend and smiles. Gans wonders if they are heading to the castle. They are sitting at one of the tables in the tavern, plates of food and goblets in front of them. Gans wonders if this is the direction. He gestures with a fork with a piece of food on it. He says they will have to make a big circle. Leo replies that there is no choice. He looks at the guy seriously and spreads his hands. He says that if they find the cart, they will avoid this detour. But there are no carts here. Gans calls him a fool and says that where there is a market, there are carts. He crosses his arms over his chest and crosses his legs, looking at Leo with displeasure. He reports that he thinks that various carts are heading here from the west. Leo looks at his friend with joy. She looks back in confusion. Gans wonders whether to show them. Leo looks at him in surprise and rests his hands on the table, rising from his seat. He asks if Gans knows anyone. He replies that he knows the area well. The guy smiles smugly and closes his eyes. Leo asks if they can leave today. Gans says that he will need to clarify and asks you to just trust him. He rises from the table and rests his hand on the tabletop, approaching his friends. Gans calls out to an unfamiliar man and asks how he is doing. Leo, Lena, and Gans walk along the pavement among other townspeople. Gans waves to a man who is talking to someone. The man pays attention to him. He greets the guy in surprise. He asks if trade is going well. Gans confirms his words. A man with a beard waves his hand to a guy. He has a turban on his head and a pipe in his teeth. Gans says his friends are going to Nevis. He smiles and points at Leo and his girlfriend, who are standing next to him. Gans asks if there is a cart. The merchant replies that they are not going to Nevis, but intend to go in that direction. He moves closer to the three friends. He offers to introduce them to those traveling to Nevis. Leo and Lena agree. They look joyfully at the merchant. Lena clasps her hands at chest level. The man says that it is a 2-week trip and that he will have to give up a lot of goods to take them. He looks at his friends and gestures that he needs money. He reports that it will cost about 5 silver. Gans wonders if he is only stopping for 2 days in the village. He looks at the merchant, who takes the pipe out of his mouth and looks back at the guy, placing one hand on his side. Gans asks him to reduce the price because his friends have no money. The merchant reluctantly agrees. He smiles indulgently and twirls his mustache with his fingers. He tells Leo and his girlfriend that they will see each other. Gans waves goodbye to the merchant. Lena repeats his action. Leo just stands nearby while the man waves back and leaves. Leo thanks the guy and says that he saved their money and time. He smiles at the guy. Gans turns to him. He says that Lena is slow to agree, but her comfort is worth taking care of. Lena sincerely thanks the guy. She smiles and puts her hand to her chest. It seemed like he was just chilling, but everything turned out differently. Gans laughs and says there is no need to thank him. He awkwardly scratches the back of his head. Lena and Leo smile at him. There is a full moon and twinkling stars in the cloudy night sky, and a line of carts moves through the forest. Lena and Leo are sitting in one of them back to back, with a lantern burning next to them. Leo thinks this will never end. He looks ahead nervously. Lena calls him by name. Leo wonders what it is. He turns to his friend. She also looks at him. Lena clarifies that they will need to work for a year. Leo replies that, presumably, yes. He looks down sadly. Leo mentally tells his friend that he is sorry. He thinks that he actually lied. He thought she was earning money in the capital, so she could go to the Sacred Kingdom. Leo sweeps the tavern while the bartender says something to him. Lena walks among the tables and serves drinks. Leo understands that, frankly, with prices like those in the capital, it would be difficult to save enough money even in a few years. They are not going to the Sacred Kingdom. He imagines Lena in rich clothes and jewelry among pomegranate branches. Lena should become a princess, not a priest. Leo realizes that from the moment he decided to go on a trip, Lena has been completely isolated because of him. She and her friend are sitting back to back. Lena sadly looks ahead. She asks what they have to do. Leo offers her a job at the bakery. He glances sideways at his friend. The girl yawns sleepily, closing her eyes. Leo says their friends ain't liked her. Lena says that she only knows how to do dough. Leo promises that she will be paid well. Lena looks down sadly. She asks if this is true. Leo realizes who she would have met if she had not followed him. He remembers two priests in white robes calling the girl to come with them. They would have met the priest on the way to the cathedral. Leo turns to his friend and looks at her with regret. Lena closes her eyes tiredly. It's a pity for Leo, but he will make a princess out of his girlfriend. After a long and tedious journey, they finally reach their intermediate destination. Leo was happy with the merchant lord's recommendation. The sun illuminates a city with many houses. The guy thinks that this recommendation allowed him to meet another merchant lord heading to Nevis. He put his girlfriend to bed in a hotel. Leo walks into a blacksmith's shop at night. There are swords, axes, and halberds along the wall, and the sign shows a hammer and an anvil. He went for a much-needed purchase. The blacksmith asks again that he wants a sword and asks if he has permission. The man looks at Leo and wipes the round shield with a rag. Leo says no and wonders if he can buy it without permission. He approaches the counter. The blacksmith looks at him. On the counter there is armor and quivers with arrows. Leo says that he is on the road soon, and he needs to protect his loved ones. He wonders if the blacksmith could make an exception for him, at least once. Leo looks at him desperately and throws up his hands. The blacksmith looks at the guy with displeasure. He asks if Leo is a robber. The guy stares at him nervously, mouth open and eyebrow raised. He asks for forgiveness and says that of course not. The blacksmith asks what kind of tattoo he has then. Leo looks down at the tattoo on his arm. The blacksmith says that this is the mark of the clan. Leo says that his father made it for him, and that he also has the same one. Leo stands in front of the counter and looks at the tattoo in surprise and lifts his sleeve. The blacksmith asks who his father is. Leo replies that he is a hunter. The blacksmith places the shield on the counter with a crash. He clarifies whether this is true and that it means Leo is definitely not a robber. The blacksmith nevertheless agrees and asks to follow him. He waves his hand and turns away, heading in the right direction. Various swords are hung on the wall. The blacksmith's furnace is burning, and next to it stands a wooden box with tools and a tub of water. The blacksmith tells him to choose. He puts his hands on his hips and stands next to Leo, the guy CR. Aussies his arms over his chest and examines the swords and shields in front of him. Leo wonders if he only has one-handed swords. He raises his eyebrows. The blacksmith smiles contentedly. He reports that, apparently, Leo is really not a robber. Leo reports that he has already repeated many times that no. He looks displeased at the blacksmith, who turns his back to the guy and spreads his arms. He says it's hard to believe and asks to wait here. The blacksmith throws a cloth with 3 swords on the floor at Leo's feet. Leo talks about these swords. He takes one in his hand and moves it. He asks why they are so poorly balanced. The blacksmith laughs and says that, in fact, his strong point is making shields, and that he makes swords just for fun. He smiles and crosses his arms while Leo glares at him with a sword in his hands. The blacksmith reports that these swords were being melted down, so he can get them inexpensively. Leo picks one and says he'll take it. He nervously looks at his reflection in the blade of the sword. He groans and realizes that something is better than nothing at all. He remembers that he has fencing skills, so there will be an opportunity to use them. Leo places the barrel on the floor with a crash. Lena asks him where he was and what it was. Leo rests his hand on the barrel. Lena looks at him with her hands behind her back. Leo says he just took a keg of beer. He looks at her and pats her on the side. He reports that in the village, they did not have the opportunity to have a good drink. Lena wonders if it is possible and is afraid that they will suddenly get into trouble. She looks at her friend with excitement and folds her arms over her chest. Leo asks from whom. Lena reports that Viner could cause problems for them. She exhales nervously and looks at Leo. The guy looks back at her and smiles. He says that priests also like to drink, for example, during rituals. He approaches his friend with 2 glasses of beer. Lena cautiously agrees with him. Leo tells her that she will practice for the future at the same time, because someday she will become a priest. He hands his friend one of the mugs filled with beer. Leo says he thinks Viner will be understanding. The guy says that in a couple of months she will come of age. Lena looks at him in surprise and puts her hand to her chest. She groans and asks Leo again. Leo asks her to try at least a little. He smiles at his friend and squints. Lena takes a sip of beer from her mug. She comments on how delicious it is. She smiles and grabs the mug with both hands. The girl says that for some reason she just feels dizzy. Leo asks if this isn't nice. He smiles and holds a mug in his hands. Lena laughs drunkenly. They sit opposite each other at the table. Leo thinks that if he gets the girl drunk, he can ask her carefully about her past. Lena is flushed from drinking and laughing. Her eyes are closed. She is holding a mug of beer in her hand. The guy asks if his girlfriend remembers what happened the summer before last. He puts the mug on the table and looks at the girl. She smiles broadly in response. She sighs and says that, of course, she remembers that he then brought home someone named Kokorin and he got screwed for it. Leo confirms her words. Lena asks again if he remembers how he saved her. There is a waterfall behind the friends. Leo grits his teeth and holds his girlfriend tightly and rows with one hand to swim to the shore. Lena says that he acted like a real hero. The girl gasps again and asks if he remembers anything else. Lena and Leo stand in the church and look in horror at the ringing bell. The girl is interested in how he rang the bell, and people thought that there was a fire and the whole village ran there. Lena notices that she and Leo have so many memories in common. The guy raises his beer mug again. The girl closes her eyes and smiles. There is a blush on her cheeks. The guy understands that the more he gets to know the girl, the more he feels like a real Leo. He thinks it would be better if he could get into the role. Lena wonders why her friend was talking to her and asks what he was up to. Leo smiles softly as he looks at her. He understands that he is not the real Leo. The girl asks him again and calls him by name. She looks into the guy's eyes and smiles. She asks what he will do when she becomes a priest. Leo gets up from his chair. The girl asks him again and says that she can't help him in any way. Leo says she can bless him. He smiles and picks up her friend in his arms. Lena blushes and widens her eyes, screaming nervously. She loudly asks what Leo is doing. Leo understands that he needs to build a wall between them because it will be better this way. He puts his girlfriend into bed and covers her with a blanket. Lena flounders in it. She indignantly asks what he is doing because she is a future priest and Leo cannot behave like that with her. She asks him to leave. Lena lies on the pillow and yawns. Leo thinks that he should drink less often with her. He leans against the wall and crosses his arms over his chest, a smile on his lips. The man tells his friends that they have arrived and talks about how long he had not been here and thought that he had completely forgotten the way. Lena and Leo are standing next to him on the street among the houses, in front of one of them. The merchant reports that hotel prices in the city of Nevis are very high, but in this one they are very reasonable. He grabs the handle of the wooden door and turns to his friends. He tells them that this is his friend's hotel and he won't hurt them. The man happily greets his friend. Behind the hotel counter, with his hands folded on it, stands another man with a mustache. He turns his gaze to those who entered. He laughs and talks about how nice it is to see his old friend, and that he has begun to forget his face. He smiles and looks at the trio. The merchant smiles back and spreads his hands. He politely asks to give Leo and his girlfriend a room. They walk closer to the counter, past the tables and chairs around them. The man who brought them points to his friends. The hotel owner replies that he has a room for two, but now there are a lot of people coming in, and he will not be able to accommodate everyone from his friend's caravan, and then asks what he should do. He looks at his friend worriedly and waves his hand. The man replies that this is annoying and wonders if there is room for at least two friends. Leo and Lena stand behind him, look at the owner and smile. The man says that they are his friends and asks if the owner could give them a friendship discount. The owner wonders how long they will be staying. Leo adjusts the strap of his shoulder bag and looks at the man. Lena stands next to him. He says that if they are given a discount, it will be for a long time, but they will still need to find a job, so first he asks to agree on a day. The owner replies understandingly, and that since they are such good guests and plan to stay for a long time, he will find a better room for them. The man walks towards the stairs and begins to walk up the steps, his friends looking after him. He calls them to follow him. The owner suddenly gasps. He turns his head to his friend, who is standing at a distance. He just asks you to wait a minute. The man smiles slyly and looks at his friend. He says that he promised him something last time and will bring it now. He shows Leo and his girlfriend to their room. They enter one of the rooms. There is a carpet, 2 beds, and 2 tables with chairs. Lena goes deeper into the room first. She exhales in admiration. She says that this one is really much better than the others. The light from the window falls on the carved table and chairs, as well as on the vase on the tabletop. Inside the vase are withered rose flowers. Their petals are falling. The owner says that he is always happy to help a friend, and they seem to be good people. Leo stands next to him and looks around. Lena looks at the flowers with admiration. The man says with a smile that the room costs only 3 silver pieces per night. Leo stares at him in shock. He is scared by such a cost. The owner asks if it's too expensive. Leo smiles nervously and raises his hands. He hastens to deny this and says that 3 silver means 3 silver. The man thanks him and allows him to settle down. He turns to the door and is about to leave, holding the door handle. Leo looks at him. Lena asks her friend about what is so nice and beautiful here. Leo smiles nervously at his friend. The girl turns to him with delight. Leo agrees with her and says that this inn is located on the outskirts, and there are good conditions here. She wonders how long they will stay here. On a table against the wall, there is a lace-white tablecloth, candles, and a lamp. Leo says he doesn't mind, as long as it's not too far to walk to work. Lena notes that this is great. She opens the window and looks out onto the street, resting her hands on the windowsill. The girl calls Leo to look and says that the view is simply magnificent. The man who brought them here says goodbye to the girl. Lena pays attention to him and smiles. She thanks him with all her heart. The girl waves goodbye to him. The merchant leaves the house and waves back to her, looking back. Lena says that he is such a good person and that she wonders if they will meet again. Leo takes off his bag and sets it down. He says that if it is God's will, then, of course, they will meet. He invites his girlfriend for a walk in the city center. The girl happily agrees to go for a walk. Lena admiringly calls Leo to look at the castle and says that it is simply gigantic. They stand near the fortress gates. The girl points towards the shining castle in the distance behind the walls. Leo thinks he's never been here before and doesn't understand if it's always so busy here. He keeps his hand on the hilt of the sword. Lena follows her friend. He thinks that this place is very reminiscent of the places he visited when they were poor brother and sister. Lena asks her friend what is happening in front of them. A crowd of townspeople stand in their way. Lena points her finger at them. The man shouts that this young guy is from a tribe of barbarians living in the swamps, that he is very healthy and strong. He stands on a wooden stage, with 4 slaves with shackled hands standing next to him. There is a huge sign behind, and under the stage there are crowds of people and another man standing with a knife on his belt and crossed arms. The merchant proceeds to announce that this guy has never been sick in his life, and that the starting bid is 10 silver. People start haggling and raising rates, shouting out numbers. Lena and Leo look at what is happening in shock and fear. The merchant shouts out that the final bid is 20 silver and asks who else will bid. Leo realizes that tribes live in undeveloped lands. Such tribes as in the scenario in which Lena belonged to the Einar family. The barbarians, stained with blood, stand in a circle. Their eyes are burning. The man in the center has a double-sided battle axe on his shoulder. Leo realizes that these tribes are considered uncivilized and barbaric by the state heirs of the empire. This means that in the scenario with Einar, only a few princes can be candidates for her hand and heart. Lena Einar stands in knightly clothes. Behind her are 3 princes with hidden faces. These are princes from the kingdoms of Aston, Aster, and from the Sacred Empire. Only they are worth contacting. Lena asks her friend to leave here and complains that she can't watch it. She touches her friend's shoulder and looks at him awkwardly. Leo turns to his friend, his arms crossed over his chest. He apologizes to her and agrees to leave. He suggests going to the castle, because maybe they will find work there. They walk away from the auction down the street. Lena briefly agrees with her friend. One of the guards draws attention to them. He looks intently at his friends. He calls out to Leo and demands that he come over. Lena and Leo turn to him in confusion. Leo asks the guard in fear. He moves closer to the man. The guard notices that Leo is carrying a sword. He stares at it and points his finger at the sheathed weapon. The second guard says that Leo doesn't look like a knight. He approaches the first, also holding a spear in his hands. The first one asks if the guy is a mercenary. Leo hastens to deny their assumption. He raises his hand defensively and looks at the guards nervously. The guards clarify that he was planning to approach the palace grounds with a weapon in his hands. The sword hangs from Leo's belt in a sheath. The guards say the guy could have at least hidden it. Leo apologizes and says he didn't know it was illegal. Lena stands behind him and nervously looks at what is happening, pressing her hand to her chest. Leo says they only arrived in Nevis yesterday and that he is just looking for work. The guard asks to see the sword. He demands his hand forward. Leo hands him the weapon. He understands that it is better not to argue with the guards. The man asks where Leo got it. The guy smiles nervously at the guards. He says he bought it on the way for self-defense. The guard incomprehensibly says that this is a defective weapon. He closely examines the sword. The second guard turns to him. He asks to look too. He notices that the weight is concentrated closer to the tip of the sword. He weighs the sword in his hands in surprise. Leo clarifies whether he can still carry it with him or not. The guard says he wouldn't even bother confiscating it. Near the gate, a guard stops a merchant in line to enter. The guards clarify that armed men should not come close to the palace, so they advise leaving the sword somewhere. Leo thanks them and says he'll be careful. The guard suddenly stops him. Leo holds a sword in his hand. A tattoo is visible under the short sleeve. The guard looks at her tensely and frowns. He asks what kind of sign is on his hand and asks if Leo is a robber. Leo begins to answer about his father. He lowers his sword and turns his head to look at the tattoo. Lena says that he has had this tattoo since childhood, and she is a witness. She takes a step forward, lowering Leo's hand and looking determinedly at the guards. Leo looks at his friend. The guard asks incredulously if she is serious. The second one groans and asks to let them go already. The first guard looks tensely at his friends and crosses his arms over his chest. The second guard looks at him worriedly. He asks what kind of robber would think of walking around openly here with a defective sword. The guards tell them to go and be careful. Friends sincerely thank them. Leo exhales with relief. Lena looks at him with suspicion. She says she saw her friend pull out a sword. She looks mockingly at Leo. He looks away in embarrassment and puts his fingers to his temple. The girl says that it's clear from Leo that he doesn't even know how to hold it, and the sword is just for beauty. She is amazed that the sword is also defective. She circles around Leo, putting her hand to her head dramatically. Leo tries to hide from her. The girl says that she feels like a complete fool because she was so touched by Leo's words that he would protect her. But, most importantly, with what? Leo indignantly says that this is not true and that he knows how to use a sword. Lena turns to him and laughs sincerely. She giggles and says how stupid he is, calling him Mr. Hunter. The woman says that she really needs an assistant to knead the dough at dawn. Leo stands with his back against the wall of one of the houses and waits for his girlfriend. The woman asks the girl if she will come tomorrow. She wipes her hands on her apron and looks at the girl in front of her. The woman says that she would first like to see how Lena works before deciding on her salary. Lena resolutely replies that she will come and work. She looks at the woman with a smile. She notices how hardworking Lena is and says goodbye to her, saying that they will see each other tomorrow. Leo asks his friend how it went. The girl tells him that's great. She walks out of the bakery to her friend and smiles broadly at him. Leo looks back at her. The guy asks how much she will be paid. Lena replies that the woman told her that she would decide tomorrow at the end of the working day. Above the brown roof of the house there is a blue sky with clouds floating across it. Leo notices that you can't accept such strange offers because your friend is no longer little. Leo looks at her worriedly. Lena exhales dissatisfiedly and crosses her arms over her chest. She agrees that she is not small and asks not to be afraid, because she will definitely receive a well-deserved payment. She adds that she has an instinct for good people. Leo looks at his confident friend incredulously. Lena says that this woman seemed normal to her. Leo suggests that she is probably like the aunt of their friend named Gans. He smiles and looks forward. Lena opens her mouth indignantly and blushes. She shouts in embarrassment that this is not true. A hammer strikes a piece of leather on an anvil. The man asks Leo if he has work experience. The guy adjusts his work apron, holding a hammer in his hands. A worker is next to him. Lena stands a little further away and waits. Leo says no, but he helped his father with various jobs. The man clarifies if this is true and asks when the guy can start, and also promises that he will pay generously. Leo takes off his apron and returns it to the smiling man's hands. He says he will think about it and calls his girlfriend. There is a blue cloudy sky above the roofs of houses. Leo and Lena are walking along the pavement between the houses. Lena looks into her friend's eyes with a smile. She expectantly asks if they will stay at that inn. Leo replies that it seems so. Lena looks ingratiatingly into her friend's face. Leo smiles back. The guy understands that everything is going great. He got his girlfriend a job. Leo smiles and looks ahead. He thinks that now we need to look for ways for her to meet the prince. He chose a bakery away from the girl's place of work. There are silver coins in the wallet. Leo thinks that if he shows his friend his father's money and says that it is his salary, she will not know. Lena suddenly exhales in surprise. She looks down in amazement, touching Leo's arm to get his attention. She tells him to look at some scratches on the door. She touches her hand to the deep scratches on the wooden surface of the door. Leo claims that this was the case when they first came, and suggests that maybe they were cutting out wormholes or mold. Lena looks carefully at the guy next to her. Her hand is still at the door. A man's voice notices that they have arrived. Light can be seen from behind the slightly open door. Lena and Leo are standing at the entrance. Armed people are sitting inside the inn and looking at those who entered. The owner wishes them good evening and informs them that they have been waiting for them. He smiles at Leo and his girlfriend, his hands folded on the countertop. Leo says that they will go to their room. They head towards the stairs as strangers stare at them. Leo doesn't understand what's happening. He sees that the people around are armed. The hand of one of the strangers squeezes the handle of an axe that lies on the table. The second stranger touches the tip of the blade to the table at which he sits. Leo assumes that they are mercenaries. Lena suddenly gasps in surprise. She looks at the top of the stairs, Leo standing next to her. An unfamiliar voice orders them to get out of the way. A tall, strong man with a wooden shield in his hands descends the steps towards his friends, who take a step back. Leo yells at his friend to hide behind him. He draws his sword from its sheath. Lena gasps in fear at this. She goes behind her friend. Leo grabs the sword and takes a defensive stance. Strangers with weapons rise from their seats and head towards their friends. Leo says he doesn't know what they're up to, but orders them not to dare approach. He frowns decisively and holds the sword in front of him. Lena stands behind him and looks at what is happening in fear. One of the strangers repeats the words that they should not approach. They approach Leo and the girl, who have retreated to the door. The stranger informs them that they will soon be at the slave market, so they should shut up. Leo looks ahead in fear. He remembers a wooden platform with a merchant and a line of slaves. He remembers the bet of 15 coins. Someone raises the bet to 20. He and Lena stand in amazement and hear what is happening. The merchant shouts out the price of 20 silver and asks who else is willing to bid. One of the strangers raises an axe to strike. Leo sharply hits him with his sword. The stranger staggers back from the push. He says it's not bad. He looks at Leo wildly and smiles. Leo thinks that this can't happen. He frowns and breathes heavily. He recommends that they better retreat because he will not feel sorry for them. The merchant says to crush the guy's sides, but not to kill him. He sits near the counter with the innkeeper, who is watching with his arms crossed. The mercenary lunges forward with a smile. Leo pushes his friend away from him to the side. Lena looks at him in fear. The stranger screams sharply and loudly. He attacks Leo, who dodges the blow, and the axe hits the floor. Leo holds his sword at the ready and covers his girlfriend, who is sitting on her knees near the steps as the mercenaries approach them. The guy grits his teeth and plunges his sword into the shoulder of one of the attackers. The second man runs at Leo as he pushes the first one away with a sword in his shoulder. The guy dodges someone else's axe blow. The mercenary looks at this in disbelief, while Leo looks at him angrily. The guy kicks him with a roundhouse, causing him to fly to the side. The rest of the mercenaries look at the fight with fear and tension, but stand aside. The merchant calls out to the owner of the inn and says that this is not what they agreed on. Leo raises his sword and looks darkly at those standing in front of him. The merchant is dissatisfied with the fact that the owner told them that this is a simple hunter from the village. He looks at the man angrily and hits the table with his fist. He looks ahead in fear. He states that the merchant told him so. Leo understands that he needs to get out of here. He stands with a bloody sword. In front of him are 3 mercenaries with shields. The guy thinks it's getting worse every minute. He swings his weapon sharply. Leo strikes the row of shields in front of him with his sword. The mercenaries fall to the floor from the impact. They cough chokily from the impact. Leo turns to his friend and looks at her intensely. He shouts at her to run to him and quickly. A blade flies towards Leo. It digs into the guy's leg. He frowns and clenches his teeth in pain. He calls mercenaries worms. The guy pulls the blade from his thigh, his teeth clenched, his eyes squinting. The tip comes out of the wound, spraying blood. Lena screams at Leo to run. Behind the guy who has fallen to his knees is a man with a wooden shield. He swings it and hits Leo on the head with it. The guy makes a strangled sound from the blow. Lena screams in fear seeing this. Her eyes are wide open in horror. There are tears in them. She raises her hands to her chest. The wounded Leo stands on the floor on all fours. The sword has fallen from his hands, and behind him is a stranger with a wooden shield. Tables and chairs are scattered and overturned around them. Lena is sitting by the stairs. A mercenary with an axe runs towards Leo with the intention of attacking him. Lena calls out to her friend in fear. Leo's eyes widen in fear, his head bowed. He manages to jump away from the attack. The stranger jumps and hits the floor with an axe. Suddenly a girl screams. Leo rises on his elbows and breathes heavily. He tries to look blurry at his girlfriend. One of the mercenaries grabs the girl. Lena screams and tries to resist. She screams for him to let her go. Leo screams out his friend's name in fear. He looks at her in panic. Another mercenary throws another blade at Leo. The guy gets to his feet and fights him off with his sword. One of the mercenaries attacks the bloodied Leo again. The guy holds the axe blow with the blade of the sword, reflecting it. Blood spurts from the blade wound on his leg. Leo screams in pain. Lena fearfully calls his name. She clings to the hand of the man who is holding her. She screams to be let go. The mercenary orders her not to flinch. He throws the girl to the floor and presses her against him so that she does not twitch. The merchant calls out to them and demands that they be careful with the goods for tomorrow's auction. He points the finger at the mercenaries and slams his fist on the tabletop. One of the mercenaries exclaims what a pity it is that 10 people go after one child. Leo blocks an axe blow from one of the mercenaries. The sword in his hands trembles. He clings incomprehensibly to the fact that they were called goods. He doesn't understand if they are going to sell the girl. He frowns, his eyes widening in fear. The guy jerks his sword and knocks the axe out of the mercenary's hands, causing him to recoil. The mercenary screams in pain. Bloodstains are splashed around. Blood drips from the tip of the sword pointed forward. Leo shakes his sword, leaving stains on the floor. His cloak flutters behind him, and the body of a mercenary lies in front of him. The guy wipes blood from his face with a glove. He desperately repeats his friend's name. He talks about what will happen if they don't let the girl in. He looks angrily at the mercenary holding his girlfriend. His face and clothes are stained with someone else's blood. Leo says he will kill them all. A sign appears that notifies you of the achievement and acquisition of the first skill. It says that Leo will feel less guilt when committing murder. The merchant looks at Leo darkly and crosses his arms over his chest. The mercenaries are clearly nervous. The mercenaries look at the guy, preparing to attack again. They run towards Leo, who stands with his sword lowered. The mercenaries let out a battle cry. Leo fends off their attacks with his sword. He dodges the attack that passes very close, looking ahead in fear. One of the mercenaries grins and tilts his head to the side. He clutches the hilt of the blade in his hands. Leo frowns and looks away, gritting his teeth. He clicks his tongue in disappointment. The mercenary kicks him in the stomach with all his might, forcing him to fly to the side. Leo manages to stay on his feet, stabbing the tip of his sword into the floor for balance. The mercenaries turn their heads in his direction. The merchant says that's the way it should be, ordering them not to let their guard down and to hit Leo carefully. He grins smugly, crossing his arms over his chest. The mercenaries answer that they will do everything exactly like that. Leo stands on one knee and rests the tip of his sword on the floor, looking ahead. He realizes that it is difficult for him to dodge with a sword. He thinks that it is not easy to even just hold it in his hands. He rises to his feet, the hand with the sword trembling from tension. Suddenly, Lena loudly asks them to stop. She asks to spare Leo. The mercenary continues to hold her with his hands behind her back as she sits on the floor with tears streaming down her face. She says she will do whatever she is told. The merchant asks if that's all he says. He smiles contentedly, looking at the girl. Leo looks desperately at his friend. He calls out to her and shouts that she shouldn't do this. The merchant orders not to kill Leo, but simply to take the sword from him. He rises heavily from behind the counter, leaning his hand on it. A mercenary with a dagger attacks Leo. The guy looks at it in fear and recoils. Leo parries the attack with his sword and retreats back. The hand with which he clutches the hilt of the sword trembles. He realizes with horror that he is at the limit. Leo dodges the blows, retreating, and is attacked by several mercenaries at once. The sword falls out of his hands with a clang. One of the mercenaries attacks Leo successfully, and he falls on his back on the floor. He rises in his arms. The mercenaries hastily run towards him. One of them hits the lying Leo in the face. The guy screams in pain. 3 mercenaries begin to beat the guy, not allowing him to get up from the floor. The sword lies to the side. The merchant asks the girl to repeat whether she will do anything. He moves closer to her as she sits on the floor, with a mercenary behind her holding her down. Lena agrees with the merchant's question. He roughly grabs her face and lifts it up, tears streaming down it. The merchant notes that this is excellent. He looks into the girl's face with a smile. He says it's very, very good. He orders the girl to follow him. Leo frightenedly shouts to his friend not to do this. He is smeared in blood and roughly pressed to the plank floor, tears accumulating in his eyes. He desperately calls out to his friend. Lena turns to him near the door. She is still crying. The merchant holds his hand on her shoulder and leads her out of the inn. He orders to simply knock Leo out. The guy looks after the departing mercenaries, the merchant, and the girl. extending his hand to them. He tries to scream again. He calls his friend by name. Leo wakes up in the stables, tied to a corral post with 2 horses inside, sitting on the hay. The guy doesn't understand where he is. His eyes widen in realization. He remembers his friend. He remembers how she was taken away from the inn. The guy is trying to figure out where she is now. He screams her name in a drawn-out voice. He throws his head back, tears flowing from his eyes. He doesn't understand at what point everything went wrong. He suggests that perhaps the merchant simply sold them. The merchant says that they are there, and that he almost forgot the way. He smiles as he stands near his friends and points his hand towards the door of the inn in front of them. Leo reproaches himself for how naive he is. The light from the street falls on him. He looks up in surprise, his face still covered in blood. He cautiously assumes that it was Lena who came. The merchant clarifies that Leo has woken up. He and 2 other mercenaries enter the stable and look at the guy with hostility. Leo angrily asks where Lena is. He clenches his teeth and frowns at the newcomers. The merchant notices that he seems to have not yet come to his senses. The merchant orders the mercenaries to go forward. He turns to them and gives them a dark look. They honk at the order in agreement. They blindfold Leo. Leo hums in protest in response. One of the mercenaries declares how tired Leo is. The 2 of them carry the guy out of the stable and drag him to a covered wagon with a horse next to it, to which the merchant goes. They throw the tied-up Leo inside the wagon. The guy hums again in protest. He sees nothing. Black circles dance before his eyes. Leo doesn't understand what's happening. One of the mercenaries asks what happened. Leo listens carefully to their words. The merchant calls the girl a mop and says that she was sold to the prince. He sits on the bench, his arms crossed on his chest. He looks at the mercenaries who are standing nearby. He says that for some reason they asked him for a guy too. A sign appears above Leo saying that the girl's status has been selected. There is static around the tied-up guy lying in the wagon. The bandages disappear from his eyes and mouth, and he opens his eyes in surprise. A sign appears thanking you for the game. In an ornate golden frame, there is an image of a girl with braided hair. She is wearing a light dress and luxurious precious earrings. Strangers' hands are reaching out to her. A new sign appears above the image, which indicates that the girl's status is the prince's mistress, and her partner is Etendronum, and Leo's status is an assassin, and he has no partner. The end of the story is announced. Leo realizes that Lena has become the prince's toy. He stands on one knee in front of the image of the girl and looks at it. There is sadness in his eyes. He raises his eyebrows in regret. The tattered parchment shows Lena smiling widely and also states that she was born in the village of Deimos and had a happy childhood. Despite poverty, she received care from her parents. Upon arriving in Nevis, she was captured by bandits and sold to the prince, where, in order to save Leo's life, Lena became a concubine and secretly helped Leo escape before committing suicide. Below, under a golden branch with flowers, is a second parchment with a picture of Leo. He was also born in the village of Deimos and had a happy childhood. He lost his mother early. Captured by bandits, he was imprisoned. With the help of his girlfriend, he escaped and lived the rest of his life seeking revenge. He successfully dealt with the bandits, but could not kill the prince and was executed. The guy quietly denies what is happening. Under the golden light, he changes back to his normal appearance, wearing a t-shirt and jeans. He says he just wants to end this. Chaiha appears in front of the main character and looks at him softly, her hands touching the guy's face. The new sign reports that he failed to raise the girl. The guy understands that he has been here for a year already. He stands in the golden rays, clutching his head in despair and looking down. He asks to let him return. The sign says that Leo was too naive, and for revenge he is given an achievement about the rules of behavior in the gateway. The new sign says a new beginning. Snow is falling. Lena, in training clothes and with a wooden sword slung over her shoulder, stands opposite Leo. She asks the guy what it is. Leo only remains silent in response. The girl repeats her friend's name questioningly. She cocks her head to the side, followed by an image from the previous ending to this story, showing Lena fighting, her face smeared with blood. Leo throws his training wooden sword into the snow. He realizes that he is sure of one thing. Lena asks why he is. Leo turns around and walks away. The girl looks after him in disbelief, screaming indignantly. Leo desperately wanted to see her. He understands that everything happened according to the rules of behavior in the gateway. Since Leo was too naive, for revenge he was given an achievement about knowing the rules of behavior in the alley. Gantz told the merchant that they were easy prey. He said that no one would look for them. Leo remembers the merchant's finger gesture to the inn owner. Gantz said that they were heading to the slave market themselves. Leo realizes that this was a sign. He remembers the scratches on the door that Lena noticed. Leo understands that this meant that the housing was accepting people for sale. He didn't know that he paid for it himself. Leo stands against the wall of one of the houses, leaning his forehead against it, hitting it with his fist. He paid to go to the slave market. He thinks he is a fool. In the village, the sounds of training are heard near the houses, and snow falls against the background of gray tiled roofs. Lena invites her friend to take a break. She breathes heavily and looks at Leo with a smile. Sweat running down her face, she holds the sword tightly with both hands. Leo realizes that this time he quickly got used to it. Lena notices that he has changed somehow. Leo wipes his face with his hand and looks up at his friend. Lena says she will show him. She mirrors Leo's movements with the sword, jumping to the side and bringing the blade down. She asks why the guy is moving so strangely. Leo replies that he wanted to find an open place to strike. He looks at his friend, beads of sweat running down his face. He understands that this is all thanks to the skill of the sword, which he learned before the girl's death. Leo realizes that if things continue like this, Lena will go hunting and die. Lena falls onto the snow on her back. Leo stands above her with a training sword. He understands that his father will go to war. Lena asks him not to worry. She smiles and looks determinedly at her friend, punching herself in the chest. The girl promises that she will return as a real knight. Leo looks tensely to the side. He thinks that he even knows about the war. Lena smiles and sits down. She carefully extends her hand to Leo as he looks at her questioningly. Lena shouts at him to come closer. She tugs her friend's outstretched hand. Leo screams in fear and surprise. He slips and falls near his girlfriend in the snow. Lena finds Leo's hand and intertwines her fingers with his. They lie next to each other in the snow and look at the sky. Wooden swords lie next to them. Lena suddenly starts laughing. Leo turns his head towards her. He blushes slightly and smiles almost imperceptibly, looking at his friend. He comments that it's cute. The guy understands that it will be difficult to catch the mythical beast together. The white fox opens his fanged mouth. His blue eyes glow. Leo realizes that this time it is better to go to the battlefield together. Now he can promise his girlfriend. Lena lies in the snow. Her eyes are closed. Leo promises to protect her. The pink dawn sky stretched above the bare branches of the trees. It is gradually getting light. The sky is turning blue. Leo in training armor tries on a wooden dummy with a sword blade. He frowns and looks ahead intently. Leo swings his sword with all his might, and then makes several slashing movements in different directions. A severed piece of the mannequin falls near his feet. Lena is surprised that Leo is already awake. She approaches a friend who is standing near a cut-up mannequin. Leo briefly greets his friend. He turns his head to his friend and sheaths his sword. Lena looks at him worriedly. The girl wonders if he's been stressing out too much lately, since it's only dawn. Leo reaches his hands towards his helmet to remove it. He looks at his girlfriend, a drop of sweat running down his face. He holds the helmet in his hands. He asks his friend not to worry. The guy promises that he trains carefully. Lena looks at him carefully. A slight blush appears on her cheeks. She thinks about how Leo was such a bore when they first met. She lowers her head. Leo looks at the girl in surprise. She remembers what happened 3 years ago. Lena and her father are standing in a richly decorated house opposite Leo and his father near the front door. Leo's father says his name is Noel Dexter. He smiles slightly and spreads his arms. Leo stands next to him and looks at someone else's family. Lena stares back in disbelief. She crosses her arms over her chest and bows her head, frowning. Lena understands that she didn't even know where this would all lead. She closes her eyes and lowers her head, smiling. Leo asks his friend why she came. Lena is confused and doesn't know what to answer. She lowers her hands and looks at Leo, who is standing opposite. She declares that they can finally become knights. She smiles happily and clenches her fist. She says she wanted to tell Leo about it. She reports that her dad told her that they could go hunting. Leo frowns and fearfully looks at one point in front of him. The animal's clawed paw falls into a trap. The white fox grins and tenses. Blood stains visible on his light fur. He is driven into a corner. His paws wrap around and pull the ropes. The leader loudly commands the soldiers to pull. The warriors grab the ropes and pull them to the sides. The leader tells them to pile on together. Warriors with spears and bows stand at the edges of a snowy cliff. The rest of the warriors below are pulling the paws of a huge wild white fox by the ropes. Lena runs towards him. She throws the axe. The weapon flies, spinning in the air. The blade plunges into the fox's neck. The animal opens its mouth. The fox howls in pain. The leader commands not to panic and continue to attack. Lena smiles triumphantly and clenches her fist. Leo stands next to her and pulls the bowstring. As in the previous playthrough, Lena went on her first hunt. Lena screams something, looking at the animal. She came across the tracks of a mythical beast. Leo immediately reported this to the squad. The leader stands near the warriors, who encourage each other. DeGorman gathered all the hunters. The mythical beast is strewn with arrows. He grins and looks at the people around him. Spears stick out of the snow around him. One of his paws is in a trap, with a rope draped over everything. The hunters pull the rope. The animal turns its head towards them. The men look fearfully at the white fox, holding the end of the rope. The animal lowers its head and grins, its blue eyes burning. The fox jumps high, getting rid of the ropes and trap. The hunters fall into the snow. They scream in fear. The fox opens its fanged mouth, looking at the silhouettes of people below him. The leader commands everyone to rush to the side. The hunters scatter in fear, falling. While the fox lands back, snow shoots into the air. DeGorman reports that, judging by its habits, it is clearly a mythical beast. He looks ahead tensely and clutches a battle axe in his hands. He says he will figure it out himself. The man frowns his light eyebrows and smiles evilly, raising an axe. The white fox rushes in his direction. The leader remains in place. He swings the axe forcefully behind his back. The man hits the snow with his weapon. The animal jumps back. DeGorman stands, ready to attack. Raising his weapon again, the fox zooms in nearby. The animal looks furiously at the man. The fox's muzzle is distorted into a grin. The leader waits for his attack, holding his axe at the ready. He lifts the weapon up and swings it above his head. A fox, studded with arrows, stands at the wall of a ravine and looks at a man. The leader gives the go-ahead and orders an attack. The fox grins. DeGorman runs towards him. Arrows and spears fly near him. Blood splashes onto the wall of the ravine. The fox is still standing on his bloody paws. He is covered with arrows, but does not fall, looking at the leader with shining eyes. The mythical beast growls angrily. The leader thinks about what usually happens at the last moment. He stands in a fighting pose opposite the bloody fox. DeGorman realizes that the demonic creatures end up using their full force during the attack. He notices what this fox will do. DeGorman tightens his grip on the axe handle in his hand, veins appearing on it. He realizes that the animal is about to jump. The fox grins angrily and looks at the hunter with burning eyes. He pushes off the ground with his paws to jump. He flies into the air above, prepares to attack. He swings the axe in front of him, looking intently at the animal. He strikes the beast with a heavy axe. Blood splashes to the sides. Scarlet drops remain on the snow. He lowers the bloody axe near the carcass of the white fox. The leader laughs loudly and joyfully. He rests one hand on his side, still holding the battle axe in the other. A pool of blood underneath him. Lena shouts that her dad is the best. She runs up to him and hangs on his neck. Leo looks at what is happening. The hunters rejoice at the victory. Leo thinks about his girlfriend's participation in the war. He purses his lips and looks down thoughtfully. He wonders if it's really inevitable. Leo calls out to his father. There is a flowering branch near the window of the room. Leo is standing inside the room. Noel is sitting on an armchair. The guy reports that he is going to the front. Noel is reading a book, sitting in a chair by the window. He looks up at his son and places the book on his lap. Leo stands opposite. He holds his hands behind his back and does not take his eyes off his father, waiting for an answer. Noel tells his son that he blesses him. He turns the page of the book. Leo began to say that he would go, even if his father prevented him. He suddenly stops short and incomprehensibly asks his father again. Leo sincerely thanks him for his understanding. He smiles and looks joyfully at his father. He doesn't understand what it is, because last time he didn't react like that. He assumes it's because he trained more diligently. Leo turns around at the desk and heads out of the room. He says that then he will go and practice with his girlfriend. His father suddenly calls out to him and asks him to stop. Leo obediently stops and looks at his father. He calls his son by name. The man places a closed book on his lap and folds his hands on it. He asks if Leo knows anything about tactics and strategy. Father explains everything to Leo. They stand at a table on which a map, books, and manuscripts are laid out. The man explains to his son the functions of each battalion and their management. In this world, armies are made up of 10-man battalions, and the fighting style is similar to modern guerrilla units. There are blue and red flags on the yellowed old map. Noel is holding in his hands a piece of paper with a diagram of the formation of the detachment. All this because hundreds of soldiers will gather on the battlefield. At the top of the slope, there are two people in capes and with staves from which flames spread. The soldiers run away from it in fear, wounded by fire. Soldiers can be immediately destroyed by magicians. Leo rests his hands on the table, placing his palms directly on the card. He calls out to his father. He wonders if Noel wants to go to war with him. The man frowns and looks down tensely, standing at the table. He says he's tired of killing people. He closes his eyes. His face remains calm. Noel says that if someone attacked the kingdom of Aston, he would gladly give his life defending his homeland. But campaigns of conquest are a completely different matter. He asks his son if he has heard about the 9-Day War. Leo says yes. Noel opens his eyes and looks at his son, who is standing opposite. Leo tells his father that he received his title for his participation in this war. Noel replies that this is true, and that in that war he was just a standard bearer of a knightly regiment. In the corner near the bookcase there is a knight's armor with a sword. Noel says he was over the moon. But the happiness did not last long. Previously, Aston and Aster were a single kingdom, but one day a civil war broke out between them. The scarlet banner with the coat of arms of the kingdom with two black lions is engulfed in flames. The young king, having barely received the throne, died under mysterious circumstances. The king with dark short hair and a cape lies face down. The silver crown fell to the side of him. There was no direct heir to the throne at that time. Two men in red and green cloaks stand with their backs to each other. Under their feet there is a golden ornate pattern. Two swords cross. They are engulfed in an orange glow. Two of the young king's uncles became contenders. Thus began the bloodiest massacre in history. It was a 9-day war. The bloodshed lasted 3 years. By the end of the war, it became clear that everything was in vain. The ground under the fortress walls was on fire, lined with scarlet banners and strewn with the bodies of dead knights. The claimant brothers' own sons killed them. The sons concluded a non-aggression pact, divided the country in two, and declared themselves kings. The two new kings shake hands. Thus, two kingdoms appeared in the north called Aston and Aster. The yellowed map is divided into states. Noel believes it was a pointless war. He looks down sadly. Leo stands opposite his father and sadly looks at him from under his brows. The sky turns pink in the rays of the rising sun. Petals are falling from flowering trees. Lena stands among them and stretches her shoulder. She asks if Leo is coming. She invites Leo to stay at home and wonders why he would go to war with her. She holds one training wooden sword in her hand and throws the second one to a friend. But Leo manages to catch it above his head and looks at the girl with displeasure. He asks if she wants him to come with her. Lena replies that she doesn't want to. She wonders why she needs him there, because what if he dies a senseless death? She turns to Leo with a smile, flowering branches around her. Lena fears that he will leave her a widow. Leo narrows his eyes and laughs at this statement. He advises her to take better care that he does not become a widower. Leo and Lena stand in front of each other, swords at the ready. Lena asks her friend again in confusion. She opens her eyes in surprise and looks at Leo, her mouth parted. She asks if he will never marry again if she does not return from the war. Leo replies that it depends on how she behaves. He smiles and looks defiantly at his girlfriend. Raising his sword, Lena thinks about what she will have to do. She shouts that she will teach Leo a lesson. She takes off towards Leo. The girl tells him what he should have said. She smiles and raises her sword for a jumping attack. The girl shouts that he should have answered that he will remain a widower for the rest of his life. Leo understands that they cannot avoid war. He blocks his friend's attack and grits his teeth. Lena looks at him with a gambling smile. Leo repels his friend's attack by swinging his sword. He realizes that he must make sure that they both return alive. He decides that he will not let her go alone, like last time, and will not allow her to die. Lena continues to attack her friend over and over again. Gritting her teeth and frowning, Leo successfully repels her attacks. Lena lets out a battle cry. She raises her wooden sword for another blow. The girl swings her weapon and knocks the training sword out of the surprised Leo's hands. She points the tip of her sword at her disarmed friend, who stands with his hands raised. Lena asks what he was thinking about. She looks at the guy with suspicion. He laughs awkwardly and scratches his head. Lena says that if he is as dreamy during the war, they will kill him. Leo has thoughts on the rest. He looks at his friend and lowers his hand. He decides that he will think about it when they return alive. The tree branches have bright green leaves and large white flowers. This happens later. Not far from the mountains and forest there is a military camp, lined with white and red tents and racks of weapons. They went to the front. Lena sits on a stump not far from the tent and pulls her boot off her foot with a dissatisfied look. She begins to say that she is about to die from fatigue, but stops mid-sentence. She irritably throws her boot on the ground. Leo turns a surprised look at her. He notices that he told her not to drag her feet. Lena turns a questioning glance at her friend and leans her hands on the stump behind her. She calls out to her friend questioningly. Leo looks at his friend. In his hands is a wooden tub of water. The guy tells her to give her the leg. Lena sits on a stump. Leo crouches next to her and places a tub on the ground near her feet. The girl asks her friend in confusion what he is doing. Leo replies that it is better to wash his feet with cool water to prevent the calluses from bursting. He takes the girl's foot in his hands and helps lower her into the water. Lena notices that she didn't say that her legs hurt and wonders how her friend realized this. She smiles shyly and looks at the guy. Leo helps her wash her feet with water. He reports that he understands her without words. He looks down at what he's doing. Lena notices that she is already feeling better. She stretches and yawns. The guy sits next to her. She asks the guy how he copes. The guy understands that his military background helps him in this game. He remembers walking through the forest in camouflage clothes, with a backpack and a machine gun in his hands. Leo looks decisively at his friend. He says that when you are tired and drag your feet, calluses are the easiest to get. He advises his friend to go and rest. Leo gets up from his knees. He ruffles the girl's hair. She looks at him from under her brows. Leo says that he will go put up tents. He smiles softly at his friend and looks at her. Lena remains sitting on the stump. Leo stops in his tracks. He stands near one of the tents. The guy thinks that today was the longest day of his life. He lies on the bedspread, turning his head to the side and looking tiredly in front of him. Lena enters the tent. Leo rises on his elbows and looks at her. Lena says that they will lie down with him together, and it's as if they were already married, clarifying whether this is so. She lies down next to Leo. The guy looks at her. Leo remarks that he would not like to live in a tent for the rest of his life. The top of the tent is supported by wooden beams and ropes. Leo wonders if it's too shabby for a newlywed's home. He looks with a smile at the girl who is lying next to him. Lena smiles back at him. There is a blush on her cheeks. She blushes deeper, her blue eyes widening in embarrassment. She asks if Leo wants it. The guy blushes and sits up abruptly, looking at the girl. Lena looks up at him embarrassedly, continuing to lie on her side. She purses her lips offendedly and closes her eyes. Leo carefully reaches out his hand to her. He suddenly grabs his friend's nose. She winces. Lena yelps loudly in pain. Leo says they haven't washed in a week and are covered in dirt, and wonders if she wants their first time to be in such an environment. Lena gets up and embarrassedly hits Leo on the back of the head. The guy covers his head with his hands and closes his eyes, bending back to the bedspread. He suggests getting a better night's sleep and reports that he is very tired. Lena frowns indignantly and looks at the guy with displeasure. She says that he is a weakling and asks how he is going to be her husband if, after a long journey, he is not even able to fulfill his marital duty. A voice from the street interrupts them and shouts at them to be quiet, indignant that they are doves who have found a nest here. The second voice is indignant at why these two were given a separate tent. Lena and Leo freeze in embarrassment, not moving. Leo turns to the girl. They laugh. 2 months pass. Leo swings his sword and cuts off his enemy's head. Small but frequent clashes left scars on their souls. Leo lowers his sword and looks forward. Lena stands behind him. The enemy's body falls in front of him. They saw death almost every day. Leo realizes that he is good at commanding soldiers. The guy is reflected in the blade of the sword. He assumes that his achievements must be helping him. One of the achievements is the battalion, with the help of which he is good at commanding soldiers. One of the warriors shouts that he sees knights. Leo and Lena tense up. Leo raises his sword again. A guy with blonde hair and a red-haired girl are sitting in ambush. The girl frowns. She notices that they have been noticed. Lena, Leo, and the rest of the squad line up in front of them with their weapons at the ready. The knight stutters and asks what to do. He looks at the attackers in confusion and puts his sword forward. The girl looks at him with displeasure. She asks how to do what. The warriors shout a battle cry. They rush at the knights, swinging their swords. The red-haired girl cuts 2 warriors at once with one movement of her sword. She calls the guy Darrows and says that these simple foot soldiers cannot compare with him. She turns to her friend and frowns, her face full of determination. She shouts that they are knights. Darrows looks ahead in fear with wide eyes. One of the warriors raises his sword over him. The guy prepares to respond to the attack. He swings his sword and hits the warrior in the chest. Darrows quickly moves from the dead to the next, raising his sword to strike and looking at the warrior with glowing green eyes. He swings and slashes his sword again. Darrows lowers the bloody blade to the ground, staining the grass. The body of the murdered man lies next to him. Lena and Leo look in fear at what is happening. They look at each other tensely. Together they rush at the knight, trying to attack him with their swords, but he dodges both attacks. Darrows widens his eyes and looks at the blade flying right in front of his face. He quickly attacks the girl and Leo again, but they deflect his blows. The red-haired knight calls him a fool and shouts that he can handle 5. She turns to the guy and frowns. Her sword is bloody. Other warriors approach her. Darrows calls the girl lieutenant and says the name Katrina. He frowns and looks intensely at the girl. He says that Lena and Leo are not ordinary soldiers. Leo repeats the lieutenant's name in confusion. He turns his furious gaze towards the knights. He thinks this can't happen. He remembers that it was she who killed his girlfriend. Leo repeats the name Katrina. He purses his lips and looks at her angrily. He says he will never forget this name. Leo realizes that she is his friend's enemy. Leo's eyes widen in rage. Leo rushes at the knight with a scream. Raising his sword to strike, Darrows steps back. Leo strikes. Darrows repels his attack. Lena attacks him from the other side. Darrows stands sideways to her. Lena swings her sword. Darrows manages to step back so that the blow does not hit him in the chest. He jumps back from the girl. Lena raises her sword again. Katrina yells at him to hit them and go on the attack. Darrows frowns and clenches his teeth, looking carefully ahead. The warriors attack the knights. Darrows and Katrina fight them off. The bodies of the already defeated lie around. Katrina clicks her tongue in displeasure. She looks angrily towards her friends, holding a bloody sword in her hands. She shouts that it's enough to be foolish. Katrina turns to the second knight. She kills another warrior. Darrows looks intensely at the girl. He shouts back to the lieutenant that he is not toiling. One of the warriors looks at Darrows, holding his sword in front of him. He clenches the hilt of the sword in his hand. Katrina fights with the warrior while the second attacks the knight, who sits on his knees, raising his sword to strike. Darrows stares intensely at his attacker, a fresh scratch on his cheek. He swings his sword, continuing to kneel. Hitting the warrior in the chest, blood sprays from the sword. Leo realizes it's time. He takes his sword out of its sheath, looking forward resolutely. He swings his weapon, hitting the knight on the back. He winces. Darrows attacks back and Leo blocks his attack as Lena rushes towards them. She pierces the knight's shoulder with her sword, her gaze wild. Darrows pushes her away with his foot. Lena flies to the side and falls to the ground. Darrows clenches his teeth and winces in pain. Blood sprays from the wound on his shoulder. Leo raises his sword for a new attack. Wanting to pierce the knight, Darrows opens his eyes in fear. Leo plunges the sword into his body. The knight falls to the ground. Leo sits over the knight's body, leaning on his sword and lowering his head. A new sign appears in front of him. It indicates a new achievement about one knight and reports that Leo's strength in battle with knights is increasing. Leo thinks that knights, of course, are fighters on a completely different level. He pulls out the bloody tip of the sword and rises to his feet. He notices that they barely defeated the weakest of the two with 5 of them. Katrina continues to fight with the warriors who surround her and attack with swords and axes. She calls her friend by name. The girl turns to the knight. Her eyes widen. She screams his name loudly. The knight's body lies on the ground covered in blood, his dead eyes looking at the sky. Katrina frowns, her eyes sparkling with rage. She jumps, leaving the ground. The girl raises her sword in a jump. The warriors look up at her. She attacks one of the warriors, landing. The girl quickly runs towards 2 other warriors at a distance. She cuts them down with one swipe of her sword, her red hair falling out of her hairstyle. Someone else's blood drips from the lowered edge of the sword. Katrina looks gloomily at the lying warrior. She plunges her sword into him, her hair scattered over her shoulders. Leo asks her if she is Katrina. He frowns at her. Lena stands a little behind him and looks at the knight just as decisively. The girl puts her hair back into a high ponytail and frowns at Leo. She answers positively and wonders how he knows. Leo remembers when Lena died. He and his girlfriend stand with swords at the ready opposite the knight, who is surrounded by the dead bodies of warriors. The guy remembers that it happened around this time. Leo is surprised to meet her face to face. He nervously looks ahead. Lena is still standing next to him. He realizes that this is his girlfriend's killer. Katrina asks if he killed the knight. She looks at her friends and points her sword at them. She adds a question, wondering if Lena did it. Leo furiously replies that he did it. Katrina attacks him, but Leo defends himself from the attack, both frowning and gritting their teeth. They say mana is the energy of the gods. It is everywhere. The sun illuminates the mountains and green hills. In theory, anyone can learn to accumulate mana and become a magician. A knight in armor stands and looks up, holding a sword in his hands. However, by the time a person reaches the expert level, he is already old and infirm. An old man in rags leans exhaustedly on his sword. So quickly absorbing mana is a special talent. The human body is engulfed in a blue glow. Katrina understands that there is something, but she frowns and looks intently at her opponent, sweat streaming down her face. She mentally calls Leo a man, realizing that something is wrong with him. She attacks Leo again, but he again deflects the blow, advancing on the knight. Katrina sees that he is not very good with a sword. Her hand with the weapon is shaking. She understands that somewhere Leo has a lot of experience. The knight notices that the guy has become an expert at that age. Leo glares at the knight and prepares for the next attack. He attacks the knight, but the girl dodges the blow. She suggests that this is probably why Darrows did not survive. She grits her teeth and looks at Leo intensely. She understands that if she is not careful, she will die here too. She jumps away from Leo, who attacks her again. Leo notices that it's strange, but his blows seem to have become stronger. He looks down at the sword in his hand, beads of sweat running down his face. He doesn't understand if it's because of the achievement. Katrina notes that Leo is not bad for a common soldier. The guy looks at her. The girl says that time is against him. She angrily announces that she will unleash all her power on him. She looks at Leo with eyes burning with rage. The knight rushes at Leo with his sword at the ready. The guy notices this sharp attack. He repels someone else's sword with his own, stopping the knight. They fight by attacking each other and blocking blows. Leo manages to shield himself from the attack to the chest with his sword. He notices that the girl has opened up. Katrina raises her sword, jumping at Leo and about to attack him, while the guy shields himself with his sword. A sword blade whistles near the knight's head. Katrina manages to dodge. She looks at the attacker, who turns out to be Lena. The girl frowns furiously and attacks the knight again. Leo also strikes. Katrina thinks that she should take her friend's body with her. She fights off attacks from both Leo and Lena. Leo, and Katrina fight on equal terms. The knight raises his sword again, frowning. She hits the girl in a jump, but Lena manages to block the blow, stepping back. Katrina grins and frowns. She understands that the woman will be weaker than Leo. Katrina kicks the girl to make her lose her balance. She pushes off the ground with force. Katrina strikes the girl's hand. She does not have time to deflect it. Leo sees how the sword strike cuts his girlfriend's hand. He calls her in horror. Lena clenches her teeth and squints in pain. She rushes at the knight with her whole body. Katrina opens her eyes in surprise. She gasps from the blow. The knight looks at the girl in front of him in fear. Lena loudly calls her friend. Leo hurries to his friend, who is able to drop the knight, pressing her to the ground with his weight. Katrina growls in helplessness. Leo grabs the blade of her sword, preventing her from raising it. He presses the blade to the ground, his hand shaking. He demands his friend to act faster. Leo turns to the girl and frowns. Lena raises her sword over the shocked knight. Blood splashes to the sides. The knight's eyes widen. She grunts inaudibly in pain. The hand that grips the hilt of the sword trembles. The fingers relax and let go of the sword. Lena quietly calls her friend. She breathes heavily, like Leo, and looks at her friend from under her brows. She happily declares that they did it. Lena smiles through force and looks at the guy. She says that they themselves are now knights. The girl suddenly falls. Leo looks at her in surprise. He calls the girl loudly and fearfully. 2 weeks later, the camp in the middle of the forest is fenced. In the center of it, there is a wooden platform. Lena scratches the back of her head, standing next to Leo, who sits on a stump with a bandaged hand. Leo knows that the church opposed the war. He raises his wounded and bandaged hand and looks at it. He notes that they were unable to secure the support of the priest. Lena calls out to Leo and asks how he is. She looks at her friend worriedly. Leo notices that she keeps thinking about others. Leo looks at his friend. He asks if she herself is okay. Lena agrees and notes that she is much better. She looks at Leo. Her right arm is tied up in a sleeve. Leo is silent in response. Lena takes a step forward. Leo remembers what they were told, that the prince was coming. Lena walks past him. She wonders if it's true and comments that it's great. She asks if Leo will come back. The girl lowers her sad gaze. Leo says he asked to come home. He raises his head and looks at his girlfriend next to him. Lena vaguely remarks that this is how it is. She says that she also wants to go home. She looks down sadly. One of the warriors calls his friends by name. He comes out of the large tent, his arm bandaged. Lena turns her attention to him. The guy states that an officer is calling them. Lena and Leo look at him. Leo smiles slightly. They approach the officer's desk inside a large tent, with other soldiers around carrying buckets and boxes. The officer asks them if they heard that the prince was arriving. He looks at his friends with his hands folded on the green tabletop. He says that tomorrow after the parade they will give out awards, and that he wants to recommend them. Lena and Leo look at him determinedly, with their hands behind their backs. Leo wonders if this is true and thanks the officer. He smiles. Lena turns her head towards her friend. The officer notices that only Leo will go on stage. He raises his eyebrows and looks at the guy, pointing his finger at him. Leo asks why, confused. Lena looks away as Leo desperately looks at the officer, who coughs delicately into his fist. He says morale will drop if a soldier comes on stage with a serious arm injury. Leo shouts that they only caught the 2 knights thanks to the girl. He frowns and slams his palm on the table. He states that if Lena does not receive the award, then he refuses too. Lena quietly calls her friend by name. He looks forward intently. She says everything is fine. Leo turns to her in shock. The girl closes her eyes and lowers her head. He calls the girl in an attempt to reason with her. The officer says of course they will recognize their achievements. He turns away from the couple. Leo puts his hand on his girlfriend's shoulder. They turn around and walk away from the officer, who jumps up from his seat. He calls out to the guy in shock. The guards blow trumpets. They solemnly announce that His Majesty Prince Arnold de Claus has arrived. The prince walks along the red carpet, wearing rich dark clothes with a precious brooch on his cloak. He walks towards the stage. The soldiers on both sides of the carpet bow. Lena and Leo stand up as the prince passes by. An achievement plaque appears in front of the guy, which indicates his first meeting with the prince, and that thanks to it he received a small favor from all the nobility. The prince climbs the steps to the platform. He looks around the crowd as he stands on the stage. He addresses the fighters who sacrificed themselves for the kingdom and says that the Klaus family will never forget their dedication. He ensures that everyone here receives a reward. Lena and Leo stand among the wounded soldiers. Lena looks at her friend with displeasure. He turns away. Leo goes to the prince along the carpet. The prince raises the tip of his sword. He begins the words of dedication. He smiles and touches Leo's knee, Ealing's shoulder with his sword. He says he is naming Leo an honorary knight. The crowd of those gathered screams joyfully. Lena looks at her friend with a smile, standing among the fighters. At sunset, Lena and Leo walk away from the stage holding their bags. Lena says that she will learn to cook when she returns. She smiles. Leo looks at her in surprise. He repeats her words about cooking. The girl says that she wants to open a small shop. She smiles and looks ahead. She says she will serve simple food and drinks there. Leo remarks that he thinks drinking will make her feel better. He smiles. Lena turns to him and smiles back, resting her hand on her side. She states that she will excel in snacks too. Leo asks if she will feed him for free. Lena laughs in response, looking at her friend. She replies that of course. The girl declares that everything is free for friends. Leo looks at his friend without a smile. He suddenly laughs and declares that she will go bankrupt like that. He covers his face with his hand. Lena smiles smugly. She says that's not true. The girl says that with the money she received as a reward, she can afford to fail. Leo laughs and wonders if she's going to screw herself several times at once. Birds fly across the orange sunset sky above the mountain peaks. Lena and Leo returned home. The orange sun illuminates the forest and the soldiers' camp. The leader and his wife leave the house. Lena looks in their direction, exhaling and clutching the strap of her bag in her hand. Leo stands behind her. Parents rush to their daughter, tears in their eyes. Lena takes off running towards them. She hurries into the arms of her parents. All 3 of them cry. Noel approaches his son. Leo looks at his father. Noel looks back the same way. They returned 8 months later. The man takes his son's wounded hand. He hugs Leo. The guy buries his face into his father's shoulder. Despite the victory, they returned with the gloomy look of defeated soldiers. Lena calls out to her friend, pulling a sword from the weapons rack. She asks if she should try holding the sword with one hand. She weighs the weapon in her left hand as Leo looks at her. The guy answers his girlfriend positively. He smiles slightly and looks at her. He says he was also thinking about practicing with a sword and shield. He wonders if she wants to try. Lena disapprovingly clarifies about the shield. Leo smiles while his girlfriend looks at him with displeasure. She reports that she is then at a loss. The girl offers to practice honestly, without a shield. She approaches Leo and looks up at him. Leo smiles slightly and looks softly at his friend. He also holds a sword in his left hand and looks at the girl opposite him. Lena is the first to attack, her brows furrowed. Leo repels her attack without moving. Lena swings again to attack. They cross their swords with a clang. Leo repels the attack again. Lena sharply lowers her sword, looking ahead in shock. Leo looks at his friend with concern, drawing his sword back. He quietly calls the girl's name. Lena frowns and looks up at Leo. She attacks the guy with burning eyes of dreams. Leo repels the girl's attack by swinging his sword. Lena exhales noisily from fatigue. The guy stands with his sword raised and looks carefully at his girlfriend. Lena stands with her head bowed and hunched over. She is trembling. Leo calls her plaintively again. He raises his eyebrows and looks at the girl with regret. He throws away the sword and hugs his friend, who has lowered her weapon. He asks her to listen to him. Lena looks up at the guy, tears streaming down her face. Leo proposes marriage to her. He holds the girl by the shoulders and looks at her decisively. Lena looks at the guy with wide eyes in amazement. His hands are still on her shoulders. Lena turns sharply and throws away the sword. Leo looks after her in disbelief. He politely asks her to answer. Lena quickly moves away from him. Leo remains standing where he was, looking after his friend. Lena clenches her teeth and lowers her head. She says she doesn't want to. Leo raises his eyebrows and looks at her in confusion. He desperately asks why. Lena yells at him to look at her. She turns to Leo, frowning, tears streaming down her cheeks. She notices what state she is in. The girl turns away, closing her eyes with regret and gritting her teeth. She says she doesn't want to get married. The girl says she doesn't need Leo's pity. She bends over and trembles. The guy moves towards her. He tries to call her again. Lena interrupts him and desperately asks why he needs her so much. Leo gently touches her back, supporting her. He suddenly pulls her closer and hugs her. He says it doesn't matter. Leo convinces her that he only needs her. He looks at his friend with regret. The girl incomprehensibly calls him by name. She looks up at the guy with tear-filled eyes. Lush peonies interspersed with small white flowers. Lena tells Leo that she loves him. Leo hugs the girl by the neck and kisses her. A sign appears congratulating him for marrying the girl. A new plaque thanks him for his game. Leo is illuminated by golden rays. The girl in front of him dissolves into pixels. He desperately calls her name. Leo stares at the pixels in front of him in disbelief. The painting, framed in gold, depicts Leo's family. Lena, with a smile and home clothes, is stirring something in the cauldron. Leo is standing at the door and looking at his wife. 2 children are tugging at his coat, and a third is sitting on his shoulders. A sign appears with information about the girl, indicating her status as a fighter, and that her partner is Leo Dexter. Leo sees Lena smiling. He looks at the picture in front of him with a slight smile. The new sign contains information about Leo, which indicates that his status is a knight, and his partner is Lena, and that this ending is a peaceful life in Avril's castle. The guy thinks it's good that she didn't die this time. On the tattered parchment, Lena is depicted, and her story is written. It states that the girl was born in Avril Castle, and she had a happy childhood. During the war between the kingdoms, Lena was given the honor of fighting the knights from the Second Knightly Order of the Kingdom of Belida. Having lost her arm, Lena returned home and married Leo, opening a small restaurant. She later gave birth to 3 children and lived happily. The second parchment shows Leo. He was born in the capital and had a happy childhood. During the war between the kingdoms, Leo was given the honor of defeating a knight named Daros from the Second Knightly Order of the Kingdom of Belida. With his hands wounded, Leo returned home, married his girlfriend, and became an honorary knight in the garrison of the Avril Castle. He often went hunting and enjoyed a happy family life. The main character thinks that at least the ending was happy. He floats in the golden light. His appearance changes to normal. He smiles slightly. He thinks he made the girl happy. He remembers the picture of her cooking and the children. Katrina looks wide-eyed at the sky. He remembers that he took revenge on her. The new sign says that he failed to raise the girl. Another tablet states that the 2 of them fought to defeat a strong opponent, and for this achievement he receives the combat technique skill. Below are 2 pixelated swords. The guy thinks that it would be better to give this award to the girl. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks at the sign with displeasure. He thinks he's figured something out. He purses his lips and looks down sadly. The guy thinks that raising a girl is too difficult a task. He thinks he misses Chaiha and his parents. He frowns a little, and there is regret in his eyes. He understands what he wants now. He floats in a golden glow, eyes closed and arms outstretched. He wants to make the girl happy. Leo and Lena are sitting in rags against the wall of one of the houses in the alley. Leo recognizes this alley. Lena rests her head on his shoulder, her eyes exhaustedly closed. She calls Leo brother and says that she wants to eat and drink. Leo clutches a small bag in his hand. He invites the girl to go and find something to eat. He holds her by the shoulders, turning to her. He remembers how he sat with a bandaged head next to the bed of a sick girl and gave her water. Leo and Lena get up and head towards the square. Lena thinks that after dawn there will be nothing to eat. She looks at her brother sadly. She understands that there is no water at all. The metal mug stands empty. Leo and Lena hold hands and walk out of a dirty alley. They walk through the market square, filled with passers-by and merchants, Lena trailing exhaustedly behind Leo. She is amazed that there is so much food around. She turns around and stares at the merchandise stalls, still holding Leo's hand. Suddenly, she crashes her forehead into the shoulder of Leo, who has abruptly stopped. The girl screams in pain. A man stands opposite them, a bat on his shoulder. He takes it off his shoulder and looks at Leo angrily. He orders them to leave here if they don't want to get hurt. Leo wonders if this is enough for food. He hands the merchant 2 gold coins. Lena looks at her brother warily, standing behind him. The man exclaims that they are guests and asks if they should pack their own. He smiles and hides the bat behind his back. Raising his eyebrows, Lena looks over her brother's shoulder. She says they want to eat here. The man states that it will be a little more expensive. Leo asks if this is enough. There are now 5 gold coins in his palm, and he hands them to the merchant. The man thinks he didn't want to let them in because of their appearance. He walks towards the tavern, opening the door to it. The man tells them to go ahead, adding that there are no guests now. The bell on the door rings. Lena asks where Leo got the money. The tavern has din tables and chairs, and there is a stove against the wall on which various meats are baked. Leo replies that he was saving for a rainy day. With a smile, he pushes back one of the chairs and helps his sister sit down. Lena wonders if this is the money he promised to give her. She asks where Leo got them and states that she wants to buy another house. Lena smiles dreamily and folds her arms over her chest, her eyes shining as Leo stands next to her. It seems to him that the girl does not have a very good education. He thinks he will try to save some money and train her a little. He smiles at his sister and sits down at the table next to her. He thinks the script is inherently difficult. The man announces food. He puts the baked bird with tomatoes on the table. Lena and Leo exclaim in delight. They stare hungrily at the appetizing food. Leo understands that this time the main thing is to at least survive. At the end of each game, they give a reward. Lena actively eats while Leo sits next to him and thoughtfully looks at the leg he holds in his hand. He remembers all the awards about hunting, sword skill, initial capital, lane rules, and fighting skills. And there are also various achievements. The guy remembers the signs with them. Among them are the achievement of the first murder, in which Leo feels less guilty about him, the achievement of the first meeting with a girl, in which she has a good impression of Leo, the achievement of 10 soldiers, in which he becomes stronger in battle, the first meeting with the prince, which gives a little favor from him, an achievement about one knight, from which Leo becomes a little stronger in battle with a knight, as well as in meeting with a king named Arnold de Claus, which gives a little favor from him and from the nobility. Leo continues to look thoughtfully at the chicken leg in his hand. He understands that he is not strong enough yet. He raises his eyebrows in regret. Leo realizes that he will not be able to protect the girl yet. He thinks he'll have to give up the idea of beating the game. He lowers his head and now looks down. He now wants to aim for a happy ending. Clouds are floating across the blue sky. Leo peeks around the corner of the house, and Lena peeks over her brother's shoulder. He understands that what he is looking for is not here. Lena asks Leo where they are going. The guy scratches his head and looks at the street in front of him. Lena stands next to him and looks at him. Leo replies that he is going home. He turns to his sister and smiles. Lena asks him again in confusion. She looks at her brother in surprise. Leo confirms that he is talking about their house. He smiles and ruffles his sister's hair. The stranger says that if it's about money, she will give it and asks to let them in. She crosses her arms over her chest and looks gloomily at the doctor, standing among the crowd of passers-by. Leo thinks that a person who showed kindness without asking for anything in return would let them in. An unfamiliar voice calls out to the brother and sister. Lena and Leo turn questioning glances in his direction. The stranger asks why the two of them are walking here. 5 unfamiliar guys stand in front of them. One of them asks why they are eating without them. He stands in the center, wearing a hood. He wonders if this isn't narcissistic. Leo asks what's wrong. He frowns a little and looks at the group. He says they left as soon as the guys arrived. One of the company exclaims indignantly just to look at them. This is a guy in a headband who rushes towards his brother and sister, but is stopped by a gesture from a guy in a hood. He says that's enough. He asks his friend not to be so angry. He turns his head towards him, and he raises his eyebrows guiltily. He tries to argue with the guy. He says that they are breaking the rules. Leo raises his eyebrows in confusion and looks at the company carefully. He doesn't understand what rules we're talking about. The third guy states that beggars should live with beggars and hang around. He points at Leo and his sister and frowns. The other two turn to look at him. He shouts that they are pretending that they are better than others. The leader reports that newcomers have the right to make mistakes and that they should not be frightened. He looks at his company. The guy in the blindfold looks away with displeasure. Lena hides behind Leo, who raises his hand in a conciliatory gesture. He says they will leave now. The guy repeats what Leo said. The guy looks decisively at the company, while Lena timidly looks over his shoulder. He says that they were looking for someone and asks if they know where the street is where they sell oil and leather. One of the company asks if Uncle Ober is there. He looks at one of the guys, who crosses his arms and stares back. He asks if this is a leather street. He says to walk down the street until they see the south gate. On the yellowed map of the city, there is a red line indicating the route. The guy says that there they will need to turn right into the alley. Leo thanks them and says they will go then. He touches his sister's back and leads her away from the company. The guys look after them. The guy in the blindfold shakes his fist at them. He shouts that if they are lying, he will not forgive. Leo doesn't understand what's the point of quarreling with beggars. He exhales and looks ahead grimly, holding his sister's hand as she looks around. He thinks he will get the 10 beggars achievement. He and Lena walk between the houses, holding hands. He notices what he found. The dark wooden sign shows a shoe. Leo remembers that it was she who helped them. A woman stands behind a shoemaker's counter, propping up her head with her hand. On the tabletop in front of her, there is leather and tools for work. He doesn't understand what she's doing. The woman looks around boredly. Leo realizes that she doesn't make shoes. On the shelves, there are shoes of different colors. Below, there are scissors and a lamp. Leo thinks she's not selling it. He thinks the store is quite far away. He stands at the door and turns his head. Looking around, Lena stands next to him. It seems to him that she never even had guests. The door swings open in front of them. Lena and Leo jump in fear, eyes wide. The stranger tells them to come in. She stands on the threshold and calmly looks at her brother and sister in front of her. She tells them not to loiter around. Leo apologizes to her. He enters the shop. Lena looks cautiously over his shoulder. The woman asks if they want to buy something. She walks back to her counter. Leo following behind her as Lena clings to the back of his shirt. The stranger evaluates their appearance. She sees the tattered and mended shoes of Leo and his sister. She says they could use some new shoes. However, she believes that they have no money. Leo and Lena look down in shame. Leo holds his sister's hand. The woman asks for forgiveness and says that she is not involved in charity. She leans over her counter. Leo looks at her determinedly. He says that they don't need charity and politely asks her to shelter them for a couple of days. He says that if you need money, he has it. He and Lena come closer, and the guy pours silver coins from a bag onto the counter. The woman rests her head on her hand again and looks at her brother and sister. She states that she doesn't know who Leo stole it from, but tells him to keep it. She stacks the silver coins. The woman says that she is not at all interested in babysitting children. Leo puts his arm around his sister's shoulder and looks at the woman. He awkwardly asks if they can at least have some water because his sister needs to wash up. She tells you where the water and towel are. The woman nods in the right direction, continuing to make a tower of coins. She asks them just not to spill them. Leo touches his hand to his sister's back and leads her to the barrel in the corner, passing the counter. Leo realizes that this is the same as last time. Lena is squatting next to a barrel of water. Leo is sitting next to her, holding her hair and washing her. Lena mumbles something inaudibly. The woman looks in their direction and observes what is happening. Leo asks his sister not to gurgle. He shows the woman the result. Her eyes widen in surprise. Leo says that now she can see what Lena really looks like. He smiles, helping his sister wipe her face. Lena looks sideways at him. Leo again wonders if they can stay. He raises his eyebrows pitifully and looks at the woman. The stranger notices what a beautiful girl Lena is and asks if she talks. The woman looks at her with interest. Lena answers yes. The woman states that it seems to her that Lena is attentive and obedient. She says this means Leo doesn't want to drag her around the streets with him. She turns to her brother and sister, spreading her arms. She asks if he needs to leave his sister with someone. Lena is in a hurry to refuse this. Leo promises his sister that he will not leave her. He sits down next to her and takes her hand in his. Lena looks at him sadly. She mumbles something inaudibly. Leo explains that his sister needs a home. She can't go out alone, and he needs to work. He turns to the woman, still sitting next to his sister. He says he just needs a place to stay for the night and a place to wash up. He asks the woman to let her sister stay. The woman touches her chin thoughtfully, pondering the answer. She wonders why she needs this. Leo says he's asking her for help. He looks pleadingly at the woman and folds his hands in a pleading gesture. The woman wonders if this is a quid pro quo. She wraps a strand of hair around her finger and looks at Leo. She hums thoughtfully. The woman still agrees to help her brother and sister. She looks at them, holding a strand of hair on her finger. She says she still has one spare room. Leo smiles joyfully and looks back at her with burning eyes. He thanks the woman loudly and says that he will never forget her kindness. She interrupts him and tells him how much he will charge, asking if he missed it. A woman holds one silver coin in her fingers. She says that sometimes she will need a little more, so she asks him to save from his salary. The woman tells them where the pantry is, saying they can take as much food as they want. Not far from them, there is a semicircular wooden door to the desired room. The woman informs them that a water carrier delivers water in the morning, so they don't have to worry about that. She says they can sleep on the bed in the closet. The woman behind the counter turns to them, Lena holding onto her brother's forearm. Leo almost calls her by name, but stops himself and thanks her again, wondering if they can help. The woman says her name is Kasha. She wearily rests her head on her hand. Leo smiles back. He replies that he is fine and calls her madam. The woman asks him not to name any mistress, just Kasha. She grimaces nervously and covers herself with her hand. Leo agrees with her and calls her simply by her name. The guy smiles joyfully and widely. He says they are very grateful to her. The guy says that his name is Leo, and this is his sister Lena. He smiles and points to his sister, who is standing nearby. The guy says that they are pleased to meet you. Kasha glances at them with disinterested eyes and turns away. She throws it away indifferently, which she understands. Leo watches her movement in confusion. He doesn't understand where she's looking. Kasha looks at the door next to them. Leo also looks at her. He thinks that, as always, she is strange. Leo shouts to his sister that he brought water. He stumbles into the room with a barrel in his hands, trembling from the load. He calls out to his sister in confusion, stuttering. Lena takes off her dirty clothes. Leo asks what she's doing, indignantly declaring that she can't just take off her clothes in front of him. Lena briefly asks him again. She looks blankly at her brother, who abruptly turns away, closing his eyes. The girl says that here. She carefully folds her mended dress and places it on the floor. Leo says he didn't mean it had to be folded neatly. He frowns a little, turning slightly towards his sister's actions. He says that he will wait outside the door, and for now let her wash herself. He heads towards the exit of the room, leaving the barrel near his sister. Lena looks after him in disbelief. Leo closes the door behind him. He exhales noisily, gasping. He understands that he must teach her everything as soon as possible. The guy leans his back against the door and throws his head back, looking up sadly. He thinks that what she needs now is not even a teacher, but rather a parent. He asked his sister how old she was. She will be an adult in just a couple of years, and she acts like a girl. Lena from this story has long golden wavy hair and golden eyes. Lena from the story about Knights looks much more mature. Her hair is lighter and shorter, her eyes are gray, and she has a wooden sword slung over her shoulder. There is only 1 year difference between them. Leo understands that it still matters in what setting and environment a child grows up. He looks down thoughtfully. Lena calls out to him and says that she is done. Leo asks if this is true and asks if he can come in. He opens the door and goes into the room. He exhales chokily and calls out to his sister. Leo squints and clenches his teeth. Lena stands opposite and hugs herself with her arms. She states that it is his turn now. Leo exhales with relief. Lena smiles joyfully, wearing a clean white and pink dress instead of dirty rags. Leo groans tiredly and calls his sister by name. He asks her to remember that from now on she can't undress in front of him. He wearily closes his eyes and buries his fingers in his own hair. Lena asks in confusion why. Leo explains that simply showing your body to others is indecent and shameful. Lena looks at him incomprehensibly, her mouth parted. She declares that he is her brother, not the others. Leo agrees with this, but says that he doesn't have to show it either, asking if she understands. He adds that they now have a room and asks her to remember that she needs to change clothes and wash only when no one is around. He comes closer to his sister and strokes her hair with a smile. Lena obediently agrees with him. The guy says he'll take a shower then, asking if she'll wait outside the door. Lena looks down and pouts her lips. She suddenly screams that okay. She runs out of the room, leaving Leo to stare after her in bewilderment. He just sighs thoughtfully. Leo exhales noisily and tiredly. He closes his eyes and rubs his hand over the back of his head, resting his other hand on his side. The guy asks if a worker is needed. He stands outside by an open door, communicating with the person inside. Leo smiles friendly and waits for an answer. He says he's not very strong yet. He puts a hand to his chest, smiling more nervously. He promises that he will try. Leo raises his eyebrows pitifully, raising his hands and clenching his fists. He groans, realizing that he was refused again. He wanders along a narrow street between houses. He suddenly looks up at one of the signs. He recalls that in previous times in this scenario, he was always able to get a job in a tool shop thanks to his dexterity. He looks at the sign with 2 hammers on it. He realizes that this time his Leo is different. He understands that he has neither skills nor muscles, and the only thing he has been given is that he has a good face. Leo exhales and looks at his own hands with displeasure, frowning. He thinks that, in other words, his Leo is useless this time. He suddenly pulls himself together and tells himself to pull himself together. He clenches his fists resolutely. He says that he must help his sister marry the prince. Lena, in a pink dress, stands with one hand pressed to her chest and looks embarrassed at the prince, who is standing in front of her on one knee, holding her other hand. Leo thinks that he should first hire her a tutor so that she can learn the basics of the necessary sciences. Leo smiles, nodding decisively to himself. He believes that aristocrats will be at the feet of such a beauty and clever woman. He asks himself what to do. He looks thoughtfully at his own hands. He realizes that he has 2 skills from the last game. A crossbow loaded with an arrow is engulfed in a blue glow. His first skill is hunting. The second is fencing. The sword with a carved hilt is also engulfed in a glow. He realizes that there are no forests or mountains near the city of Orville. The sun illuminates the gray-tiled roofs of city houses. Leo realizes that the life of a mercenary would force him to leave his sister. Lena stands alone in the golden rays. Her head is lowered, and with her hands she holds on to the hem of her old dress. Leo realizes that he doesn't want this. He doesn't understand if this is all. He stops in the middle of the pavement. The guy frowns decisively and looks forward, the sun setting behind him. Leo walks along the dark streets between the houses, tossing a silver coin in his hand. He tosses it into the air with 2 fingers. Leo juggles it as he walks, his other hand clenched into a fist. Suddenly someone calls out to him. The guy catches the coin and looks at the speaker with displeasure. The stranger says that he has a conversation with Leo and calls him a kid. A tall man in tattered clothes and with a scar on his face approaches the guy and stops Leo by the shoulder. 2 more stand behind him. They smile conspiratorially. The guy looks gloomily in front of him. He frowns, suddenly stretching his lips into a smile and clenching his fist. He cheers to himself. The stranger asks Leo what he thinks he is, that he walks around here without a weapon without fear. He and his friends surround Leo in a dark alley, cutting off his escape route. He asks if the coins are jingling in his pocket. The man smirks and moves closer to Leo, pointing his finger at him. He says the guy has too much money to beg for. He reaches out his hand to Leo, but he suddenly crouches and dodges. Leo frowns, lunges forward, and elbows the stranger in the stomach. The man coughs chokingly from the blow. He falls to the pavement on all 4s, holding his stomach, while the other 2 surround Leo, who looks around. One of the robbers stutters and asks what's going on. The guy jumps up and swings his leg to strike, looking at the second stranger. He kicks him in the face. The man grimaces. He screams in pain. The third stranger yells at him, calling him a tumbleweed. He frowns and pulls out a small blade, clutching it in his hand. Leo realizes that he is frail and weak. The robber lunges at him with a blade, but Leo dodges the attack. He remembers that in the scenario in which Lena was Einar, he trained like hell every day. Leo says he doesn't need a weapon. The stranger stares at him in amazement, his mouth open in surprise and his eyes wide. Leo says that for a piece of trash like him, he won't even need his fencing. He looks at the surprised stranger with a smile and burning eyes. The guy hits him under the jaw with his wrist, forcing his head back, Leo's face full of concentration and determination. The struck man freezes, trying to maintain his balance. He still falls against the wall. The blade falls out of his hand. Leo stands and looks at him. The guy picks up the blade from the pavement. He chuckles quietly to himself. He examines the weapon as he turns it from side to side. The first robber lets out a muffled hoot and calls out to Leo. The guy looks at him. The man is still sitting on the ground. He says Leo won't get away with this. The guy just smiles in response. He replies that he has no doubt. He says that it's probably better for him not to leave any witnesses, checking with the man to see if this is true. Leo stretches his lips into a smile. His eyes glow in the dark, and he raises the blade of his blade. A man's loud scream is heard. A new achievement plaque appears. There is a title written on it that talks about a slum cleaner, and that in the dark alleys Leo becomes stronger. The guy thinks that now he has 2 daggers and 10 coppers. He comes out of the gateway with a smile and throws a bag of coins in his hand. He thinks that this is a good income for fast work. The guy hides a bag of money in his belt. He understands that robbing thieves is not the most profitable business. Over the roofs of the houses, there is a starry night sky. Leo is thinking about real money. He suddenly stops in place, with different mended shoes on his feet. He understands that the real money is in the mafia. He stands in front of one of the green semicircular doors. He carefully opens the door, revealing a man with an eye patch, sweeping the wooden floor. Behind him is a chair with a rope tied to it. The man turns to Leo and tells him that they are closing soon. He turns to the guy, looking at him and stopping sweeping. Leo rushes towards him and firmly puts the blade of his blade to the man's throat, his brow furrowed. The man stutters and asks who sent him. He recoils in fear and looks at Leo, the blade still at his throat. Leo realizes that he knew it. He realizes that this is not an ordinary worker. Leo looks up at him with a frown. Leo asks him to calm down first, informing him that there is a conversation. He doesn't move away, ready to attack. Leo suddenly notices the rope and his eyes widen in realization. It seems to him that his instincts did not let him down. Leo from one of the previous stories is sitting in a stable on hay, tied to a post, with 2 horses behind him. He understands that Leo was dragged to the stables for a reason in the last scenario. The mafia needed horse-drawn delivery services. Men are carrying wooden boxes towards a covered cart. Leo understands that they need this to move illegal goods. He thinks that in the end it is safe to assume. In the night sky above the roof of the stable, there is a snake with an open mouth and flowers near it. Below is a picture of a dog with a noose around his neck. Leo realizes that every trucking service in this city has been bought up by the mafia. Another man asks what it is. He goes inside and looks at Leo. The man with the bandage shouts that this is some kind of ragamuffin. He adds that he doesn't know what he needs and that Leo just barged in here. He turns to the guy who came in with the guy who still doesn't remove the blade from his neck. The newcomer asks if this is a new way to ask for alms from them, the beggars. He looks down on Leo with contempt. He tells him to put the knife away, otherwise it will hurt. Leo talks about an alley west of the market and 3 robbers. The guy throws a blade, as well as bloody rags, onto the plank floor in front of the man. He says he thinks this entry fee will suit them. The man looks in surprise at the thrown objects. Leo says he will be back tomorrow. He moves towards the door with his hostage, never taking his eyes off the man. Leo recommends that they check for now whether he told the truth. The man looks at the objects lying in front of him with surprise. Leo wonders if the blood got on his shirt. He inspects his dirty clothes as he enters the house. Leo thinks okay, he'll just take it off and that's it. He pulls the edges of the shirt up to take it off. Suddenly Lena calls out to him. She angrily asks why he came back so late. She looks at her brother indignantly, and he smiles nervously in response. He asks for forgiveness and says he was looking for a job. Lena asks why he is undressing. Leo nervously turns away and looks away, waving his hand while his sister looks at him blankly. The guy says he's just too hot. Lena notes with regret that he is probably very tired. She looks down guiltily, but Leo hurries to stop her, stretching out his hands in front of him. He reassures her that it wasn't difficult. He asks his sister what she did today. He looks at her with a soft smile and places his hand on her back in an encouraging gesture. Lena replies that she was just sitting in the room. Leo says he'll go take a shower, asking if Lena can wait for him. Lena still looks down guiltily. Leo leans a little towards her, leading her to the exit from the room. Lena hooted in agreement at his phrase. Leo looks at his sister carefully. He notices that she is somehow depressed and thinks that he should bring her a gift tomorrow. The rays of the sun illuminate the shoe store and the pavement next to it. Leo understands that he needs to find a tutor for his sister. He yawns until there are tears in the corners of his eyes and stretches his shoulder. He thinks there is one thing. Leo walks through the city among other people. The guy doesn't understand where to find a tutor. He looks ahead tensely. He apologizes to the passerby and asks if she knows where he can find a teacher at home. The woman turns to Leo. She repeats his question and then apologizes and says that she doesn't know. Leo stands in the middle of the square. He crosses his arms over his chest and looks thoughtfully into the distance. The stranger asks him if he is looking for a teacher. The man approaches Leo with a smile. The guy turns his head towards him. Leo wonders if the stranger knows anyone. The man reports a small fee. He smiles and gestures to the coins. He reports that he is ready to find a teacher for her according to Leo's requirements. The guy hums thoughtfully at his proposal. He says he needs someone who is honest and who doesn't care what his student looks like. The guy closes his eyes in thought and raises one hand to rest his chin. He says that it is advisable that this is an elderly person. Leo adds that high qualifications are not necessary. He shakes his finger. The stranger listens to him with a smile. Leo says that he just needs an ordinary tutor. He gasps and hastens to add that, of course, it must be a woman. So he found a teacher for his sister. An elderly woman with a book in her hands leaves the room. Leo goes towards her. The guy asks how the first lesson went and whether his sister is doing well. The woman smiles back at Leo and hugs the book to herself. She says that Leo's sister is such a beauty and that she understands why the guy chose her as his teacher. She promises that she won't tell anyone. The woman smiles softly and looks at the guy. She says she will keep quiet about the young lady. The teacher says that he will visit the girl twice a week. Leo smiles back at her and hands her a bag of money. He thanks the woman and says that the bag contains money for textbooks and her monthly salary. In parting, he says that they will see each other in 2 days. The door opens, revealing a pink sky. Kasha stands against the wall, looking away. She remarks that Leo is a good brother. The woman smiles and crosses her arms over her chest, looking at the guy. Leo looks towards the door. Kasha doesn't take her eyes off him. The guy says that he will go on business. Kasha wonders if he has found a job yet. Lena sits on a stool in the room and enthusiastically looks at a thick book. Leo leaves the shop, looking down. He says you can say that. Leo and the stranger walk along the dark streets at night. Their silhouettes are visible. A man with an eye patch reports that it is here and calls Leo to follow him. He holds the door handle and turns to the guy standing behind him. He addresses the person inside as the boss and says that he has brought yesterday's candidate. He opens the door and goes inside. A bald man sits at a table by candlelight, writing something with a pen. He frowns and looks up at the newcomers. He says that he has heard about Leo, but did not expect him to be so frail. Leo looks at the man intensely. The man comes closer to the guy and looks down at him menacingly. He says that, firstly, it's nice to meet Leo, because not everyone with such a physique can kill 3 bandits, and he must be gifted. The man spreads his arms to the sides, standing opposite Leo. The guy says that he won't say that he has any gifts. The man replies that they will see about it later. He smiles, never taking his eyes off Leo. He asks to follow him, as he needs to see what Leo is capable of. He opens the door and walks inside, holding a lantern and turning to Leo to see if he's following. He clarifies that Leo wields a dagger. Leo reports that he prefers a 2-handed sword. The two of them walk along the night street past a covered cart. The man snorts and says that the guy is probably the son of a knight. He turns to Leo. The guy looks at him nervously. The door opens and a man steps inside. He calls out to the men sitting inside. He says that he knew that he would find them here. He shines a lantern in front of him. Leo stands behind him. The men inside are sitting on boxes and hay and looking at the newcomers. They address the person who enters as the boss. They apologize to him. All 3 rise to their feet and bow before the newcomers. The man asks them to calm down and states that he is not here to scold them. He asks to bring him 2 wooden swords, one longer and heavier. Leo looks gloomily at the people around him. The boss calls out to a man named Dale and informs him that he must test the new guy. A man with long hair and a beard looks at his boss. He replies that he is listening. A wooden training sword falls onto the hay in front of Leo's feet. Dale smiles and looks down at the guy. He asks if Leo will show them what he can do. The guy looks decisively at the man. Leo picks up the sword and swings it. Dale stands opposite, throwing the sword over his shoulder and holding a shield in his second hand. The other 3 stand a little to the side. Leo understands that if he blows it, he won't get out of here alive. He frowns at his opponent, holding his sword tightly. The boss says he allows them to fight. He He sits down on the hay against the wall and closes his eyes. He adds that they should fight at full strength. Leo knows that a two-handed sword is good for offense. Dale smiles and looks at Leo, the sword resting on his shoulder. Leo thinks that it is much more difficult for them to defend themselves. Leo takes off. He strikes first. Dale repels his attack. Leo decides to strike first. Wooden swords cross in battle. Leo attacks, but his attack is repelled. Leo swings again. Dale raises his shield and frowns. The guy sees that the enemy has revealed himself. He looks at his opponent's knee. He strikes the weak area with a sharp movement with his sword. Dale falls to his knees. Leo places the blunt blade of the sword against his neck, and the man's eyes widen. Leo frowns at him from behind, a bead of sweat running down the man's cheek from the exertion. Dale realizes that he has lost. The boss briefly congratulates the guy. Leo lowers his sword and looks at him. The man states that Leo is now a member of an organization called La Familia Corolla. He smiles and reaches out to Leo's hand. On his wrist is a tattoo of a dog's head. Lena thinks that her brother has not returned home today. She sits on the counter in the bench, resting her elbows on her knees and resting her chin on her hands. She doesn't understand what kind of work this is. Lena remembers that there was blood on his clothes. Leo takes off his dirty shirt. And among his things there was a bloody dagger. The weapon lies in a basket. The fabric in it is stained with blood. Lena looks ahead with regret. Kasia suggests that he must have joined the mafia. The woman holds a cup in her hands and looks at the girl. Lena looks back at her questioningly. She asks, "What does this mean?" Lena raises her eyebrows and looks pitifully at the woman. Kasia explains that these are such people. Kasia looks thoughtfully at the cup of tea in her hands. She says these are the people who carry swords and fight. She thinks that it turns out that it is not so dangerous. The woman takes a sip of tea. Leo looks ahead resolutely. Lena asks if it's difficult to be in the mafia. Kasia looks at the girl as she sits down on the counter. Kasia wonders if there is hard work in nature. The teacher greets the girl. A woman opens the door with a smile, a book in her hands. Lena greets her joyfully. The girl runs to the teacher. Shoes are scattered around. Kasia sits on the counter. The teacher asks if Lena has done her homework. Lena sits down at the table and holds a book in her hands, looking at her with sadness. The teacher looks back, sitting down next to her. The girl answers yes. The teacher asks why Lena is so sad today. She looks at the girl worriedly, bowing her head. Lena hums inaudibly in response. She looks down sadly, nervously fiddling with her fingers. She calls out to her teacher. Lena asks what the mafia is. The woman's eyes widen in confusion. She replies that this is what they call those who steal. The teacher continues to look at the girl with concern. She adds that this is someone who deliberately hurts people by lying. She says the mafia are bad people. Lena looks at the teacher in fear, raising her eyebrows pitifully. She understands that this is because of her. A drop runs down her cheek. She realizes that her brother had to do such terrible things. She decides what she will do then. Lena squeezes the hem of her dress with her fingers. She understands that she also wants to help her brother. She frowns down at her hands, pursing her lips. The La Corolla Familia apartment appears. A two-story house with a green roof stands on the street. The shutters on the second floor are wide open. A dog's head is painted on the wall. There is a noose around its neck. Its mouth is open and saliva is dripping from it. Someone asks if the Prince of the Kingdom of Aston himself is coming to them. One of the men replies that that is what he was told. He, Leo, and another man are sitting at a table with a mug of beer on it. The man in the headband reports that he learned this from their contact in the north. He smiles and waves his hand. One says it is now clear why security has been stepped up at the northern gate in recent days. The second one answers that that's it. Leo looks ahead thoughtfully, resting his head on his hand. He remembers the name Adolf Kraus. He understands what will happen due to his achievements in the last scenario. The prince looks forward with a smile, his black hair combed back, and a brooch with a red gem on his cloak. He leans on the sword with both hands. Leo assumes that he will have a good attitude towards him. A white castle is drawn against the background of the starry sky. The arrival of the prince will be a big event in the game. The prince stands opposite a girl in a green dress. Above them is a chandelier with candles. This is a rare occasion when the legitimate heir to the throne comes to visit another country. Leo wonders why he is coming. He looks at the man with the bandage. He is holding a mug of beer in his hands. There are two more on the table. The man replies that who knows, and maybe he came to woo their princess. A girl with blonde long hair looks to the right. He laughs, looking at his comrades. He reports that they say that Princess Chloe is a noble beauty. Leo doesn't understand what we're talking about. He takes a sip from his mug as the men laugh. The man in the bandage says dreamily that he would like to have someone like that as his wife. However, Leo doesn't understand what about the wargame event. He looks forward thoughtfully, holding a mug to his mouth. He wonders if it really only appears in the script with Lena Einar. The engagement scenario with her begins in winter. The diagram shows that the plot where they are childhood friends starts first, followed by the one where they are brother and sister, the engagement comes last, and after that the war. The rest of the plots, except for him, begin in the summer. The scarlet banner flutters in the wind and burns. Swords are stuck in the ground. Leo realizes that if this is the same year, then in this scenario the war will begin next spring. Only he doesn't know whether there will be war in the brother and sister scenario. It assumes that all scenarios are interconnected. Leo and Lena from the story about knights are training with wooden swords. Leo thinks that other Lena and Leo live with them at the same time. The guy and girl from the script about childhood friends are sitting next to each other on a hill. They live in both the village of Demos and the castle of Avril. Leo thoughtfully looks out the window at the branches of the trees. Behind him there are barrels. First he must make sure that there will really be a war. Squads of knights emerge from the castle gates along the pavement. Soldiers in armor march down the street, holding red banners. They flutter in the wind. Behind them, a prince rides out of the gate on a horse, also wearing a red cloak on his shoulders. The crowd exclaims about how majestic the prince is. Someone gasps and exclaims that it is the prince. Leo stands in the crowd of townspeople who are looking at the prince. Leo realizes that this is the same prince he saw in the last scenario. One of the women will turn to His Majesty and ask him to wave his hand. She cups her hands and screams. Leo leans away from her. The prince looks at her and smiles slightly. Leo glares back at him. He doesn't understand the prince's reaction. He wonders if the location effect will work. The prince looks down on people. He turns back abruptly. Leo realizes that the effect must not be that effective. Leo understands that the prince himself has come to Orville, but he can't do anything. Leo turns away from the crowd, who are cheering at the sight of the prince. A week has passed since then. On a twilight street there is a horse-drawn carriage, with people in capes and hoods standing around. One of them is hit in the neck, and his eyes widen in horror. The man falls to the ground dead. Leo lands on the cart, and the others stagger back. Leo asks how dare they steal from the Corolla family. He turns to the mercenaries and angrily looks at them with burning eyes. The man asks if he is alone. He clutches the blade in his hands and frowns as Leo appears behind him. The man asks what this boy can do to them. Leo rushes past the four, killing them. One of the gang praises Leo and calls him well done. Leo lands behind them. For bodies lie on the pavement. The cart is loaded with boxes and barrels. Mercenaries emerge from the house. One reports that he has had beer. Leo says it's his job after all. He wipes the blood from his face. Looking at the others, a bloody blade in his hands. One of them asks if Leo forgot what the boss said and adds that now he needs to be quieter than water, because he knows. They look at each other. One holds a lantern in his hand. The second states that the prince has already left. Leo asks loudly and in shock. He asks if he has already left. He frowns and looks desperately at the mercenaries. One of the mercenaries states that who would have thought that Princess Chloe was so promiscuous. He lights a cigar and looks at Leo. He says the meeting went poorly. The man reports that it turned out that their princess was secretly dating the son of a count named Herman. Leo and the second man look at him. The man declares that her chastity has long been blown away by the wind. Another man asks who this Count Herman is and clarifies whether this is the famous swordmaster. He leaves the house with a barrel in his hands. A man with a cigar says that the count's daughter, considered a model of piety, became involved with a notorious scoundrel. They agree with him and say that the king is probably having a hard time now. Leo silently looks in their direction. Leo thinks about the son of Count Foray and does not understand whether he is talking about the same count named Gilbert Foray. Count Hermann IV is a famous swordsman and politician in the kingdom of Velita. A man in a blue and white uniform looks ahead grimly, holding a sword with a patterned hilt. The son of this count, Gilbert, grew up to be a scoundrel and a rake. A young man with long blonde hair sits with a glass of wine and smiles. Next to him are two girls, one of whom he puts his arm around. There are bottles of wine and glasses on the table near the sofa. Leo doesn't understand what's happening. He looks ahead thoughtfully and brings a cigar to his lips. The man states that they say that the princess even had the audacity to kiss the count's son in the presence of the prince. He laughs, clasping his hands. He says that you can't forbid living beautifully. Leo bites on his cigar, holding it between his fingers. He realizes that everything is even worse than he thought. He thinks that since the prince has been given a terrible insult, the king of the kingdom of Aston will not just leave it. Leo lights a cigar and looks into the distance. He understands that it is good that he did not go to work for the city guard. Leo realizes that this is how this war will begin. He exhales smoke, looking up at the sky, blood staining his cheek. Leo realizes that the secret of the emerging conflict has been revealed. At the top there is a black and red coat of arms with two crossed halberds, two black lions on either side of it. Below there is a gray and white coat of arms in a rhombus. It depicts the sun, and on top there is a crown. Near the coats of arms there are two swords. The mercenaries walk along the house. Leo is among them. The consequences of what happened even affected the criminal environment. Someone is discussing how it is almost impossible to get a gun now. The second one agrees with him. Two men stand outside one of the houses. Leo looks at them from around the corner. The gang leader and Leo nod to each other. The man commands them to go. He waves his hand and Leo runs around the corner. Leo and the other mercenaries, axes in hand, run out of the alley towards the two men. One of them screams in fear about alarm and strangers. These are members of La Burza Familia, which is involved in illegal weapons trafficking. Leo opens the door and slams it against the wall. There are two men inside the house. One looks at the newcomer. This organization suddenly rose due to demand. La Corolla Familia had long-standing scores with La Burza Familia due to the slave trade and had a need for weapons. Leo kicks one of the attackers, a blade in his hand. His allies also fight the enemy organization. They decided to strike. Unintelligible screams and exclamations are heard. One of the mercenaries is amazed that all their supplies are really here. He looks at the barrels in which there are weapons. The second sits on the body of the defeated enemy. The leader commands them to take everything. He looks at his subordinates. A cry is heard with a wish for death. The leader turns towards the attacker. A member of the enemy organization runs towards him with a snake tattoo on his arm and an axe in it. The leader recoils in fear. Leo manages to attack first and knocks the weapon out of the attacker's hands. He looks at the guy, his mouth open in shock. The leader also looks at Leo. The guy intercepts someone else's axe. Leo swings it, striking his attacker, blood spattering. Leo stands over the body of the killed enemy. In his hands a bloody axe and knife. The leader looks at him contentedly. An achievement sign about 10 robbers appears, which informs him that he becomes stronger in battle with robbers. The leader briefly thanks the guy. He smiles at him. Leo smiles back, blood stained on his face. He replies that he's welcome. The man says that he suspected Leo until this moment. He closes his eyes and grins. He reports that Leo has now refuted all his suspicions. The leader adds that Leo has now proven with blood that he belongs to La Corolla Familia. Leo looks decisively in front of him. From his shoulder to his chest there is a tattoo of the head of a dog, on whose neck there is a noose, and on his hand there is the same one. Another achievement appears regarding La Corolla Familia's health, indicating that his reputation within La Corolla Familia has increased slightly and the hatred of La Corolla Familia's enemies has increased slightly. Leo is called a robber. The guy turns his head to the speaker. He walks down the street, holding the strap of his shoulder bag with his hand. Leo is beckoned to come closer. A man with red hair and a beard stands at a distance and waves his hand. Leo turns to him. He assumes that this is a man from Lano Familia. Leo touches the hilt of the blade, which is sheathed on his thigh. Leo realizes that they never tried to talk to him. Leo looks at the stranger with hostility. He asks what he wants. The man states that they say he is the lover of a woman named Kasha. Leo asks in shock about his lover. The man grins and points his thumb behind him. He adds that it doesn't matter. He only asks not to bring such people into their area. The man points his finger at the caped and hooded stranger around the corner behind them. Leo looks at him darkly. He thinks that someone from La Burza is on her tail. Leo wonders if he asked the woman about him. The stranger replies that a robber of a different surname, armed with a dagger, is walking around their territory, and he was obliged to ask who he was to her. The man crosses his arms and Leo just bows briefly. He asks for forgiveness for causing them trouble and that he will be more careful. Leo turns around and starts to leave. The man adds that Kasha is a good girl and has been through a lot, and also asks not to offend her. He says that he sees that she has begun to study with a tutor, and he is pleased that she is gradually gaining a desire to live. Leo turns back to the man, who continues to stand with his arms crossed over his chest and looks at him in surprise. The man tells him he can go. Leo purses his lips and looks at the stranger. Leo calls the woman by name and says that he has arrived. He opens the door and walks into the shop, Kasha standing with her hips resting on the counter. She notices that he hasn't been seen for a long time. Leo wonders if she tells people that he is her lover. Kasha holds a shoe in her hands. He asks if Obert stopped him on the street and adds that he didn't have a better excuse. She pulls away from the counter and moves closer to Leo. She touches the guy's chin with her fingers. Leo blushes and looks at the girl in embarrassment, gritting his teeth. Kasha adds that she also liked Leo. Kasha lifts his chin and looks at the embarrassed guy with a smile. Another achievement appears that he melted the girl's heart, and that now his reputation with a character named Kasha has increased slightly. Leo stutters and asks what she's doing. He looks at the girl with wide eyes and pushes her hand away, his cheeks red from embarrassment. He doesn't understand what kind of achievement this is. Lena opens the door and comes out to them. She exclaims joyfully that her brother has come. Leo exclaims joyfully about how much he misses his sister. He smiles widely and hurries to run away from the girl to his sister, putting his arm around her shoulders. Lena calls out to him briefly. Leo asks her what she was doing. He smiles and goes with his sister into the room. Kasha looks after them. Leo asks for forgiveness that he was gone for so long, and says that he brought her sweets. Kasha purses her lips and looks sadly at Leo as he leaves. The guy asks if everything is okay here. He takes his bag off his shoulder. Lena sits next to him on a stool. She hums in response to his question. Leo asks how her studies are going. Lena looks at him sadly. She mumbles something inaudibly in response. Leo again asks his sister for forgiveness and says that he will have to go to work for a long time again. In his hand with the organization tattoo is the strap of the bag. Leo says that even if he can't come home often, she should still try to study well. Leo turns to his sister with a smile. He asks if she agrees. Lena asks what this wound is on his face. She looks at her brother worriedly. Leo points a finger at his face. He gasps and asks if that's what he's talking about. He replies that yes, he got a little scratched at work, and there's nothing to worry about. He touches his sister's hair with his hand. Lena looks down sadly. She hesitantly asks if Leo could stop doing bad things. Leo wonders what she's talking about. He puts the shoulder bag back on and grips the strap with his hands. The guy says he earns so much. Leo smiles happily, looking at his sister. The guy promises that when they improve their situation, he will quit this job, and that this will be soon. Leo turns around and is about to leave. Lena stands up after him and looks at him worriedly. She calls out to her brother again. Leo asks not to worry about him because she needs to study. Lena raises her eyebrows and looks after him pitifully. Leo promises that he will return. Lena thinks that she has become a burden and she must help her brother. Kasha stands behind the counter with a piece of cloth and tools in front of her. Lena calls out to her, calling her sister. Kasha looks up hearing this. Lena asks if she will go outside. She looks at the eldest worriedly, folding her hands. Kasha says she needs to go out to run some errands. She looks down at the girl. Lena asks if she can help her with anything. She looks at the girl, putting her hand to her chest. Kasha wonders why she does this. She sits down on the counter. Lena looks at her decisively and clenches her fists. She states that she doesn't want to be a burden to her brother and adds that he is having a hard time because of her. Kasha asks, "So what?" and wonders if he asked her to help. She crosses her legs and looks at the younger one. Lena says no, but she doesn't want to just watch him suffer because of her. Kasha doesn't take her eyes off her. The girl adds that she wants to be useful in any way she can. Kasha says that, well, she will work and earn money, and asks what will change then. The girl's eyes widen in surprise, and she looks at the woman. Kasha reminds her that he is asking her sister to study, so let her study, and adds that this is how she can be useful to her brother. She crosses her arms, closes her eyes, and exhales. She wonders if Lena knows how to do something. Lena realizes that her sister is right, and that she doesn't know how to do anything except look for scraps in the trash. She purses her lips and looks down. The girl understands that all she can earn is pitiful crumbs, and this will not change anything. Kasha wonders if she said everything. She gets up from the counter. Lena thinks that she can still do something. She calls the eldest by name again. Kasha stops, head down. Lena looks down, pressing her hands to her chest. She states that she wants to buy a house. She looks at the eldest, holding her hands on her chest. Kasha stands in front of her. Kasha silently stares at the girl. Lena says that this is her dream of a beautiful house in which she and her brother will live together. The girl looks worriedly at the older girl. She says she also wants to be useful. Kasha gives a short hack in response. She says that it means she is not doing this only for her brother. A woman thoughtfully twirls a strand of hair around her finger. Kasha realizes that she herself wants to be independent and do what she wants. Lena shudders and looks at the eldest. She says that if she could buy them a house, her brother would be happy about it. Kasha waves her off. Lena clenches her hand into a fist. Kasha gasps and tells her not to take it into her head, and adds that she doesn't blame her at all. She says that there was simply a case in her life when she helped a man from the bottom of her heart. Kasha twirls a lock of hair around her finger again and turns away from the younger girl. She adds that it really ended badly for her. Lena looks at her regretfully, raising her eyebrows. She calls her pitifully. Kasha just grunts in response. She runs her hand through her hair. She still agrees and says that she will find something to do that suits her abilities. Kasha turns to the girl, folding her arms over her chest. Lena sincerely thanks her. Kasha asks if she wants to go today. Kasha crouches by the chest and pulls something out of it. Lena stands behind her. She replies that yes, of course. Kasha suggests that she wear it. She hands the younger one a blue cloth. Lena purses her lips and looks at the outstretched item. The lights above the door glow red. A man is sitting on a bench below. Another man is standing next to him in a cape and hood. His leg is bandaged. Kasha and Lena walk past houses and people on the street at night. Lena looks out from under the hood. She doesn't understand where they are. They shout after the woman that she is beautiful and asks where she is going, asking her to play with them. The second one agrees with him and says that they will not hurt her. The two of them lean on each other and look at the girls. Kasha ignores them and looks ahead. Lena looks out from under the hood. The stars twinkle in the night sky. Kasha and Lena approach a house where a man is standing outside, with red flowers blooming on the sides. The man asks what kind of child this is. He looks down at the girl. Kasha replies that the child is like a child, and she came with her, and then asks to open the door. She crosses her arms and looks at the man. He replies that how does he know who it is when she is dressed like that? They go inside, and the door closes behind them. The man asks them to pass. Lena and Kasha approach the red carpet. There are tables inside. Men and women are sitting at them. In the center on the stage sits a girl in a purple dress who plays the harp. Lena widens her eyes and blushes. Kasha reports that here she is. She turns the girl, holding her by the shoulders. The man opens the wooden door for them. Behind it, a gray-haired man sits at a table. Papers lie in front of him, and wooden figures stand behind him. The man gasps joyfully and greets the woman. He gets up from the table and smiles. He notices that they arrived early. Kasha frowns at him. She recalls that she asked not to be called by name. The man says that's good, and adds that it's just out of habit. He moves the chair in front of his table and looks at the guests. He wonders who it is with her. Lena purses her lips, standing in the hood. Kasha reports that this is the same girl. She removes the hood from the younger girl's head. The man widens his eyes in shock and looks at her. Kasha wonders if he will accept her. The man sits back down at the table, looking at them. He props his head up with his hand, rubbing his temple with a ringed finger. He hums thoughtfully to himself. He says he doesn't know where she found this girl, but she can't work here. He slams his palm down on the table, hitting some papers. He reports that she is too good for this establishment. Lena looks at him with wide eyes. He thinks she needs to talk to the owner. Kasha shouts if he can even decide anything on his own, or if he asks the boss for permission for any reason. She rests her hands on the table and frowns at the man, whose eyes widen. Kasha exclaims that if they don't need her, then fine. She turns around. The man gets up from the table and looks after them. Kasha states that she has somewhere to go. The man calls out to her and asks her to wait. He smiles nervously and looks at the woman. He says he just wants to make a more generous offer. He awkwardly addresses her by name and calls her mistress. Kasha looks at him with displeasure. The man asks what they expect from them. He declares that she should work in an establishment where there is no shantrap and only the most respectable clients. Kasha puts her index finger forward. She adds that she has another condition, and this is an annual salary in advance. The man asks about the annual rate and says that if she wants, he can give more and asks how about multiplying it 10 times. He stands up and looks at the guests. Kasha and Lena look at him in shock. Kasha asks if he will really pay that much. The man declares that it will be impossible to contain rumors about such beauty, and they will spread like wildfire. He breaks into a smile and looks at them slyly. He states that customers will line up. Kasha asks if she can start work tomorrow. Lena looks down sadly. Kasha states that Lin will not sign the contract. There are papers on the table covered in ornate handwriting. Kasha adds that Lena will only earn a living and then leave. He says that he doesn't want Lena to be tied to this business for many years, as happened with her. Kasha squints. Lena looks ahead nervously. The man asks her not to be afraid, because the work is not difficult, and clarifies that she can do it. He smiles and extends his hand. Lena looks at him in fear. She timidly asks him again. Lena regretfully lowers her gaze and raises her eyebrows pitifully. She remembers Leo's apology and his words that he would have to go back to work for a long time. His hand, tattooed with a dog's head, clutches the strap of his bag. He says that even if he cannot come home often, she should still try to study well. He smiles and turns his head to his sister. He asks if she agrees. Lena thinks she can. She clenches her hands into fists. She understands that her brother is exhausting himself for her sake. She says she will do what her sister wants and that she is ready. She lowers her head and looks down, standing in front of the man. He looks back at her. He says that this is good. He says that's great and he's pleased to meet you, and then introduces himself as Breton Sauer and says that he would be honored to work with her. He puts his hand to his chest and bows a little, extending his other hand to the girl. Lena places her hand in his, and Breton leans down, kissing the girl's hand as Lena looks on in shock. She agrees, stuttering, and says her name is Lena. Wooden plank walls and floors. Breton looks ahead. He thinks that Kasha hopes that the youngest will not suffer her fate. He exhales and leans back tiredly. He thinks that if she signed the contract, she would get a lot more money. Breton grins at the corner of his lips. He thinks that this is good, because it will be beneficial for them, and the boss will be happy with this deal. A month later, the Mafia war ended. Leo heads down the street at night to a shoe store. The leaders decided not to bring the bloodshed to an end and made peace. The heads of the two organizations shake hands by candlelight. La Burza Familia agreed to distance itself from the slave trade, and La Corolla Familia promised not to interfere with illegal weapons trafficking. Leo became the captain of the assault squads. He thinks that he will ask the boss to take his sister under protection. Leo smiles contentedly and looks ahead. He thinks about when they will find her a husband. The guy opens the shop door and goes inside. He calls his sister and announces that it is him. He joyfully calls out to the owner of the shop. Kasha looks up at him, her arms crossed over her chest. Leo greets her. Leo smiles happily and squints his eyes. He thinks that Kasha is, of course, strange, but a good woman. He thinks what will happen if things continue like this. He and Kasha smile as they stand next to each other. The guy thinks that his character can get along with a woman after all the events. Lena calls Leo and asks him to come in. Leo turns his attention to the door, from behind which he hears his sister's voice. He joyfully calls her name. Leo opens the door and enters the room. Lena says she wants to show him something. She smiles and looks at her brother. She happily says that's it. She is holding a small wooden box with gold coins in her hands. Leo asks what it is. Lena folds her hands behind her back as Leo takes the box from her hands. The girl says that she earned money, and that her sister says that with this money you can buy a very nice house. Leo looks at the money in surprise as a blue sign appears in front of it. It says about a new achievement, which is called a manager, that his subordinates bring more income. The box with money falls from Leo's hands. Coins scatter on the floor. He calls out to his sister and, stuttering, asks what she did. He trembles and looks at her with fear. He loudly asks what she was doing without his knowledge. He frowns and grabs his sister by the shoulders. She timidly replies that she just made some money. Lena looks up fearfully at her brother. Leo angrily calls out to the owner of the shop. Kasha doesn't react, looking ahead. Leo asks where the damn money came from. He throws the box of coins onto the counter with a crash, and Lena touches his chest with her hand in an attempt to calm him down. She asks why he is shouting at the woman. He angrily asks what Kasha made her do and demands an answer now. Kasha looks at him disinterestedly, crossing her arms over her chest. Lena watches what is happening with concern. She asks what's the big deal. She twirls a strand of hair around her finger. The woman says that she simply showed the younger one how to make money. Leo clenches his shaking fist. Lena doesn't understand why her brother is so angry. She looks fearfully at Leo's hands, clenched into fists, and holds him by one. The girl thought that he was a reserved and kind boy. Kasha asks what's wrong with making money. Leo leans over her, trembling with indignation. Leo asks if she's serious or kidding. He grabs the woman. Kasha opens her eyes in surprise. Lena calls out to Leo in fear. The guy picks up the woman and looks at her angrily. Lena reaches out to him. She says Kasha didn't do anything wrong. Kasha wheezes from the pressure on her neck. Leo clutches her clothes around her neck. Kasha frowns and grits her teeth. Leo calls her a damn scoundrel. He says that he asked her to shelter her sister in her house. He lifts the woman so that her feet cannot reach the floor. He asks about what she made her work for. Leo says that because of her, all his plans went to waste. He looks at the woman, his eyes burning with rage. Lena talks quietly about her money. She sits on the floor and collects gold coins. She wonders if Leo knows what she went through for the money. Tears well up in her eyes and flow down her cheeks. She screams that Kasha didn't force her. Leo looks over at his sister, who is sitting on the floor with her back to him. She says she went there herself. Lena repeats that she is herself. Leo calls out to her confusedly. There are tears in his eyes, and he lets the woman go. He raises his eyebrows, holding back tears. The guy asks why. Lena doesn't understand why Leo is crying. She continues to sit with her back to him and tremble. She asks why he is angry. She asks what's wrong and why she can't leave the house. Lena turns to Leo. She frowns, tears flowing down her cheeks. She asks what Leo understands that she doesn't. Leo looks at his sister in confusion with tears in his eyes. Lena asks what she did to deserve such words. She looks at Leo and puts her hand to her chest, still crying and sitting on the floor. She exclaims that she didn't do anything wrong. Lena lowers her head and covers her face with her hands. She repeats what she tells Leo about how she didn't do anything wrong. She takes her hands away from her face and looks at them with eyes full of tears. She doesn't understand if her brother really doesn't need her anymore. She screams at Leo that she hates him. She gets up from the floor and hurries to run out of the shop. Leo turns around and looks after her. He calls his sister by name. The guy runs out into the night street to catch up with his sister, who is hiding around the corner. He asks her to stop. Leo peeks around the corner. Lena asks to leave her alone. Leo's path is blocked by someone else's hand, which the guy looks at in surprise. The man asks what he did here. He wonders if Leo is at home. He blocks the guy's path and looks at him. The man asks him to stop yelling at the whole street. Leo commands him to get out of the way. He glares at the man and pulls out his blade. The man asks him again in confusion. Leo tells him to go away if he wants to live. He swings the blade, looking angrily at the man, who recoils from the attack. The man frowns and clenches his teeth. He says that the kid is completely out of his mind. A voice asks what it is, addressing the man as the boss. A crowd is running towards them. One of them has an axe in his hand. The man demands Leo to drop the knife and not take sin on his soul. He looks at the guy angrily. He says that if it weren't for Kasha, he wouldn't even warn him. Leo repeats what he already said. He swings the blade again, glaring at the man. The guy again tells him to get out of the way. Leo rushes at one of the men running up, raising his hand to strike. He recoils, repelling the attack with an axe. Leo gets kicked in the face. The men look at the guy who fell from the blow. They press him to the pavement, crouching next to him. Leo screams that they are worms. While he is being held, the other one raises his leg again to strike. Leo thinks that if he had 2 daggers, he would have cut them all by now. He grits his teeth and frowns as he tries to lift his head. The leader commands to hold him tightly and follow him. He stands in front while 2 of the 4 hold Leo. They answer that they are listening. The leader stumbles into the shoe store holding Leo as Kasha looks at them. The man asks her what's going on. He frowns, not letting go of the guy. Kasha replies that Leo is angry because she got his sister the job. She looks away and rubs her neck. The man asks if this is the one in the cloak with whom Kasha recently went out and asks if she hid her in her house. The woman tucks a strand of hair behind her ear and looks away. She calls the man Obert and asks for forgiveness because Lena was in a difficult situation and she wanted to help. She adds that this is their problem and they will sort it out themselves. Leo looks at them gloomily from under his brows. Obert swears at Leo and says that he should just try to do something like that in their area one more time. He slaps Leo on the head. The guy leans forward. The man says that then they will erase La Corolla Familia, or whatever their name is. Kasha wonders why Leo was so angry. She looks at the guy seriously. He asks her again, why? He angrily asks if she thinks he shouldn't be angry right now and wonders where Lena is. He shouts angrily at the woman who is standing in front of him. Kasha reports that she is likely back at work. Leo asks why she even took his sister to this place. Kasha lowers her calm gaze. She says Lena wanted to help him. He swings at her, and Kasha shields herself from the blow with her hands. He angrily asks if she could have told him something. Kasha suddenly frowns and looks at Leo angrily. She loudly asks what is wrong with her giving the younger one the opportunity to work. Kasha says that she took this job herself only to help her sick father. Leo frowns and looks at the woman in disbelief. She states that if she had done nothing, her father would have died in agony. She says she did what she should have done. She frowns at Leo. The woman says that her father could not be cured, and he committed suicide. She adds that it would be better not to give him the medicine at all, because it would only end up prolonging his torment. Leo briefly calls her name. He states that he does not care at all about her life circumstances. He looks at the woman darkly, raising one hand. He says that Lena is most important to him. Leo asks why she did this to her. Kasha grins and looks at the guy half-turned. She notices that he lied to his sister about what he was doing, and adds that Lena was constantly afraid that someone would kill him while he was at work. Leo grits his teeth, veins popping out on his neck. He asks where she ran off to. Kasha crosses her arms and looks at Leo unimpressed. She says it's too late and it doesn't matter. She notices that Lena is probably signing the contract now. Lena is sitting at the table in the light of the candlesticks on the walls. In her hands is a pen, and she is writing in some kind of document. Leo asks what the contract is. He frowns and looks at the woman demandingly. Kasha explains that this is a work contract for several years, which includes work under special conditions, because after all, Lena is a rare beauty. Leo gasps and calls the woman trash. He frowns and glares at her. He rushes at the woman and squeezes her throat with his hands. His hands tremble from tension. Kasha clings to them, trying to free herself, and raises her head. A blue sign appears saying that his sister's future profession has been established. Kasha disappears from Leo's arms, leaving him in the dark. The guy's empty hands are shaking. The new plaque thanks him for his game of raising a girl. Among the flowers there is an image of a girl in an ornate frame. Lena is sitting in a long burgundy dress and extends her hand forward. Leo mutters her name. He looks at the picture in front of him, eyes wide with shock. Statuses appear on the new sign, which indicate the Lena de Ariel became the owner of the tavern and was left without a partner, and Leo became an innkeeper and a bandit, also remaining without a partner, and the end of the life of the brother and sister is the tavern. Lena de Ariel is depicted on yellowed parchment, with text about her written below. She was born in the town of Lutetia and had an unhappy childhood. Leo and Lena were kidnapped and hidden on the endless plains. With the help of a woman named Kasha, Lena began working in a shop, and as she grew up, she became a tavern owner and met many aristocrats, but never found a partner. Instead, she began to manipulate the nobility during the war and became immersed in politics. Lena bought the territory from a count named Herman IV, who returned after the war ended. Lena died at the hands of knights sent by Count IV. The next similar sheet shows Leo. He was also born in the town of Lutetia, and he also had an unhappy childhood. She and her sister were kidnapped and hidden. Leo, who had risen to the rank of captain of the assault squad, was about to retire. He dedicated himself to the tavern where his younger sister worked and defended it, but died fighting the knights. Leo realizes that it's all his fault. He clutches his head in despair while caught in a beam of golden light. He thinks it's all because of him. He understands that there is no time for self-flagellation. The guy raises his head and looks forward decisively. He understands that he needs to read more. He remembers that these are the names of the royal family. He looks at the sheet with the girl's biography in front of him. The guy believes that there is a right to inherit the throne here. He doesn't understand if they were driven away because of problems with the inheritance. Leo carefully holds his sister's head on his shoulder and looks ahead gloomily, frowning. The guy believes that someone had a hand, and Lena and Leo became beggars. He repeats that Count Herman IV paid attention to the girl. He once again rereads the lines that Lena began to manipulate the nobility during the war and plunged into politics, and then bought the territory from Count IV, who returned after the war and died at the hands of the knights sent by him. The guy thinks that it must have been the skill of the sword that succeeded in the invasion of the kingdom of Aston. He realizes that the kingdom is defeated. Lena, Einar, and Leo walk next to each other, throwing their swords over their shoulders. In a combat scenario, the likelihood of death increased. The guy thinks Kasha ruined everything. He frowns and clenches his teeth. He realizes that she ruined both the peaceful life of Leo's sister and his plan to collect more information about the prince. He thinks that he will definitely take revenge. The new sign says that he failed to raise the girl. A new sign appears that the girl's achievements are greater than Leo's, since she got involved in the political strife of the kingdom of Belida, and thanks to this, the girl's ability to seduce was partially transferred to Leo. Below are female and male figures in each other's arms, with a heart drawn above them. An icon appears with the option to start over. Lena and Leo are sitting in a clearing and picking red berries from the bushes. The guy squeezes the berry in his hand. Red juice flows through his fingers. Lena starts talking about little sister Leslie. She smiles happily while she picks berries. Leo looks ahead gloomily. He thinks that he is already pissed off, but he will try to focus on passing. He turns his head to the girl, who continues to enthusiastically tell something. Lena looks up at him with a joyful look of green eyes and smiles, holding a berry in her fingers. Leo smiles back at her softly. A sign appears in a golden frame, indicating that a new passage of the scenario is beginning. At first, Leo was happy because he didn't know that everything would happen again. The painting in an ornate frame depicts Lena with a lush bouquet of lilies. The second playthrough ended with her being kidnapped by a bandit on her way to Nevis. In the next picture, Lena is depicted with her back in a light dress and precious earrings. Strangers' hands are reaching out to her. Leo wonders what to do this time. Leo holds a red berry in his fingers. The only thing he understood was that the princes of the Oran Kingdom were terrible. He doesn't know how to make a girl from the village a princess. Lena states that she heard that Saint Uzra was once an ordinary farmer. She smiles at Leo, who turns his head towards her. She adds that he went to the capital of the Arche Empire. Leo is considering whether to send the girl to the capital's church. Leo continues to look at her. He understands that there should be an event with a priest. He believes that then she will fulfill her dream and become a priest. Lena, dressed in white priestly robes, sits on her knees in the church, clasping her hands and praying. He understands that the ending will still be the same. He closes his eyes, the wind blowing his hair. He thinks what will happen if he goes alone and collects information. Leo raises his head and looks up. Lena suddenly calls out his name. She wonders what he was thinking about there, and whether he is even listening to her. She frowns and looks displeased at Leo, who flinches in surprise. Leo asks her for forgiveness and says that he was just thinking about what to eat in the evening. Lena looks at him in disbelief. She hums something briefly in response. Clouds are floating across the blue sky. Lena is standing at the house, knocking on the door. She calls Leo loudly. The guy yells at her to wait a minute and that he's almost finished eating. Lena smiles slightly in response. She thinks it's the first time she's not going to church. She clasps her hands on her stomach. It seems to her that lately Leo has begun to look at her completely differently. She remembers Leo's sympathetic look. She doesn't know if he noticed that she gave up. She wonders what he would say and whether he would encourage her to study to become a priest again. Lena looks sadly at her own hands. She wonders if he would be happy. She thinks about Leo. Little Lena says that she wants to become a priest and help people. She resolutely clenches her hand into a fist. Little Leo stands next to her, confused. She thinks about how passionate she was about her dream. Little Leo looks down sadly. Lena realizes that she didn't notice Leo at all. She understands that priests cannot get married. Leo joyfully calls out to his friend. He opens the door and comes out to the girl, smiling warmly at her. Leo asks what it is. He looks down at her with a smile. Lena hums questioningly in response. She puts her fingers to her chin. She says Leo has a suspicious look on his face and asks if he's trying to trick her. Leo's eyes widen in surprise. He uncomprehendingly repeats her words. Leo states that he doesn't, and that he's just glad to see her. He presses his back against the door and raises his hands in a protective gesture. Lena shakes her fists at him. She tells him not to do anything stupid. Leo wonders what's the matter. He pulls away from the door and looks at his friend. Lena calls him to go pick mushrooms. She smiles and looks softly at her friend, her fingers squeezing the strap of her shoulder bag. Leo thinks everything is as usual. He smiles back at her. He agrees and asks her to wait a minute. Lena looks after him carefully, squeezing the strap of her bag. Leo tells her to go. The guy runs back to his girlfriend. He is holding a bag in his hands. Lena asks about how quickly he got ready. Leo grins, turning his gaze to the girl. He asks why they are gathering there. Lena claims that he is up to something. She pokes her finger into Leo's chest, looking at him accusingly. Leo asks her again and says no. Lena objects that she is sure that yes. Lena demands to show him the bag. Leo looks at her with displeasure. He mentally repeats that he got ready too quickly and notices that she is too perceptive. Lena asks that there is nothing there. Leo raises his hands in a protective gesture. The girl holds an open bag in her hands and looks at her friend with displeasure. Leo says what he said. He notices that Lena is more perceptive than the others when walking with her childhood friend. The girl turns around and leaves. Leo looks after her in disbelief. He thinks he needs to be more careful. He looks towards the girl. Lena suggests that maybe she should just give up. She says that she cannot go to the capital's church, and she does not want to leave her mom and dad. She and Leo sit next to each other in the shade of a tree. She thinks it will be great to just stay in the forest with Leo. The guy blushes and looks at the girl with wide eyes. He notices that he has heard this before, but his heart is still about to burst out of his chest. He understands that Leo likes Lena. The guy looks down, his cheeks still red. He hesitates to answer. Lena asks if he wants her to become a priest or not. She looks at her friend carefully. Leo clears his throat and replies that it would be great if she stayed by his side. He turns away and blushes. Lena tries to look into his face. He adds that he doesn't want her to give up. Lena wonders if this is true. She looks at her friend hopefully. The girl wonders why this is so. Leo asks what is it. Lena sits next to him and carefully reaches out to Leo's hand. The guy doesn't understand why there are so many questions. He understands that he will have to say goodbye to Lena. The girl covers his hand with hers. Trees bloom with white flowers above them. Lena and Leo sit next to each other and look at each other. Leo wonders what to do. The stars light up in the night sky. Lena and Leo walk home through the night forest, holding hands. They suddenly call out to the girl and exclaim that there she is. A man Dr. Seed as a priest runs towards them. He exclaims that the Lord God himself heard. He smiles joyfully and stretches his arms to the sky. He says that the priest will take her to the cathedral. Lena asks him again in confusion. She pulls her hand out of Leo's and looks at the priest in fear. Leo understands that the time has come. He closes his eyes willingly. The woman states that the village priest praises the girl very much. She has red hair. She stands by the well and smiles. She says they are going to the cathedral and asks if she wants to go with them. Lena clarifies whether she can really go to the cathedral. She smiles and looks at Leo hopefully. She asks if she is dreaming. Lena and Leo look at each other. The girl clasps her hands on her chest. Lena sadly lowers her head. Leo suddenly calls out to the priest. He asks if he can go too. Leo looks determinedly at the priest, placing his hand on his chest. He says he may not be that good in theory, but he will learn. The priests look at the guy in surprise. Leo declares that he wants to become a minister of the church. Lena calls her friend by name. She looks at him with tears in her eyes. She understands that his family considers hunting a sacred activity. The woman hums in response. She smiles and looks at the girl. Lena understands that she too had to live through such times. The red-haired priest smiles wider. She starts saying that she thinks it's possible. However, she is interrupted by refusal and the phrase that this is impossible. A gray-haired priest with a mustache and beard looks menacingly down at Leo. The woman asks why he can't join. She looks at the man blankly. The priest states that this young man believes in a false god. He continues to look at Leo. The man says he served in the South for 30 years. He reports that he saw this mark. Leo's eyes widen in surprise, a tattoo pattern on his arm. From under the sleeve you can see an interweaving of lines and a cross. Leo doesn't understand if it's not just a tattoo. He remembers that his father had the same mark, and he thought it was just a hunting tradition. Leo's father, crouching on his knee, touches the ground with his hand. He is wearing a cape with a hood, and a bow behind his back. On his hand is the same tattoo that Leo has. The priest declares that he does not know how such a person got into the village church. The man doesn't take his eyes off Leo. He says his becoming a minister is against all the rules. Leo remembers his father saying that he gives his heart and mind to a god named Barbados. A man touches the ground with his dirty gloved hands. He asks to accept the offering and protect their family. He raises his hands to the sky. Leo can't deny that his father truly worships another god. The priest says that nothing can be done. She exhales and closes her eyes. She says they can't go against the doctrine. Lena declares that she won't go then either. She frowns and puts a hand to her chest, stepping forward. The priest asks if Lena will really refuse such an opportunity. The girl looks at him decisively. She says that if Leo doesn't go, then she stays too. The priest announces that they are leaving tomorrow morning. She smiles and puts her hand to her chest. She says she would like to wait until they change their minds, but there is no such option. She thinks they are just young people. Lena and Leo look at each other and join hands again. The priest exhales and smiles softly. She understands that it is better to let them decide this among themselves without adult intervention. The woman smiles and looks at her friends. She says that she hopes they will see each other tomorrow. She tells the priest to follow her because she thinks Leo and the girl need to talk. They turn around and start leaving. The priest tries to argue something. The woman interrupts him and says that is enough for today. Lena and Leo are standing at the entrance to the village under the trees. Tears run down Leo's cheeks. Lena asks him not to be upset because she is not going anywhere. She touches Leo's hand in concern as he wipes away his tears. He says she should. He adds that this is his dream. The guy stands in tears, taking his hand away from his face. Lena objects that she wants to stay with him. Leo looks at his friend, who decisively approaches him. He wonders if she wants to give up her dream for him. Lena asks what about him, because he has already sacrificed a lot. She states that she wants to be close. She frowns and looks at Leo. tears welling up in her eyes, and she clenches her fists. She says she wants to get married, have children, and live together. Leo sharply refuses her. He turns away from his friend and leaves. Lena hurries after him. She asks, confused, why? Leo silently leaves her. Lena remains behind. The guy turns to her, a tear running down his cheek. Lena looks back at him. There are also tears in her eyes. Leo says it's too early for children. He grins and awkwardly rubs his cheek. Lena comes closer and laughs. They join hands again. They stand opposite each other and look into each other's eyes. Leo invites her to spend the night together. He looks away in embarrassment, a blush appearing on his cheeks. Lena also blushes and looks away. There is a full moon in the night sky above the mill. The priests stand near a rich horse-drawn carriage, and other people stand near them. The priest turns her attention to her friends. She asks if they have decided. Lena and Leo approach her together. Lena agrees and says that she will go. She looks at the woman and clutches the strap of her shoulder bag. The priest says that then they are leaving. Suddenly they are asked to stop. The woman turns to him. Lena says that these are her mom and dad. The girl's parents hurry down the street towards them. Her father asks her to take it. He hands his daughter a bag of money. Lena shows with her hands that she refuses. She tells dad not to. The mother asks to take it just in case. She looks at her daughter worriedly. The priest adds that too. He also pulls out a bag of money and smiles. The girl's parents and Lena herself look at him with incomprehension. Lena calls him carefully. The priest says they collected this money to cover expenses, so she doesn't have to worry. He shows gold and silver coins in the bag. He asks her to be diligent. Lena sincerely thanks him. She looks happily at the man. There are tears in her eyes, and in her hands there are 2 bags of money. She understands that they are doing this all for her. Leo looks at his friend with a slight smile. Lena suddenly calls out to him loudly. She bumps into the guy with a hug. Leo looks at her in surprise. The villagers watch this in shock. One of the women covers her mouth with her hands. She exclaims in shock. Someone is lamenting that she is a future priest. The red-haired woman gets into the carriage. She coughs into her own fist. She asks if they are leaving. She extends her hand to the girl. Lena takes it. The girl loudly agrees. Leo and the priest watch the cart leave. The guy calls out to him briefly. He asks when Lena will become a priest. The Holy Father turns his gaze to the guy. He says it usually takes about 5 years. The man looks after the cart again. He adds that Lena is smart and has studied hard, and he thinks that about 3 years will last her. Leo repeats about 3 years. He looks away sadly. He realizes that this is quite a lot. Leo thinks that during this time he should earn money and collect more information. The carcasses of a deer and a rabbit are suspended on ropes. A wild boar hangs upside down. Leo's father notices that his hunting skills have improved significantly. He looks at his son and pours a tincture with a snake's head inside into a wooden mug. Leo replies that he worked. He smiles and pulls the mug closer to him. The guy takes a sip from the mug. He freezes and his eyes widen in horror. He thinks he should have taken a beer. Leo pushes the mug away and looks ahead with displeasure. His father calls him by name. The man looks attentively at his son. Above them is a chandelier with candles. He asks Leo what he thinks about a god named Barbados. Leo replies that because of this mark he could not go with his girlfriend. Leo looks at his own hands with disappointment, putting his mug down. He says that he wanted to become a minister, but was forbidden because he was a heretic. Father Leo closes his eyes and lowers his head. He echoes his son's desire to become a minister. The guy says he wants to save money and visit his girlfriend. He looks at his father, clenching one hand into a fist. The man gets up from his seat and heads towards the fireplace. He tells Leo to start selling meat tomorrow. A man looks at the fireplace flame. Leo asks that he should do it himself. He looks at his father in disbelief. He remembers that he already sold game. Leo's father leaves the house. The guy looks after him. In the eyes of Leo, sitting at the table, one can read misunderstanding. He doesn't know if his father is against it. The guy is breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his face. Leo realizes that he was too greedy. He walks along a path in the forest, a heavy bag on his shoulders. The guy thinks he needs to rest a little. He places the bag on the ground at his feet. Suddenly someone calls out to him from the side. Someone calls the guy by name. Leo looks at the one who called him in surprise. The caller states that they have not seen each other for a long time. Gans approaches him, holding a water skin in his hands. He asks if Leo would like a drink. Leo looks at him darkly, clenching his fists. He briefly says the guy's name. He says it's not worth it. Gans moves away from Leo, who is still standing with the bag next to him. He asks if that's right and says he's off then. Leo follows him with an attentive gaze. He doesn't understand what to do with this guy. In the last game, he betrayed them. Gantz stands next to the merchant who hands him the money. Both smile slyly. Leo remembers that Lena was kidnapped and sold. The girl sits on the stone floor near the barrels. Her hands are cuffed behind her back, and a merchant stands nearby. Leo doesn't understand why he deceived them. The guy desperately looks ahead. He wonders if Gantz was jealous because he liked Lena. He doesn't understand what the difference is. Leo purses his lips and throws the bag behind his back. He thinks that sooner or later he will kill the guy. Leo walks tiredly along the path with the bag again. Leo is standing in the market among the benches near the butcher. He asks if that's all. He holds 4 gold coins in his palm. The butcher says these are the prices now. He spreads his hands. In front of him is the bag that Leo brought. The man reports that this is still generous, considering that not everything is well-dried. Leo looks up at him with a dark look and slams his palms on the counter. The butcher shouts after him that he is a fool, and he will not find such payment from anyone. Leo walks away from him, shouldering the bag again. The butcher tries to call out to him again. Leo didn't want to agree to that price the first time. Leo exhales tiredly and stands at another counter with another butcher. Luckily for Leo, after a few tries, everything changed. He stands at another shop and smiles, holding a bag of money in his hand. The butcher smiles back. Leo is glad that he found a merchant who offered him a fair reward. Leo goes to the village at sunset. Gantz, sitting on a cart, waves to him. He calls the guy by name. Gantz notices that Leo is early today. Leo sits down next to him. Gantz looks at the guy with a grin. Leo notices that he is early too and asks where the others are. Gantz states that you have to walk around before you sell everything. He bows his head and waves it off. Leo understands that this is not surprising, because the dried meat his father makes is always of the highest quality, and there is always a demand for it. Leo looks calmly ahead, crossing his arms over his chest. He understands that the others will have to work hard before they can sell the goods. Gantz calls Leo to go somewhere. He smiles slyly as Leo turns his head towards him. The guy asks where it is. Gantz says that he will find out if he goes. He smiles, looking halfway at Leo. Leo asks what he was up to there. Gantz leads Leo to a door in one of the houses. Gantz states that he has found one very good establishment. He smiles slyly, looking at Leo. He turns his head towards the guy as Leo looks at the sign in surprise. It depicts the figure of a girl in stockings touching her own legs. Leo understands what it is. He grimaces in disgust and looks at the sign. He says he went home. Leo turns away from there. Gantz looks after him in shock and spreads his hands. He asks why, and did they really come here in vain? He adds that he has no chance with his girlfriend anyway. Leo stops and grits his teeth. Gantz claims that he understands that Leo is empty inside and says to just imagine that Lena is in front of him and pick up the girl. Gantz grins smugly and closes his eyes. Leo swings and hits the guy in the face. Gantz falls to the ground with a broken nose. He coughs strangledly in pain. He hiccups and asks why. He looks at Leo, blood on his face. Leo swings again and kicks him. He asks how dare Gantz. Lena from the story with her brother and sister sits with her hair down and in a burgundy dress. Leo asks how Gantz dares to insult the girl. He looks down at the guy angrily. Gantz chokily asks for forgiveness. The sign with the figure of a woman is stained with blood. Gantz says he can't. His hand falls limply to the pavement. Leo stares at him in shock, blood on his glove. A blue sign appears in front of him. On it is written about the achievement about the killer of the townspeople, since he killed one townsman, and this will have tragic consequences. He realizes that he was going to save money for the trip until spring. Gantz sits against the wall, his eyes closed and his face covered in blood. Someone asks what's going on here. A man looks out of a brothel and sees the body of a guy. He turns his frightened gaze to Leo. The man speaks chokily about blood. He suddenly shouts that Leo is a murderer. The guy takes off and runs away from there. He realizes that he has lost control of himself. He runs, gritting his teeth and frowning. He thinks that for murder in the village he will be executed on the spot if he is caught. Leo peeks around the corner and looks at the guard. Leo realizes that he must leave the village as soon as possible. The guy approaches the forged sign, which shows a hammer and anvil. Leo thinks that we should take the essentials. He looks ahead nervously. Leo puts his hood over his head. On his belt is a flask of water. He heads towards the gate, near which there are 2 guards. Leo walks past one of the guards. He somehow managed to get through the city gates. He nervously peeks out from under his hood. Suddenly a cry is heard about the Lord's command. The guards tremble in confusion, and a warrior on horseback rides up to them. He announces the order to close the gate and not let anyone in. The guards turn with fear as Leo comes out of the gate. The guard shouts to wait, because one has just passed. He shouts for Leo to come back. He orders him to go to them. Leo resolutely heads away from the gate. A snippet of conversation is heard about the man finding someone. Two men are standing near a barn with weapons and discussing something. The second one asks, "So what?" The men are grinning. They have bandages on their heads. One is holding a saber, and the other is holding an axe. The man with the axe says that he crept up from behind. She was collecting herbs and did not notice him at all, and tells what he did then. Leo assumes that these are robbers. The guy peeks around the corner and looks at the speakers. He understands that he must pass by them unnoticed. He gets up and starts to climb over the fence. Leo lands on a pile of leaves and widens his eyes in fear. He jumps to the side and hides. One of the robbers asks what is there. The second one asks if he heard it too. They look back at the armful of leaves. The first one clarifies whether he is talking about this crunch. The second one answers that yes, and he seems to be from there. The robber declares that there is no one and suggests that maybe the mice are rustling. A pile of dry leaves lies on the ground. The second one asks to wait and says that he will check just in case. Leo sits around the corner and watches the robber who is walking towards him while he slowly pulls a blade from his bosom. The robber opens his eyes in horror. Leo rushes at him and attacks with his blade. Leo wonders if the others are out hunting and how many of them are there. The killed robber falls to the ground. Leo looks at the second one. He stutters and asks who he is. He trembles and grabs the axe. He asks how Leo knows about this lair. Leo realizes that they are weaker than street thieves. He looks ahead gloomily. He believes they are attacking disenfranchised villagers and wanderers, so he isn't doing anything wrong. The robber drops his weapon and falls to his knees, looking at Leo in fear. He stutters and begs for mercy. Leo asks what's in the boxes and if there's food. Leo walks past the robber to the boxes. The robber fearfully says that they have a lot of provisions and firewood. Leo asks if this is true. The robber looks at him and takes the axe. He screams for Leo to die. The robber swings an axe from behind. Leo stumbles back and the axe passes him by. He hits the robber in the side with a dagger. The man screams in pain. He begs for forgiveness, stuttering, and asks not to kill him. He lies on the ground and trembles. Leo with a bloody dagger towers over him. Leo realizes that this mistake almost cost him his life. He thinks that such people cannot be trusted. Leo looks at him darkly, turning the knife point up. Leo thinks he will stop at the village of Nemos. He wipes the blood from his face, looking to the side with regret. He thinks about what he tried to explain to his father. In this century, science is not developed. The guard stands next to the priest, who has his hand on the book. Leo realizes that because of the priesthood, the news that he is a murderer must have already spread throughout the area. He suggests that it would probably be better for everyone if he ran away. Leo enters the hut. There are tables and chairs inside. Logs and boxes are lying on the floor. The guy thinks that he will have to sell the bandits' loot in order to get a horse. He thinks that after this he will start looking for a girlfriend. He goes inside the hut. Suddenly someone shouts that there is a stranger here. The robber asks Leo if he killed their friends. Leo is surrounded by armed robbers. They order to beat him. Leo turns to them with a grin, his face smeared with blood. Blood spatters everywhere. Unclear fragments of phrases are heard. Leo sits on the floor of the house and reads achievement plaques, with dead bodies around him. The first achievement about killing 10 bandits says that Leo becomes stronger in battle with bandits. The next achievement about capturing a mountain hut reports that it has become easier for Leo to find huts in the mountains. A horse-drawn cart rides across a snowy field. Lena slowly opens her eyes. The priest notices that she is awake. She adds that they have arrived. Lena hurries to look out the cart window. She asks if this is true. Lena had only heard about this place before. In the rays of the sun, there is a huge white church with many columns and statues. A carriage drives up to it. This is where the main church on the continent is located. The priest informs the girl that she will go to study on her recommendation. She tells the girl that she would like to visit her more often, but she doesn't even know where she was assigned yet. A woman sits in a carriage with her eyes closed and her hands folded in her lap. Lena says everything is fine. She looks at the woman sincerely, her cheeks turning red. She says she is grateful to have been taken here. The priest thinks that Lena is a kind girl. She looks at the girl with a smile. She understands that she has good makings, because she has diligently studied theology since childhood. She calls the girl to come with her. Lena happily agrees with her. The girl opens the cart door and looks out with a happy smile. The priest thinks that Lena shows promise. Lena falls onto the bed with her face in the pillow. The room is spacious and bright, and there are pots of flowers on the wall shelf. She doesn't understand if all this is true or if she's just dreaming. The girl hugs a pillow. Her cheeks are red. She thinks about the fact that she has already attended a couple of classes and also got her own private room. She remembers what the monk said. The girl sits down on the bed and looks at the pillows with a slight smile. The monk said that she could only live in a single room. She places her feet on the white tile floor. She thinks that this is an incredible blessing for her. She believes that she should thank God for everything. She kneels in front of the pointed symbol and clasps her hands in a prayer gesture. She thanks the priestess named Ophelia, who recommended her, the people in the village, the monk Leslie, and her parents. An 8-pointed star hangs on a white brick wall. Lena wonders how Leo is doing. She opens her eyes and looks up. She asks God to give everyone health. The man stands behind the bench and wipes the shield, looking up at the newcomer. He welcomes the visitor. His eyes widen in surprise as Leo dumps a pile of weapons out of the bag onto the counter. The gunsmith asks if that's all. He looks at various hammers, swords, and crossbows. He asks Leo where his permission is. The guy turns his head towards him. He says that there is no permission. He understands that no one is looking for him yet. Leo looks closely at the gunsmith. He remembers that here you can take a sword even without permission. Leo remembers how during the last playthrough the gunsmith laughed and said that he could only melt metal and did it all for fun. The armorer smiles as Leo looks at him disapprovingly, sword in hand. The man declares that they will melt them down anyway, and the price is miserable. Leo realizes that he might even be able to resell it. The gunsmith asks Leo to admit that he stole the family's weapons. He carefully examines one of the swords. Leo states that then there would be a family engraving there. He adds that there are no such rules either. The gunsmith hums something. He looks at Leo. He asks to name the cost. Leo names the price at 200 silver coins. He looks confidently at the gunsmith. The man suddenly shouts that he is crazy and orders him to get out, adding that even if Leo is selling legally, it is too much. The armorer throws the sword on the counter. He states that Leo can still sell his soul, but he won't get as much. The armorer tells him to leave. He moves away from Leo. Leo suddenly says that he needs silver coins instead. The guy says he is interested in the horse. The armorer turns to him, frowning. He asks if Leo knows that you can't buy a horse without permission. Leo states that this is why he approaches him and asks if the gunsmith can buy him a horse. He looks closely at the gunsmith. The man indignantly asks why he would do this and exclaims that Leo has no shame or conscience. Leo declares that if he buys him a horse, he will give him everything. On the wooden counter are a sword, a crossbow and arrows, as well as a hammer. The guy says he only needs a couple of swords and some silver. The gunsmith began to say what he had throughout his life. He looks up at Leo. He breaks off and says okay. He says that he has a suitable horse and asks if the strongest one will go. He puts his hands on his hips. Leo looks at him displeased. The guy says that he doesn't need a completely useless horse. The gunsmith states that he can take a look and decide for himself. The man smiles and looks at Leo. The gunsmith offers to show the horse. He stands on a snowy street opposite a man in a hood. Next to them is a stable shed. Leo heads towards them past the barrels. The interlocutor asks if this is true. The gunsmith calls Leo over. He waves to him and heads towards the stables. The man in the hood says that this is a good horse. He stands with a smile next to a white horse and holds it by the bridle. He notices that this horse has had one leg shorter since birth. The animal tucks one hoof. The man thinks that's why no one buys him. Leo doesn't understand why the gunsmith only offers him the worst. Leo turns to the man with displeasure. Leo asks if he can climb. He pats the horse's back. The man says no problem. Leo climbs onto the horse and takes the reins. The horse suddenly rears up. Leo frightenedly pulls the reins. Leo pulls the reins towards himself and looks intensely at the horse. He exclaims in fear at this. The achievement of riding a horse for the first time appears, and it is reported that Leo's riding skills have increased. Below is a pixel icon with a horse silhouette and an up arrow. There is a commotion inside the stables. Leo feels that the horse is indeed limping a little. He sits on a calmed horse. He thinks it's not that bad. He says okay. He'll take it. He pats the horse on the neck and dismounts. The sun illuminates the huge white church. Along with spring came news about the war. The prince of the kingdom of Aston has returned. A man in blue walks towards a white throne, on which a woman in white robes sits, with candlesticks on either side of her. This led to the kingdom of Aston and the kingdom of Belita secretly preparing for war. The man asks if it is true that the Church of the Cross told the people not to participate in the war. He stands in a snow-white hall. The woman answers yes. She looks at the guest with a smile. She has long blonde hair, white clothes with gold embroidery, and a staff in her hands. This woman's name is Saint Mariel. The man asks if the Sacred Kingdom didn't have good relations with the Belita Kingdom. He puts his hand to his chest and bows slightly. Mariel replies that the Sacred Kingdom has also always maintained contact with the Kingdom of Aston. The man begins to talk about this barbaric nation. He curls his lips in hostility, looking up at the saint. He asks why the priests cannot be involved. He asks if the kingdom is really on Aston's side. Mariel looks directly at the guest. She says that not all the priests of the Kingdom of Aston will remain aloof from the war. The man shouts that this is unreasonable. He frowns and looks at the woman angrily. He shouts that there are more churches and priests in the Kingdom of Belita. He asks if she doesn't know that their kingdom has made the most donations. Mariel calmly closes her eyes. The man claims they were unfairly attacked. He asks if it is true that Mariel allowed them to call upon priests when there was war in the north. The woman replies that it is so. She adds that everything is God's will. A woman sits on a throne with one hand on her knees. She says that God wants the Church of the Cross and the Holy Kingdom not to interfere. The man's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks it's just a stupid excuse. He says that if God is interested in the petty feuds of his creations, then he washes his hands of it. He looks at Mariel, who continues to sit on the throne. She replies that she is simply following God's will. The man replies that he understands. He looks at Mariel. He thinks that the Church of the Cross has already spoken enough, but believes that the saint would not lie. He then asks for military supplies. The woman continues to sit on the white carved throne. She asks the man to trust that they will come to the right side. The man agrees with her. He stretches his lips into a smile and looks at Mariel. He states that it will be great if she makes sure that the supplies do not fall into the hands of the Kingdom of Aston. He says he will go. Mariel clutches the staff, keeping her other hand in her lap. She thinks that God has declared the neutrality of the Sacred Kingdom, and all priests of the church are forbidden to take part in the war. The Church of the Cross worships 5 gods. Against the background of tall columns are 4 multicolored clots of energy: green, purple, red, and blue. In the center, there is a stained glass window and a hooded figure, whose hands are folded in a prayer gesture. The church worships the supreme God, the Lord, and his 4 incarnations. Mariel raises her head and looks up. She believes that the evil god Viner is at the head of all atrocities. The sun shines through a stained glass window. The time has come to end the evil that has befallen their family, so they must do their duty. Human strength is valuable, but everything has its time and place. The Lord took pity on them and placed 3 rivers on the continent, paving a winding path. Mariel wonders what this means. The woman looks forward sadly. She asks what gods will leads to. 2 months have passed since Leo began his wanderings with his horse. The horse lies on the ground in the forest. Leo lies on it. A fire is lit nearby. Leo wonders how Lena is doing. He puts his hands under his head and looks dreamily at the sky. He looks down. He hopes Chaiha is okay. Chaiha says that he will help and suggests that he work hard. The girl looks softly ahead, her dark hair pulled back into a low ponytail. Leo thinks that Chaiha must have realized the meaning of independence before he did. He thinks that however happened. The horse suddenly begins, tossing and turning on the ground in his sleep. Leo jumps up in fear. He understands that he needs to think about the present. Leo looks at the horse with a soft smile. He thinks that he needs to cross the border somehow, but he is wanted. He understands that he needs to find someone with whom he can leave. The sun illuminates the white fortress walls. Behind them are many carts and white tents. They ask Leo for forgiveness, but say that they cannot go with him. Leo looks ahead tensely. Leo asks if they can hire him at least as a security guard and adds that he doesn't even need a week's salary, just for a few days. He stands near the carts and talks to a man. He states that Leo knows perfectly well that at the first checkpoint he will be asked for documents. Leo raises his eyebrows and looks at his interlocutor. The man asks Leo to look for another employer. Leo realizes that this is the 4th refusal today. He puts his hands on his hips and exhales as the man walks away from him. He thinks that, as luck would have it, he doesn't even have a certificate from the Margrave to whose lands he is assigned. He frowns and looks away nervously. He thinks that no merchant guild will even think of taking him because he is already a famous killer. The folding bridge in the fortress wall is open. Guards stand on either side of it. Leo looks at them, standing at a distance near the carts. He wonders if he will go against the law again. Leo heads to one of the houses with his horse. He approaches the door. He opens the door and goes inside. The men sitting in the house turn their heads towards him. Barrels are placed in the corners on the plank floor. Leo is suddenly called out rudely. The men look at him unfriendly. Two of them rise from their seats, blades in their hands. Leo asks one of the men if he is in charge and says that they need to talk. A man with short brown hair looks at Leo darkly, a scar on his face. He tells Leo to come with him. He also gets up from his seat and heads towards Leo, who is standing in the doorway. He clarifies that Leo just needs to cross the border illegally and adds that this is not so difficult to arrange. He sits at a table, with a man and a woman in green tunics standing on either side of him. He says it's certainly not free. Leo frowns and holds out 3 gold coins. He adds that this is all he has. The man notices that there is not much and wonders what else he has, asking about the horse. A white horse stands on the pavement near the house, one front leg tucked under. Leo wonders if the man is asking too much. The leader asks him not to squeeze and add at least a little more money. He smiles and looks at Leo. The guy notices that they are also crossing the border illegally and asks if they think it's worth the money. He frowns and looks at the man with displeasure. He demands to give him a discount. The man says that if he doesn't want to, then he doesn't have to. He spreads his arms and smiles smugly. Leo still agrees, but says that the man will receive the horse only after they cross the border. The man asks if Leo expects to get away from him on this horse. Leo closes his eyes and exhales tiredly. The guy promises that he will give it back as soon as they reach the first settlement across the border, and he simply does not want to walk. He asks where he should run if he lost all his money. He rests his hand on his hip, on which hangs a scabbard with a sword. The man says that Leo will also leave this two-handed sword. He looks closely at the weapon. He adds that at that price he will consider taking Leo with him. Leo squints his eyes nervously. He suddenly hits the table with his palm. Leo says that if a man tries to deceive him, he will regret it. Leo looms over him and looks down at him menacingly. The man asks him not to worry and assures him that he is not such a fool as to compete with a swordsman on a horse. He exhales too and looks at Leo darkly. He says he's not just any slave trader. Lately, families involved in illegal arms trafficking have been making a lot of money from the war. 2 men unpack a weapon box and pull out a crossbow and swords. In the Kingdom of Orn, there were families who inflated the prices of their goods in the Holy Empire. 2 men load boxes onto a cart. This was because their territory extended across 2 warring states. Of course, the families of the Kingdom of Orn mainly supplied weapons to where they were paid the most. 3 horse-drawn carts with cargo are driving along the road. This was, of course, illegal. The moratorium on illegal arms trafficking in the Holy Empire only fueled demand and rising prices. The sun illuminates the stone fortress walls. The mafia's got their hands on this well. Leo is suddenly asked to stop. Leo freezes and purses his lips nervously, a bead of sweat running down his face. The man wishes the guard a good day. He stands in front of Leo and smiles, putting his hand in his bosom. The guard grunts something inaudibly. The guard says he hopes they are not carrying anything suspicious. The man hands the guard a bag of money. He says that they are only carrying provisions and cheap jewelry. The guard allows them to pass. Leo drives outside the city walls. The others walk next to him. A new achievement plaque appears. It says about his first trip abroad, and that the speed of his movement increases slightly in the border area. The horse gallops across the grass. Leo names the horse Woody and asks if he likes his new place. He smiles while sitting on a horse that is squinting. He understands that a little more and they will reach the Sacred Empire. Leo gallops ahead of the carts. He thinks that in the first village he will be free. Leo realizes that it would be kind of sad to give Woody to them. He looks at his horse. He understands that in a couple of days he will see his girlfriend. Lena asks Leo how he ended up here. She smiles and looks up at her friend, folding her arms over her chest, wearing a green uniform. Leo thinks about whether he should address her as Your Eminence when they meet. Leo smiles happily and closes his eyes. The guard announces that the cargo is being checked. He demands everyone to dismount. A man in a helmet stands in front of a caravan. The leader exchanges glances with the girl. He turns to the guard and says that he must be working hard every day. He approaches the guard, holding a bag of gold. The man says they are a little late. The guard looks at the bag of money in the wrong hands. The leader asks if it is possible to let them through as an exception. The guard replies that this is impossible and demands that the caravan be stopped for inspection. The guard looks at them grimly. A woman asks her boss what they should do. The man asks what she thinks and says that if they check the cargo, they will immediately confiscate everything and they will be thrown behind bars, and then adds that this man is not even 30. He orders the guards to be killed. The leader looks gloomily at the guards. His gang immediately rushes to attack. The guards draw their swords from their scabbards. They order them to lay down their arms and say that if they do not obey, they will be forced to use force. The leader frowns and looks angrily at the guards. He screams to kill them all and get out of there. People attack the guards with swords. One of the men throws an axe at the guard's head. Leo clutches the horse's reins in fear. He understands that they will not be able to return after this. The guy looks tensely at what is happening and clenches his teeth. A white cloak flutters in the wind. Someone suddenly talks about God. A man stands on the white fence of the church and raises a huge sword to the sky. He shouts that God is marking the rogue. A man in a white cloak and armor grabs his sword. Mercenaries and guards fight below. A ray from the sky shines on a man with a sword. The leader spits and asks where the paladin came from. He freezes. The girl looks at him in fear. She shouts that there is some kind of mark above his head. The paladin jumps off and lands below with a crash. He orders the mercenaries to be killed. He frowns and points his sword towards his enemies. The guards rush into the fray with a battle cry. He raises his sword to the sky again. The paladin attacks the mercenaries. Blood splashes to the sides. He heads towards the leader past the dead mercenaries. The leader shouts not to be afraid, because this is just one warrior. The leader rushes towards him with a sword. He declares that he will kill him. The paladin repels the attack. The leader falls back. The warrior thrusts his sword into him. Leo yells at Woody to run away. He looks at what is happening in panic. He understands that this is a lost cause. Leo hurries to gallop away from there. He understands that the paladin will wipe out half of their gang with one blow. He regrets that everything turned out this way. Leo gallops on a horse. He understands that he will have to make his way to the gate. A scarlet mark in the form of a cross appears above Leo's head.